bona fide sports-mad Australians. Snakes alive. Is that the time? Yes, green and gold freaks, it certainly is. It's time for the Sporting Probe. With two diamond pythons twirled around the tree of knowledge across the nation.
Boys and girls.
Well, a young man ain't got nothing in the world these days.
The Sporting Probe leading the charge up the eucalypt. With extra chili on the stick is the in-and-out maestro, rampaging Roy Slaven. And coming from behind is the heavy lifter with both feet on the ground, H.G. Nelson. Unleash the grunt and poke HG?
Yes, TF Much, gentlemen, Jim Daniels, the golden guy in the TSP soundproof booth located in the pop-up studio at the entrance of Jubilee Oval in Cogra in the southern suburbs of Sydney. He's there for today's big one, Dragons v Storm. Almost top of the table clash, not quite, I think 1v4. So it'll be a fascinating game of rugby league. All the merchandise as you'd expect in the pop-up studio, the assorted creams, punters and pullers, the new Fractious Bruce Woodis memoir, and the Dig in the Teal T-shirt now available in Gawler Cream. It's a colour that everybody wants to wear these days, Gawler Cream, and we've got the shirt back in that. And did you get involved in the Tamworth Cup last Sunday? The Golden Guy tipped you into a great quinella last Sunday in the Tamworth Cup, and he's backing up this week with the Probe Pick of the Yard. This week he's roamed wide. He's in the Sapphire Coast for the Club Sapphire Plate, race 5, horses 9 and 15, Titaness and Love Speed Girl. Have a go at those, punters. And remember, of course, if you do have some success, remember the Blinker Knights of Balaclava and the Rooting King Foundation. Probe-sters, patriots, pilgrims and punters. H.G. Nelson getting the Sporting Probe away for another set of 7. TF Much, Bruce McAvaney. What a week. What an incredible week. You know, you get lucky sometimes when you work in this business. A lot of weeks go by, nothing much happens. You have to, cobble together a half-baked, half-assed clown show. But not this week. It's just solid gold all the way. A week when too much sport is barely enough. Residents and 457 visa holders, it's tremendous to have you with us as we prod forward once again through the solidly backed up stallage of the week's sporting action. Again, a week, a massive collection, none bigger than the Tamworth Cup. Big news again this week from our charity partners, and following on from the chart-topping success of Victim of the Punt, which we released last week, out this week is the one you've been waiting for, Rooting King, The Good Old Days. 27 old-timey classics from the back room of the Country Killed Specialists, a collection of tunes that made the king the horse he is today. Darryl Braithwaite's wonderful song about the horse kicks it all off. That horrible horse with no name. If I hear that again, I'll vomit. George Harrison's Dark Horse. And the ever-popular I'm an Old Cowhound from the Rio Grande, recorded especially for the CD by the golden guy, Jim Daniels, out front of the Blinkered Knights Quintet with Peter the Puller Penrose out front on the agony stick. You've just got to wrap your ears around this one. Do yourselves a favour, as Molly used to say. But now let's lock horns with a man who suggested this week that the magnificent Chinese naval facility being built on Vanuatu include a world-class oval-shaped stadium that can seat, say, 75,000 people with the latest punting, cheese and toilet technologies. His vision sees this as a new super venue, as an ideal base for the Gold Coast Suns for offshore matches, a home base for Twiggy Forest Indo-Pac rugby wees, and a National Rugby League finals venue when the big two stadiums in New South Wales are being knocked over for the rebuilds. That man, of course, is rampaging Roy Slaven. Roy, can we get the TSP bunny in motion simply by asking what were the highlights that caught your restless eye this week up, Row?
Yes, thank you very much, H.G. Nelson. Wonderful week to be a tax-paying Australian with a bank account. Now, Wallaby halfback Nick Phipps. Remember Nick? He's borrowed really from the Rugby League playbook, urinating on a bar during his Bucks night. Look, I don't know if we can say too much about this. It's just... it's just one of those things, you know. It's a Bucks night. You don't know where you are.
Dressed as a cow.
You've dressed as a cow. You don't know what's going on. Next thing you know. Anyway. But if anything, it's given rugby union a little bit of publicity which is needed in this day and age where rugby is struggling, really. More about that later. Given, on the other hand, the enormous success of World Cup rugby that kicked off in Perth.
Friday night.
Friday night, Twiggy Forest's show, and I thought it was fantastic. Fiji were fantastic. The Western Force, God almighty, where have they been?
I know.
What a team!
I know.
Extraordinary.
They could be the new Wallabies.
They could well be. They'd beat the Wallabies easily. Easily. Now, Formula One have trademarked the term shoey. This was used by Daniel Ricciardo on those few occasions where he's actually won. Oh, well, quite a few now, actually. His trademark, HG, is to take his shoe off and drink champagne. It's a very attractive image. Everyone likes it. And he called it a shoey, and Formula One, of course, have decided to trademark that. What they're going to do with it, I don't know, and how this impacts upon Daniel Ricciardo's future celebrations, I'm uncertain. He might have to suck it out of a sock. Trademark that. Now, Grant Thomas calls the GWS Giants badly coached big heads. He might be right. This criticism came earlier in the week, and I thought this isn't right. Grant Thomas has gone off. But looking at the way they performed this weekend, you'd have to say they played like big heads, but not very good. So maybe he's got something there. And they appeared to be appallingly coached. Appallingly coached. It's not often you look at a team and say, God, they're great players, but shockingly coached. In this instance, I think we can say that. And they do have big heads. Don't know how, I
define that.
Yeah.
Are you able to measure
I
a big head?
haven't done that, the calibration.
No. Can you measure a big
There
head?
was a science on head, wasn't there?
Phrenology or something like that, yeah.
Well, I'd like the phrenologists to have a look at the GWS Giants just to see if their heads are as big as they appear to be. Maybe it's just optical illusion, You put on that uniform, suddenly your head looks disproportionately large. Dunno. A massive scalping ticketing fiasco with the A-League Grand Final. I don't know what we can do about this, but I think government's got to somehow get involved. Sports Minister, of course, has said nothing. No surprises there. Justin Langer is the new boof. Oh, God, where's this going to go? Is the bloke saying, not boof, the other one? I just don't know. I don't know where this is going. Jason Dunstall is fed up with the declining standards of goal-kicking accuracy. He said it's dropped below 50% for the first time in the 280-year history of the AFL. I don't know if he's right or not. I don't know how accurately stats were kept in the 19th century.
No.
I mean, I've looked at some of those 19th century records. There's nothing that talks of accuracy. And the Rugby League beer wars has erupted. We might get a chance to unpack this a little bit later. I mean, you've got, north of the border, that is in Queensland, it's all 4X. In New South Wales, it's all VB. And overarching all of this is a new brand called Great Northern, which the players are supposed to love, given that they're now sponsoring the state of origin. Make of that what you will.
Yes, this is the Probe, the Sporting Probe, a better way to probe. And, there's so many issues this week, it's a little hard to know where to begin. But let's start with a bloke dressed as a cow walks into a bar. Apparently, the TARS had to investigate an incident which occurred at the Wallara Hotel about 9:45 on April the 21st.
Right.
Very precise there, 9:45 p.m. April the 21st.
Yeah.
Witnesses told the Fairfax people that a security personnel removed a man dressed as a cow from a packed upstairs section after staff spotted him urinating on the front bar.
Right.
We're talking about, of course, Nick Phipps as Bucks Night. It was a sort of, how do I put it, a climax to a great day.
Yep.
I think it started off in the morning with golf.
Yes.
And then they went on a cruise.
Yeah.
You remember, of course, you can't get off a boat. All you can do is stay
trapped.
on.
You're trapped, yeah.
That's right, trapped.
Yeah.
The Bucks Night party and the night after the Waratahs lost 29-0 to the Lions. So obviously there was a sense of drowning disappointment. The season's gone. We've got to play the Blues, is that right? The Auckland Blues next week at Lottoland, where we've never been there.
Yeah.
They're trying to take rugby back to the people, but the people don't live there anymore. You know how it goes. Lottoland, what is it? Can we get a bet on?
Yep.
Phipps had a group of New South Wales and Australian players were in the hotel after a long day celebrating his impending marriage. Now, I've got to admit here, Roy, that you've saved me more than once from a similar incident.
Yes.
As you know, as many people know, you and I have done a fair bit of work for the Rugby League on the healthy message, visits to schools. And I usually dress as the giraffe, Harold the giraffe.
That's right.
And you mercifully are often dressed as Sick Sid, or I think Sick Sid might have died, so you had to dress as Sick Cedric. Not that the kids noticed the change. No. But I remember one night we went in for a few convivials over the drip tray after a hard day of talking to the kids. Mm-hmm. And you tapped me on the shoulder at one point and said, just because you're dressed like a giraffe, there's no need to behave like a giraffe.
Yes, I did say that.
And you've saved me from embarrassment on a lot of occasions because of this. Because let's face it, when you're dressed as a giraffe, you too tend to want to, take a dump at obviously a long jimmy in the nearby bushes, wherever you can do, because giraffes don't care. They're just...
That's right.
Let's face it, they're animals.
Yeah. And when you are dressed like an animal, HG, it does often give you a license to behave in a manner that is more in keeping with the...
behaviour of nature.
The species you're represented in your clothing or your costume. And you've got to be... Look, I've often said to... and I've made it law, really, that if you're going to have a bucks night, great, I'm all for it, but have a minder.
I know.
Have someone responsible who's going to be with you all the time and steer you about, because there's going to come a time when your judgment is questioned. And when that moment comes, and if there's no one there to offer advice, to steer you somewhere else, or to just say, hey, stop, listen, is this what you really want to do? Put your trousers back on and let's leave the venue away quietly, if you don't mind. Now, that happens often. I don't blame the place. The players just go a little bit silly.
Yeah, they're in a bar.
Bucks night,
golf,
dressed as a
sea
cow.
Cruise.
Yeah.
Now, can I point out, what I think was a bit disturbing was how Nick Phipps tried to blame it on the back end of the cow.
Yes.
Now, as you know, we're very keen on prosecuting Winx the musical.
Yes.
About the great deeds of the horse and the trip overseas and coming back, and the closer is my island home. It's going to bring a tear down when you wait till you see it. It's just great. Mm-hmm. But of course, we have no trouble casting the front end of the horse conveyance, but the back end's a little bit more tricky.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Well, it's a thankless role.
Yeah, you're hidden in there under the gear.
Yep.
You can't breathe, obviously.
And when you come at the curtain call at the end, people have never seen you before. They go, who are you?
Yes, the place where the champions gather, the Probe School of Punting, shouting the odds, rampaging Roy Slaven, and in the float with a bucket, a tube and a milkshake mix, H.D. Nelson. Now, coming back to the problem that Nick Phipps had was... He did the right thing. He came out and admitted he was a goose, and that, obviously he went too far. He didn't know where to pull the pin. And as you point out, he had to fess up. He had no minder. He tried to shout out to people to clear the hotel as he went in, but sadly it fell on deaf ears, and people kept playing the poker machines and so on, putting bets on.
Did he offer to clean up his message, Stu?
He apologised.
Well, I know he apologised, but did he get up there with the cloth, the bucket, and the...
Yes. Look, I can't help you there.
No.
Look, he was apologetic. He obviously was, after he'd had his spray, he was removed without further incident and put into a taxi by friends, and off he went home.
Good.
The group continued their celebrations without him.
Did they?
It's understood the publican, he called the publican the following day to apologise. Now, can I set that in context here? Lotto Land, last night, Blues, Auckland Blues v New South Wales Tars.
Yeah.
Perfect build-up, wasn't it?
It was.
That you had all of a sudden the world talking rugby for the first time in a long time. Apart from the great work Twiggy's doing in the West, it's hard to know where it goes to from here, rugby. I've got to say is that I thought taking a leaf out of, say, the AFL or the Rugby League playbook in terms of promotion, I thought was excellent.
Look, the promotion was terrific. Nothing wrong with that. And taking rugby back to the people, I think that was a marvellous idea. It's a pity they couldn't deliver, because I think the people wanted a win. I think the people are sick of New Zealand teams beating Australian teams.
I think it was 38
all
on the
trot. All the time. Yes, it's become the norm. Well, it's not good enough. Can I just say it's not good enough? And if dressing up as a cow and urinating in a public bar, if you're reduced to that for promotion, then the code's in trouble.
It is indeed, brothers and sisters. You're in the Probe Church of Hope. In the pulpit, the very Reverend R.R. Slaven with a special reading from the Revelation on the evils lurking in Australian squash, and nicking off with the collection plate, H.D. Nelson. Now, let's leave the Phipps, the cow, the bar, the Bucks night, just for a moment, and swap codes a little bit and look at the wonderful week of promotion the AFL has had. Look, the game is in crisis. I think it's fair to say is that most experts believe the game is in crisis. There's a few people who, in the expert area, who think that the game is evolving nicely and is going through a rough patch. Mercifully, the fans and the television numbers are just excellent, as you'd expect.
Yes.
But there's been some shocking games recently of very low standard. As you point out, Jason Dunstall. I mean, if Jason's upset with the goal kicking, I'm upset with the goal kicking.
Well, I'm upset. Everyone's upset.
Everyone's upset.
Yeah.
This disappointing thing. There's no high marks. It's just a rolling ball from one end to the other. Inconsistent umpire. Well, don't get me started. Anyway, What I thought was a lovely touch was in this week, we had great promotion. Now, there's a number of issues here we can't talk about. Obviously, the Bomber Thompson incidents. Don't think we can say much more about that than it's been
Well, it's tragic. That's all we can say. It's tragic.
Tragic. The Eddie Maguire Facebook imbroglio, again, we can't say much about it because obviously it's all sub judice and, good luck, Ed.
Yeah.
I think that a lot more will be said about both these issues once we can get beyond the current court cases because they're both exciting and go to the heart of what the AFL's all about. The one that I thought was a bit difficult was the Dane Swan incident, as named by Basil Zemplis, the great Channel 7 commentator who's really stepping up these days with his calls and his work on the weekend programs at 7. Just first class.
He was the voice of the Commonwealth Games, really, wasn't he?
I think he put Bruce in the shade. I know you resisted me saying that, but I think we can say it now, as we can see with hindsight, how great he was.
Yeah.
Now,
well, he made you feel, when an Australian was coming last, clearly by a fair way, Basil gave the impression that the Australian was winning.
It's a hell of a skill.
It's a great skill. And kept me interested. So I was interested in watching Australians lose, thinking, they're going to win, and then just that disappointment in the last minute, last moment, when the Australian wasn't there at all, but Basil had given me to believe that the Australian was going to be there. That's a great skill. It
is a great skill. And I tell you what was interesting in some of the longer races was a lot of the Australian tilts which powdered were only touched out, and I realised, they touched out at the other end.
Yeah.
They were a lap off the pace.
Yes.
But that's the way he made that exciting and the narrowness of the margin. It was just wonderful.
Yep.
What I'm more concerned about was the, remember, of course, Gillon McLachlan, the man who killed football in Tasmania.
Yes.
He, in the Dane Swan matter, obviously it's in the hands of the police, so he can't say much, said...
Now, this is to do with a sex tape video. Is that it, HG?
Well,
somebody released quite an old
nude, I think, is
bit of footage, not very long, of a player in the nude. Yes,
correct.
All right.
Now, the man who killed football in Tasmania, Gillon McLachlan, suggested that Swanee shouldn't have put himself in that position.
What, in the nude? Well, what bloody planet is Gillon McLachlan on? Hasn't that bloke ever been nude in bed? I bet he has.
Unless he's a nearly nude, as featured in Arrested Development. A person who never took his...
Yeah.
That was an excellent idea. I'd never thought about that.
What, you mean people who never take their underpants off?
Do you think Gillon's a nearly nude?
Well, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. It's an interesting...
Fascinating to speculate.
It's fascinating to speculate, yes.
Now... According to McLachlan, everyone, man or woman, well, that includes everyone, should have their privacy respected. And if this comes out, it needs to be with consent.
Yes.
I think that's very clear. But I think, to your question specifically, just don't get yourself in that situation. I know that's challenging, and I know people do what they do, but that's ultimately all you can do, I think. It's a bit complicated.
What's he suggesting? That players never go out with anyone, never meet anyone?
Never take their clothes off?
Never take their clothes off, keep the underpants on at all times? I mean, what planet is he on?
At last, a shooter with shotgun is Minister of Sport. That's another Probe bullseye.
I think the great thing is, doesn't the AFL this week make rugby league look like a reasonable thing, and yet rugby league's awash with incidents.
Yes, it is.
And I think you've tumbled onto something in rugby league and in the promotion of the game which needs to be thought about. This is the sponsorship of various clubs by food manufacturers.
Yes.
It was drawn to my attention this week that the Brisbane halfback Jack Bird, his fitness is being, accused of not being what it should be because he's been going nuts with a daily McDonald's voucher. And my ears pricked up immediately. A daily McDonald's voucher is part of the deal that he signed.
I think all Brisbane Bronco players get a card a $20 a voucher.
Yes, $20, not a discount card, but
a
obviously
voucher.
Voucher for $20
A day.
A day. Sadly, $20 a day. I mean, it's an interesting.
Would you pay tax on that, HG? I suppose you'd have to declare it,
Would
wouldn't you?
would this be considered a third-party deal?
Well, I suppose it is. That's $140 worth of McDonald's products a week for each player. Now, that's a fair amount. I mean, you could live on that, couldn't you? I suppose you could. I don't know.
Well,
I've seen ads where you can get a burger for $1.
I know, I've seen that ad too.
So you could get, with your 20...
140, if you played it right, if you went in between, say, 9 and 10 in the morning, I think that's what the deal is.
Yeah, you could live on 20 burgers a day, couldn't you?
Isn't that incredible?
That's
and maybe
incredible.
you could get a special one, like a chicken burger.
Oh, maybe.
Chicken cheeseburger.
Yeah.
Every so often and obviously go a bit silly. Obviously,
Sure.
he's gone nuts.
Well, he has, but do the Bulldogs... I notice the Bulldogs are sponsored by M&J Chickens, HG. Do they get a nice little chicken at the end of training, maybe, just sitting there on your...
A bucket of chicken and chips as you come in.
Yeah.
Great idea.
Yeah.
But what I'm concerned about is the involvement of chicken in rugby league. Do you think Four Corners or one of those left-wing loony shows on the ABC should have a look at it?
Well, you've got... Easts are sponsored by Steggles, aren't they? Well,
Do they make a cooked chicken?
Well, I don't know if they do a cooked chicken. I don't know if you can get those crumbed tenderloins
From
from Steggles. I don't know, but you can certainly get an M&J crumbed tenderloin. I'm pretty sure you can.
Now,
which will go.
In other words, you're suggesting that players in the future may be moving clubs because
Based on their preference for chicken. Well, that's possible. It could be a deal breaker, couldn't it, in the end? Because if you're sponsored, say, which some of the clubs are by, your ambulance chasing lawyer firms.
Yeah, or the University of Queensland.
Yeah, that sort of nonsense.
Yeah,
What's that about? When it comes down to if the deal breaker is either, okay, Steggles or the University of Queensland, well...
It is a deal breaker.
It is a deal breaker, isn't it? Yeah. But just getting back to Gillan McLachlan, HG, he doesn't understand what pressure players are under these days. A player's only got to go out to, a bar or a club or somewhere where young people mix. And they're introduced to people, and the next thing you know... I know. Next thing you know, your underpants are
on the sidelines.
Yes. And you cannot police people's use of mobile phones these days. You just can't. And maybe we do need minders with players all the time that will remove mobile phones from anyone that a player is mixing with.
Well, how about...
I mean, has it come to that? Do we need a police state when it comes to our sports stars? Do they need to live in a police state in order to honour the Gillan McLachlan call for...
Don't get caught in that
don't get caught.
In that situation. Look, can I suggest some, simple rules would be in a bar, all phones are checked in at the door. Like in the old days, I think they used to do that with guns.
Yeah, they did. They did.
And so mobile phones are checked in at the door.
Yeah.
And then, of course, you get sort of weird situations where people are... obviously involved in intoxicating substances.
Yes.
And so judgment, as you point out, I mean, let's face it.
When you leave the bar, you pick up your mobile phone. I get that. You've got to allow people to take their private materials out of we don't leave the premise. Fine. But it's when you get to either the hotel room or wherever you're staying, the backseat of the car, that sort of stuff, that's where the mobile phone has got to be removed. Now...
Shouldn't we change the law the other way and say, what's interesting about this?
Well, hang on.
Everybody's seen Swanee in the news.
I suppose. Couldn't we turn it into a TV show?
Have you seen
sort of
Swanee in the
candid
news?
camera style?
Now you're talking.
I love that Bachelor on Bachelor Island or whatever that is.
Paradise Island.
Yeah, the Paradise Island. I love that.
Do you?
I love that sort of show. Well, couldn't we have something like that with football stars? Candid camera style.
Funniest home videos.
Yes.
And shift the goalposts in the players' favour.
Yes. Make it normal that players not only want, hello, babe, I love you, come on up, bring your phones.
Over the last few months, we've learned a few things about Mick Malloy and Jane Kennedy.
Bang!
We've learned that you can mint anything you want on a coin.
On one side, my head, and I look like Caesar.
Or you look like Matt Preston with ivy on your head.
And we've learned that Jane was once a mascot at Bathurst.
I was in a banana suit.
Good banana girl.
I was a hottie banana, I'm
You
sure.
and a hottie banana would have come home with a few bruises on it.
What'll we learn next? Triple M's Kennedy Malloy. Catch up now on the Triple M app.
Yes, it's the Probe legal team headed up by the pro bono specialists with a winning class action before the beak, rampaging Roy Slaven and Outback swapping the police exhibits wearing a wig and briefs. It's H.D. Nelson. Now, Roy, you mentioned a couple of reality how many reality TV show ideas have we given producers over the years? Millions of them, and that was a terrific one, that last one. You know, your videos of nude AFL players.
Yeah.
There must be millions of them. People must only have to go back flick through their phones. They'd find, probably most people would find they've got pictures of nude AFL people.
Yeah. It would be up to the network and the producers to
Pixelate
and
make
it
shape.
apply a taste filter.
I tell you who could present it. Do you think Sam Newman's got the chops to present it? I mean, he's a person who I think has now been let off the leash so completely by the AFL footy show on Thursday
What about
night.
Basil Zemplis? He'd give it a real
Modernity.
yes, a sort of genuine. You know,
Heartfelt.
I'd urge you to watch this and watch Aussies in action and watch Aussies winning here. I think it'd be great. It might be a bit wet, and you might have to counterbalance it with someone like Grant Denyer. I don't know.
Would that be counterbalancing it? Now, look, I raised this because of a couple of things. Matt Preston.
Oh, now there's a thought.
Now, indeed. Now, look, can I point out, as soon as the A-League's over, you know, MasterChef can't be far away, and it's back on, I think, starting tonight or tomorrow night. Tomorrow night. Now,
Yeah.
he said he has a no dickheads policy.
Matt Preston does.
Yeah, no dickheads policy on the show.
But hasn't he got George Columbaris working with him? I'm just going on what's
happened.
what I've read in the press. Yeah, I don't know the bloke at all.
Now, what I think is he probably thinks he's got enough dickheads on the judging panel without having more dickheads in the contestants. So they want to focus on serious food.
Yeah.
In other words,
Is that a shot across the bow of MKR?
It certainly
that appears
is.
to be filled with dickheads?
Well, the show believes that focus should be on food rather than stirring up drama.
Oh, yes.
Now, the long-running judge said, that Channel 10 reality cooking series, he said, would continue to choose, terrible TV talent who could cook
Yes.
over show ponies with 100,000 followers who might make a better storyline. You can get drama by picking dickheads, but over the years we've picked less and less dickheads on MasterChef. Right. We have to spend 7 months filming with these people, and that is so much better when we get along with them, obviously instead of having clowns at the end of the table. For us, the exciting thing is finding people who want to pursue food to change their life, not finding stereotypical TV talent. He said the show's loyal following has been vocal and quick to move away. In previous years, it'd be more focused on backstores drama instead of promoting junior food talk. They're all about passion on the plate, Roy. They're all about a journey. They're all about the hero of the dish, not dickheads.
No, that's right.
And can I say it's a terrific point of difference, which NKR.
It is, and I suppose actually you've just got to look at what I'd call the legacy of both programs. Mm-hmm. If you look at the legacy of MasterChef, now who's kicked on? Julie Goodwin might have been the first winner of MasterChef. She's got her own show. Mm-hmm.
Is Poe a MasterChef?
Adam Liu is a winner. He's got his own show.
He's got his own show. Writes a column in one of the papers.
Yeah. And there is quite a few. Poe, you mentioned Poe.
South Australian chef of some repute.
Yeah. So there's a legacy of people who've kicked on.
And not a dickhead in sight.
Not a dickhead in sight. Now, with the MKR winners, disappear. They never get their own shows. More's the pity, because
that'd be great.
That'd be great.
Can I point out the Manu has shot back? He says...
Oh, Manu.
Yeah, Manu. Yeah. He's the judge with Pete, people may know.
Yeah.
Anyway, Manu...
Manu, you must leave the table, Manu. That Manu, yeah.
The French Manu.
Yeah.
I wonder if he met Macron while he was out here, incidentally.
Probably cooked for him.
Vol au vents or, macarons. Now, has called for an overhaul of next year's My Kitchen rules after fighting between the contestants marred this season's this year's season.
Marred it. It made it. It was the only reason people watched. I mean, that's all they flogged. That was the only promo.
Was
You
it
know,
couple of
you're
little-
asked you to leave the table. Fine. They promoted that for about 6 months, didn't they?
Now, the celebrity chef says he wants to see more food and less fight.
Oh, no, what? More food? What? More like MasterChef?
Oh,
I mean,
that's horrible.
they've tried to make it look like MasterChef. You know, they've got their own bloody kitchen now. They just keep stealing from MasterChef all the time.
Now, can I point out that if they don't have action
Yeah.
amongst the contestants, I can't see Manu and Pete stacking on a blue just to pull in punters. I hate you, Pete. That paleo diet's rubbish, that sort of
Yeah,
gear.
yeah.
I mean, I like that sort of stuff because, let's face it, most of these shows are just about the judges. Because the
Sure.
passing parade of contestants, you can hardly get attached to one before they're shot.
That's true.
Now, he says more food, less fighting. Disappointed with this year because Sonia and Hadil dumped from the show. Fadil says...
Well, they were rude.
Yeah, and he
Sonia
told him to leave the
Hadid.
table.
Yes, they were rude.
Fidel says, Manu, I was using his surname, Fidel, should I say, says the bad behaviour is not only a turn-off for viewers, but is simply unfair by throwing other teams off their game. What?
Eh?
What, cooking a couple of fish fingers?
Could I suggest, HG, if they hadn't had a blue, or if they hadn't had people, booted off the program, they wouldn't have had a viewer.
Yes, this is the Probe V8 supercar team at the wheel, scraping the door handles off the tyre pressure maestro, rampaging Roy Slaven, and in the pit lane on the gargle looking for a place to put the feet up, H.G. Nelson. Now, still with show business and sport, Roy. George Burgess is to make his acting debut. Now, people might know that George is one of the three, well, I think there's four brothers, but three of the brothers play rugby league, mainly in the South Sydney area, for the South Sydney Rabbits.
Sam, Tom and George. Yeah.
That's right. Now, they're having an indifferent season. I think Sam's in a little bit of trouble with his tackling technique and is asked to sit out a fair few matches these
Well,
days.
unfortunately, his arm and fists can't stop finding heads. That appears to be the problem.
That is a problem for your senior player.
Yeah.
Now, George is poised to play a strong arm character called Ivan in Locust. It's an action noir flick set in Broken Hill.
Wow.
So the project brainchild of producer writer Angus Watts is directed by Heath Davis, the man behind the acclaimed rugby league film Broke. It's described as a throwback to classic action films with a bit of Mad Max, No Country for Old Men, The Good, the Bad and the Ugly. Well, that is a throwback.
That
Not many
is a
people listening to
throwback.
this.
But what
know
a
the
great
Good-
combination.
I know, three great films.
Three great
and
films.
three great generations too. Mad Max, if
Yeah.
you take the most recent one.
Yep.
No Country for Old Men, based on Cormac McCarthy's book, if I've got the right author's name. And The Good, Bad, the Ugly, one of the Clint Eastwood films.
Yeah, absolute classic.
Now,
but
wait a minute.
rugby league players have supplied actors before.
Let me set out the part for
Yeah.
you. We needed a hulking figure and he fits the bill perfectly.
Hulking, yeah.
We knew he'd be interested in pursuing an acting career seriously, so he tested and he's great.
Yes,
Obviously, that's why we're casting him. He's super passionate and dedicated. He's also been getting some private acting lessons with one of our lead actors who is loving working with him.
Right.
Reckons he's a natural. He'll share the screen with another elite sporting heavyweight champion, Lucas Brown.
Lucas Brown.
Yeah.
I'm not too familiar with Lucas.
A boxer. Boxer.
Okay.
Yes. Might be Australian heavyweight
Really?
champ or
Okay.
recently Australian heavyweight champ. The audience will know.
Yeah.
Now, come
Isn't
to your
that
point, though.
terrific. Well, you've got to remember Ian Roberts, HG.
Ian Roberts, incredible.
A great player for South Sydney and went on to, he might have played for Manly as well, and went on to, I think, start in Superman.
That's right. Superman. I'd forgotten that.
Yeah.
Now,
Superman. And, of course, Wayne Pearce was
Wayne
played.
Junior Pearce.
Wayne Junior Pearce played, I think, Sandy Pearce
in
the first Kangaroos. Terrific role. So there is a
natural fit.
Yeah.
Yes, the legacy of the...
Because rugby league is showbiz, isn't
Yeah,
it?
you forget that, don't you?
You know, I often think, gee, why can't we have a cooking show based around rugby league players? You know, they each come in with a
Steg of
bit
chicken.
of chook each, and they've got to give it their spin, their take, make sense of it in some way,
Make it the hero of the
involving
dish.
heat and herbs and vegetables. You know, well, there's a show.
Hi, this is the Probe. It's the Probe House of Blues on the Fender Strat, slow and Roy Slaven and stirring the 12-bar soup, H.D. Nelson. Roy, the A-League, what a climax to the season. It was fantastic. And
The
maybe
atmosphere. Oh.
the atmosphere in Newcastle,
Yeah.
and maybe the best kick was the last kick to the goalkeeper's head.
Yeah.
It was just a wonderful
Was
way
it
to
desperate act?
Desperate act.
Look, I suppose you get so tired, HG, that you confuse the goalkeeper's head with the ball. That can happen.
And so it's a marvellous result for the people of Melbourne. I put that down to
Yeah,
wonderful support.
but it was
of Melbourne
based
victory.
on a lie, HG. I mean, the one goal scored in about the 8th minute was clearly an offside situation. It should have been picked up.
Now,
So the people of Newcastle are gutted.
Have every right to feel.
They've got every right to
I know
feel
they have to
gutted.
wait.
Ripped off. I want to have it replayed.
Now, that's an interesting thought. I think Graham Arnold is of the view that, like in a lot of the overseas competition, there's 2 legs.
Yeah.
One away and one at your place.
Oh, that's a good
So,
idea.
and an aggregate of the goals. I think the weighted goals away are worth twice what they are at your place. Varies from competition to competition.
So the A-League final would be over 2 matches.
legs. One in Newcastle and one in Melbourne.
One in Melbourne.
Now,
this is the Graham Arnold thesis.
That's the Arnold thesis. And
God,
I
he
think
thinks,
he's
doesn't he
suggesting
think? Yeah.
that, in fact, the semi-finals are played in that pattern as well. which
Why
would
not the quarterfinals?
Well, it would tease out the season. I think I'm
Certainly
right in
would.
saying in football competitions worldwide, Australia is unique in playing a final series. As you know, the Premier League's just decided for and against, obviously points and for and against.
Yeah.
I think in relegation and so on is a similar sort of thing. The question I'd like to address, though, and the legacy of this year's A-League, is coaches getting involved with the players that goes along. Now, last weekend we had an incredible incident where obviously coaches were overwhelmed by the passion. That's the only way to describe it, overwhelmed by the passion, and ran on and thought they were playing again. Obviously these players...
playing another sport involving fisticuffs. Is that what you mean?
Well, I wasn't thinking that so much, but the passion. See,
passion, yeah.
You and I, I've got to be honest here, is I haven't experienced passion like it.
No.
I mean, on a football field.
Yeah, sure.
I was much more a professional player who, if I saw a head that needed hitting, I looked where the umpire was first or where the camera was.
Yeah.
That sort of thing.
Yeah.
These assistant coaches ran on in full view of the television coverage and started bashing David Carney, if I've got the right player.
Yeah.
They were suspended, and after the what would I call it, the hit out, the coach Kevin Muscat hoped sanity would prevail and hoped that the high-ups in the FFA would see that they had been caught up in the passion and they'd run on and bash Carney and run off, without leaving too much damage.
It's a sad old day when Kevin Muscat is the voice of reason, isn't it?
It certainly is. Now, can I ask, I think they got 4 games bans. This is the 2 lads, Jean-Paul and his offsider, whose name escapes me, Terry. Jean-Paul and Terry got 4 games bans, which obviously they have to serve next year. Yesterday, the Victory Chief Executive Trent Jacobs, this is earlier in the week, obviously, left the door open for more weighty punishment. We will now consider our position. If there's anything we want to do further, it would be deferred till after the grand final, which they won yesterday, 1-0, and a magnificent kick in the head to the goalkeeper, who was the best on ground,
He was.
incidentally.
Yeah, he was.
With the bandaging, how could you not notice him? Having said all of that, you were coached by one of the greats and most passionate man in Grassy Granell. Did Grassy ever run on and get involved, Roy? Or did any of your assistant coaches or parents run on and get involved? I mean, supporters? And did you have to feel as though you had to grab them and say, I'm out here, you're on the sideline if you don't mind, buddy?
Sure. Look, it happened infrequently, HG. Infrequently, where passions would take over. I remember there was a particular player playing with the Orange Sims. Let's call him Jeff Smith, because his name was Jeff Smith. And Smithy would often play with a metal bar
in the sock?
In his underpants. And during a scrum, he'd get the metal bar out and use it to just willy-nilly attack an opponent on the other side of the scrum, if you know what I mean. So if you were packed down, you might get a metal bar in the eye, or tooth knocked out, or broken nose.
On the sloop.
Or just a gash across your forehead or something like that. We all knew it was Smithy. And because he'd giggle about it, what have you, when the scrum broke up and, there were 2 players with broken teeth and one with a busted nose and one with an eye hanging out of the socket. You knew something was going on. We did. And Smithy would laugh, and the umpire or the referee would blow the whistle and say, "What's going on here then?" And we'd all point at Smithy, and nothing had happened.
No video.
Well, the crowd took over, HG. The crowd just ran out en masse and grabbed Smithy and took his trousers off, obviously his shorts and underpants, and found the metal bar that he had with him, and they took Smithy out the back, and it was, well, we had to step in and get involved, otherwise they'd have skinned him alive, and I mean that. They were really desperate to do that. Now, the press didn't report it. We played it down. Smithy got counselling, and as far as I knew, the problem really went away.
Disappeared.
Except, a month later when we played him again, Smithy had the bar again. So, Grassy ran out this time, and King hit Smithy. Grassy was taken to jail. Smithy got away with it, and it was just one of those weird stories that is peculiar to rugby league. There was never any justice, really, and we just had to really accept in the end, as the magistrate said. He said, because when Grassy went to his trial came up and we all gave evidence, he's a terrific bloke, and he's a priest, and I've confessed to him a number of times, and he's never told anyone any of the confessions I gave and that sort of stuff. So
he's a real
stand-up guy. He's terrific in that regard. But as the magistrate said, he said, "Look, Coach Granell, Father Granell, you've got to accept that sometimes in rugby league, Smithy can carry a bar and get away with it. Are you happy with that? No, I'm not. But you're going to have to live with it." And that was it. He just fined him, I think, about $50, and that was it. He didn't have to go to jail or nothing.
Thank goodness for that.
Yeah.
The one great thing about that was
Smithy was found dead, HG.
Eventually. Yeah.
I think must have been towards the end of that season. Great mystery. We don't know who did it or what. Well, we can only speculate. But he was found in a...
boot of a car?
Well, yeah, boot of a burnt-out car, HG. There wasn't much of Smithy left. But the funny thing is, in the boot, all that was left were a couple of fragments of bone and a metal bar.
Yes, this is Lou Doolevin, the Sporting Probe end of year Rugby League burlesque extravaganza. Up the pole in the sequence with a pie wedged is rampaging Roy Slaven, and down and below with the broom and vacuum cleaner H.G. Nelson. Now, we talked a lot about rugby league in America over the years, and look, a TV snag threatens the NRL dream. I mean, we're looking towards...
Denver, Colorado?
Well, hang on, wait a minute. That's one issue that we might have to address, because the NRL is jacking up at allowing the players to go. I think it's as early as next month.
Bloody
now,
hell.
The Denver test, around the time of the first State of Origin. Correct me if I'm wrong, I think the first State of Origin is June the 6th. So it's around about that weekend.
June the 6th, yeah.
That they'll be going to Denver. But remember the knock-on for this, or the legacy of that test, which is New Zealand v England, is going to be the first round of the 2019 season played in America.
Okay.
And it's hanging by a thread.
A thread?
Yeah, the Murdoch people got this. The negotiations between the NRL and host rugby league broadcaster Fox Sport 9 have been stymied as the code weighs up the cost of covering the first competition match on US soil. Now, you have to understand that the rugby league, the NRL, have to decide on the fixture and where people will be playing pretty early on to do planning.
Oh, yeah.
So as if you wanted to book, say, I don't know.
Oh, because England are going to... There'll be Gareth Widdop and there'll be the Burgess boys and all of that.
Yeah,
there are lots
to move around, especially if the Rabbits are involved.
Yeah.
So, the NRL intend on launching the US fixture next season on a standalone weekend of footy in early March on Sunday afternoon prior to the remaining round one matches being played. So they get a weekend ahead of the season. Let's say their season starts the first weekend in March. So this will be the last weekend in February.
Yeah.
At least 4 clubs, including Souths, Rabbits, Melbourne Storm, Parramatta Eels and Manly Sea Eagles, have all shown interest in being part of the US opener, yet they remain in the dark whether the match will go ahead.
Right.
Now, the inaugural event, there's haggles over contractual issues related to TV network coverage. Fox Sport 9 are willing to support the match, but contractually they aren't required to foot the broadcast costs for the matches played. So they're looking for a sponsor.
Right. But hang on, the broadcast costs, couldn't they just pick up a stringer team in Denver? There must be camera people in Denver. There must be.
Well, hang on. This match, remember, of course, we're talking about two things. You're talking about the Test match.
Yeah.
England v New Zealand.
Yeah.
This is the opening round of the Rugby League season 2019.
No, I understand that. But is that going to be played in Denver as well? Because it would be Rugby League compliant by then.
It would. Now, there's trouble with the kickoff, and it's suggested that maybe a stadium in San Diego. I think the team might be the San Diego Chargers, or that might be wrong.
Right.
Anyway, they have a stadium that they could maybe base the thing there.
Okay.
The NRL claim they still have time to secure a stadium for the US match, but the four interested clubs are eager. San Diego has been suggested as a potential location. Now, what we need is a sponsor to step in.
Steggles or a chicken? A chicken?
Well, how about Steggles on your sleeve?
Yeah.
This would be a sponsorship deal that's separate.
Yeah, with M&J chickens across the chest.
Yes.
And maybe McDonald's. McDonald's
on your
chicken
sock.
McNuggets or whatever they're called.
On your other sleeve.
On your other sleeve.
And I've got two that
and
I think
feathers in your hair and...
Wow.
Well, I don't know.
As you run off, you'd have to take that off to play, obviously. Otherwise, yeah. Anyway, I'm just wondering if Lotto Land, being an international...
Well, aren't they going to be banned?
Well, they're going to be banned, but what a great way to get the message, say, banned from Australia. But this would be an offshore thing, so the main laws may not apply.
Right.
So they might be able to do a wheeze with who's ever in charge, that guy who's ever in charge of advertising on TV.
Right.
I use that word advisedly, by the way.
Yeah.
Anyway... They might be able to get around it.
Right.
And how about the live sheep export trade? They'd be looking to seed a message overseas that this is a great thing to get involved in.
Well, maybe the teams could travel on one of those boats that they have the live sheep on.
With the sheep.
With the sheep,
and nightly crosses in to the sheep.
So, boys, how are the sheep looking? Yeah, pretty good. Yeah, pretty good. We had a couple... boiled last night. It got so hot. But apart from that, they're all pretty good. And how you going with your chicken, boys? Oh, yeah, plenty to chook to eat. Yeah. No, look, I'd like to thank Steggles and M&J Chicken and McDonald McNuggets and that. That's all been great. We just love it here. And I fed a chook to a sheep and it made it sick. But apart from that, it's all great.
This is the Probe fire truck, putting the wet stuff on the red stuff on the pump. Crew captain rampaging Roy Slaven and Outback, torching the tinder box. H.D. Nelson. Look, Roy, we're a fair way through the rugby league season, and Mitchell Moses, the plucky Parramatta half, is thinking of signing up as an ambassador for ANZ Stadium. Now, this is one of the stadiums that the Berejiklian government want to knock over.
Yeah.
In a deal that reflects his rising status, Moses is in talks to join the stadium poster boys, including South Sydney Greg Inglis, Wallaby star Israel Folau, and his Tiger flatmate Luke Brooks, all as faces and ambassadors for Parramatta.
Right.
The Eels playing, obviously, out of the brand new stadium next year. But ANZ officials were keen to link the star with the blue, the star of the blue and golds. Deal announced soon. He doesn't know much about it, but he hopes it can go ahead. What would these ambassadors do? And while you're thinking about that, another great ambassador is the new face of rugby in Australia, which is Michael Hooper.
Michael Hooper, yeah.
It's a... Rugby League has tabled an unprecedented 5-year contract to offer Wallabies captain Michael Hooper in a bid to secure him through to the other side of the 2023 World Cup.
Right. Now, he's more than an ambassador, though. He's the face of, isn't he, HG?
Now, what a fascinating question that is. Is an ambassador worth more than the face? I mean, obviously...
I think the face has got to be more.
Face of the whole sport.
He's the face of the sport, yeah.
And what would be the important roles of an ambassador, say, for a stadium? Would it just be a meet and greet role? Maybe help out at the parking if there was an overload of cars coming? That's very unlikely for a Parramatta game, but if there was an overload of cars coming... he might be able to get down there and blow a bit of a you here, you there.
Maybe. I think it's more, there would be actual commitments, whether it's a sandwich board in George Street, Sydney, perhaps Israel Folau standing there saying, hello, I'm Izzy Folau with a little microphone. The stadium's great and there's a match on. I'm not too sure what's on there this week, but just get out and have a look and think how great the stadium is and how lucky we are to have a stadium like this in Australia. I suppose that'd be part of it.
That would be the message.
And I suppose whenever they're interviewed, Izzy, how'd you play? You're a bit disappointed. You went down to the Blues last night.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, but, there's this stadium. Had we played at the stadium,
We would have
won, probably.
Yeah. And I think we were the better team on the night.
Yeah.
And I'd love to be able to play the Blues at Stadium Australia.
Yes.
But, of course, no one comes and watches us, so we've got to take it to the people, and that's why we're here at Lotto Land. But the stadium's a much better facility than Lotto Land.
Yeah.
I don't have to, I'm not paid anything to say that. I'm not paid anything to bag Lotto Land. It just is a fact. Look at the rubbish around you.
Sure. There'd be that. You might be asked to get a Stadium Australia tattoo on your forehead. Not sure.
I love Stadium Australia.
Yeah.
Now, what happens to the face then? Is the face more somebody who has to go round to schools?
Yes, and you're talking like the back of buses. There's this big head on the back of a bus, Michael Hooper's head, presumably,
saying rugby
union's great.
And
so no matter where he goes, you're the rugby union bloke. I saw you on the back of a bus.
And
if
the Qantas organisation were foolish enough to sponsor the Wallabies any longer, could he be up front at the pointy end of the plane every so often?
Welcome everyone aboard.
Yeah.
He might be a recorded message. He might do the safety precaution, bags go
down from the
top.
Put your kids on first.
This is how you put your seatbelt on.
Yeah,
this is how you get it off. If we crash, this is how you get out. Just slide out. Hello, I'm Michael Hooper, the face of rugby union, and I'm here to teach you about safety on the plane. Now, you'll notice that you're sitting on a seat. Okay? That's a seat.
Yeah.
What's next? Buckle up. There'd be that sort of stuff.
Right.
And he'd probably put his own take on it,
And
don't tackle the staff if they...
Oh, of course, yeah. And remember... Getting off the plane, it's not a competition to get to the try line. That sort of thing.
Perfect, yeah.
You don't get 5 points for getting off the plane first.
That's
Take your
right.
time.
Although, if you're cunning, go to the toilet just before the plane lands. Make sure you have your bag with you, your locker bag, and then once you've landed, come out of the toilet, you're first in line.
Yes, you're on the Probe Explorer, heading out for another day of bleaching the reef, and I must say we're doing a wonderful job. When we started bleaching the reef, we never thought we'd get it this far. Anyway, the man with the snorkel and the spear gun is the skipper, Captain Roy, and down the back with a tub that is a 44-gallon drum of White King is the very excited H.C. Nelson. Now, Roy emails people like getting in touch with us at the HQ of the Probe, and you can do so simply by directing your mojo wire to royandhg@thesportingprobe.com.au. That's royandhg@thesportingprobe.com.au, and the following people have.
Yeah, Manny's been in touch, HG. He says, "Hey, gentlemen, I write in relation to your recent comments regarding an open carry policy for ticketed firearms at the upcoming World Cup in Russia. I'm totally in favour of ticketing and arming our coaching staff for the tournament, but Bert van Marwijk
our coach.
isn't enough. In order to have the desired effect, we'll need someone on the bench who looks more menacing than a university professor. This is Russia, after all, and we need someone who looks like they're mad enough to use the weapon without any rational thought. I think that's a very good point. We need Kevin Muscat. This is the man who is still reviled in England as Grub of the Century. You forget that.
Grub of the Century?
Grub of the Century. He was considered too loose a unit to play in a big derby match in Scotland, of all places. God, you've got to be mad not to be allowed to play in Scotland, haven't you?
Really?
Really? Seriously. Anyway, our first match is against France, who still fear him after breaking Christophe Dugarry's leg in a friendly match between the Socceroos in France in 2001. I remember that. It was a terrific shot. I think he was studs up both feet, straight into the leg. Brilliant.
The Aussie style.
Yeah. Imagine the fear that will overcome the French when they walk out onto the pitch in Kazan, only to look over at the Aussie bench and see the menacing leg-breaking madman with a pistol on the hip giving them the death stare. Well, that's marvellous.
Right. And what role would he play? He's just there to...
Assistant coach.
Assistant coach.
And we know what assistant coaches get up to in the...
We do.
We do, yeah.
Excellent examples of that last week.
Yes.
And don't tell me that they've had a lot of luck in their run, haven't they, the victory? They got away with the, obviously, without murdering a Sydney FC player, luckily.
Thank God those assistant coaches weren't armed the other day.
Indeed, that's right. And then, of course, as you pointed out, the offside goal that got them the win against the News.
Yeah.
the Jets.
That's right.
Now, Graham's been on the wire.
Oh,
He
yeah.
says, "G'day, boys. I was intrigued by your discussion to move AFL Grand Final to Anzac Day. I think it was the suggestion the other way round, wasn't it?
Yeah, we ended up. Well, we started off that way, but I think we decided it was more sensible to shift Anzac Day.
It would be easier.
Yeah.
To the AFL.
the
Got me
AFL.
thinking about Oakbank Racing Carnival, that obviously at Oakbank every Easter. Obviously, punting, drinking, and not being a rugby league state behaviour that few South Australians ever see.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that in turn got me thinking about the possibility of moving Christmas Day to coincide with the Melbourne Cup.
Oh, that's a good idea.
That's a tight fit, isn't it?
Isn't it?
You know, obviously, see a generation of Australian families getting together,
Mm-hmm.
obviously, to eat, drink, and laugh and punt. And obviously, there'll be a lot of conversations about the chances of horses and, you know, what Winks might be up to next year.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So much easier gift giving.
Yep.
Because you can put an online betting account, $50 credit for, say, mad old Auntie Mavis. Office Secret Santa becomes so much simpler. You know,
Yeah.
you get a $25 credit online bank account. Et cetera, et cetera. Of course, this may mean we have to move Boxing Day and the Test match to the first Wednesday in November. But I'm sure the people of Melbourne will be able to cope. But he leaves those sort of finessing of that to
Yeah.
a greater mind.
Yeah. That's a terrific idea. I mean, just bring Christmas forward. I
To the
suppose.
first Tuesday in
First
November.
Tuesday in November is Christmas Day.
Would you worry that it might,
What affect the kids?
well, no, religious sensibilities?
Oh,
Yeah.
yes, there would be that. There'd be pushback, definitely, from the churches. Well, definitely.
But from
But that's fine. Let them have their Christmas Day whenever they like. 25th of December, that's their Christmas Day. That's great. But the real Christmas Day,
Yes.
Yes.
First Tuesday in November. It's Shadow Probe, all right, on the pull in the cool store, rampaging Roy Slaven and Legless in the driveway with their 30% off a mixed dozen man, H.G. Nelson. Roy, speaking of Kevin Muscat on the sideline in Russia,
Yeah.
how about the lad who attacked the head of the Victory keeper?
yes.
If he was there, maybe as a what I call a just dry powder, it never runs on, just threatens to run on.
Sitting
obviously
beside Muscat
sitting beside Muscat,
with
having
a
another.
pack and heat.
Well, Muscat's obviously packing heat. I think the referees might have trouble. I mean, obviously it's a 14th.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the wrong number to put it, but call it, he's just a substitute, but he never plays. He's just there, dry powder. If you think you've got off yet, France, wait till we unleash.
Yeah.
Now, you've got another email there?
Baden's been in touch, has she?
Baden, yes.
He says, I write with concern for the fate of our punting culture. We have some wonderful institutions which support gambling in Australia, many of which offer special deals. Like if your team is 12 points up in a game of rugby league, you get paid regardless of the outcome.
I know, it's fantastic.
And I noticed you might do with basketball. I think if you get 14 points up, you get your money regardless of what happens. It's great, which is great, he says. But I'm worried about what this might mean for the sustainability of our gambling culture.
Yes, what's he concerned about?
What if our collect is too great and we lose these great institutions?
Wow, I hadn't thought of it. You mean like Bet365
Yeah,
or
well, Ladbrokes.
Ladbrokes or any
some
of the
those,
big ones?
yeah.
Yep.
May I propose a government support scheme for when things go wrong? Failing that, a community support structure that can tip in some money on a needs basis. Maybe Freddie and Joey can ride motorcycles somewhere. That seems to make money. Or maybe Roy, that is me, and a couple of golden booths from the Shamrocks can ride a Yamaha from Bowral to Bermagui. Celebrate the arrival by laying some asphalt for a car park. Aren't they great ideas?
Excellent.
This is just to have a pool of money to guarantee supply for these
This is something that Scott
for these
Morrison
betting companies that are obviously shelling out too much in their rewards.
Yeah. Now, can I ask, is that something you'd like to see Scott Morrison address in the budget?
Yes.
And maybe forget those tax cuts for middle-income earners and put it into a pool to support the betting community?
What a good
Because let's
idea.
face it, the
Yeah.
betting community, all sorts of betting, do so much
Yes,
unrewarded, unacknowledged work.
that's true.
Now, speaking of hogs for the homeless, which you were referring to there, Lotto Land needs to be resurfacing, and I thought, Brad Fittler,
Yeah.
with obviously his state of origin coach, would be exactly the person to lead a hogs tilt on resurfacing Lotto Land.
Yes. Yeah. Of course it should be done.
I
course
hadn't
it
thought
should
of the
be
car
done.
park in Bermagui, though.
Yeah.
I mean, do they need a car park in Bermagui?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure, but just surprise them with it.
Caroline Wozniacki, 1.8 metres tall. Rory McIlroy, 1.7 metres tall. Another Sporting Probe fact.
Roy, talk up the game. Hashtag NRL talk up the game campaign. Look, this is something that seems to be taking over in a lot of sports now, talking up the game.
Right. Is anyone talking down the game?
Well, I don't know anybody who
I don't
talks
know
down.
anyone who does.
Either the AFL, the A-League,
yeah.
you know, obviously rugby union or rugby league.
Yeah.
Everybody seems to be on board and pushing in the right direction.
I think so.
Could it be our best season ever in all these codes?
Maybe.
Certainly I can't remember an A-League final season like it.
No.
Now, North Queensland Cowboys played Penrith Panthers in Bathurst on Friday night. What a game it was. It was excellent.
Well, it was good to seeing a game of rugby league played in cold weather.
Very rare these days.
Very rare.
Yeah. Now,
And I was surprised that the commentary team was so underprepared for the cold because they had to do the footy show outside after the match. They were freezing.
froze.
They
Yeah.
froze.
Well, it should be obviously wonderful opportunity for the locals to have champions like Jonathan Thurston, Jason Tamalolo, Michael Morgan, Matt Scott in town, all be for a couple of days.
Yep.
The trouble is no one organised anything.
Oh.
No open training session, no meet and greet and for autographs, schools, coaching clinics, nothing, according to the Murdoch people.
Oh.
The Cowboys claim they tried to have a training session at Bathurst, couldn't get a venue. So midweek they flew from Townsville to Brisbane and then on to Sydney, where they obviously had to train, catching the flight to Orange, arriving at Bathurst by bus. 5 p.m. ran into dead ends to get use of a ground, said their general manager. We do more community work than any other NRL club, but this time the schedule just didn't allow. We've received emails from disgruntled Bathurst locals all week. Regional fans, according to, I think, The Buzz, love rugby league and their heroes only get to see on television. It's not the Cowboys' fault. The NRL made a decision to take more James the Bush, and surely they should have included a promotional element featuring the biggest names in the game to use the profile of the superstars to talk up the game. They had 300 kids this is Penrith, turn up on a super clinic with local sponsors on board. They gave away show bags and put on a sausage sizzle with chicken tenderloins, a speciality. Yesterday, every player attended the school gala. Brilliant stuff from the Penrith. But Cowboys, who do an enormous amount of work in this area, couldn't get a venue. The AFL, wait for it, the AFL is running an Auskick program in the region next week, meaning this coming week.
Wow.
It will visit every school, junior club, and probably sign up boys or girls from families who've traditionally played, wait for it, rugby league.
Oh, dear.
So close, and yet so far.
Yeah.
Roy.
Well, that's shocking. Well, see, Penrith would have regarded this as a local game.
Yeah, they would have.
You know, they'd be the local team, and therefore they'd have the advantage, I suppose,
could
of the
nick out there,
use of
maybe.
the infrastructure and all of that.
Yeah, they could get home
But
at
surely
night.
it would only have taken the Cowboys' media manager or promotions person to phone the council at Bathurst and say, "Look, boys are coming. We'd love to get
Maybe
involved in the
returf a
community."
school oval or-
Yes.
and then have a
Or
clinic on
phone
it.
the Department of Education and maybe the Catholic Department of Education as well, and say, this is a reaching out exercise. We'd have plenty of players at your disposal. Would be able to come and talk to the kids, maybe at playtime or lunchtime, or maybe teach a maths lesson or something like that.
I was going to say more pointedly, you know, be
Yeah,
able to-
Naplan going. We hate Naplan. We're against Naplan. We're the Cowboys. We're anti-Naplan. So we want a tailor-made education for each kid. That's what we're going to
Including
talk up.
rugby league.
Including rugby league,
And
yes.
let's face it, you know, Michael Morgan might be an Australian history buff who knows a lot about Australian history and say the game of rugby league's history.
Yes.
So it could come in.
Hello, I'm Michael Morgan. Billy Hughes, the little digger.
Did he play league?
Put your hand up if you've ever heard of Billy Hughes. Good. Well, he was great. That
He
sort of
played
stuff.
rugby league, that's right. And I'll demonstrate some of Billy Hughes' what he offered the game. The
Yeah.
drink, the chip over the top, which you
Yeah.
don't see anymore,
No.
and regather and,
Sure.
you know, all that sort of stuff. And,
Yep.
you know, obviously our flanger, know our flanger? He modelled his game on Billy Hughes, etc. That's how to
Sure.
go. The legacy.
Sure.
So on. I mean, there's so much to do.
Yep.
But that wasn't possible this time. And
And
of
I
course,
find it impossible to believe there wouldn't have been an oval. I mean, when you drive into Bathurst,
there's hundreds
it's
of them.
ovals as far as you can see.
And why not ring up the race course and say, would it be okay to put on a clinic out in the middle?
Yes,
Maybe
could we run around Mount Panorama?
Now you're talking.
Eh?
With, say, the local schools involved.
Yes. Yes, all the schools, all the kids lined up to run around Mount Panorama with the Cowboys.
Yes, the Sporting Probe, a better way to probe. Sadly, Roy, we've run out of time again.
No way.
There's so many issues left on the agenda. We'll just have to spike a few of those until next week. And what plans have you got for the coming week?
Well, I'm going to take in as much sport as I can, especially rugby league.
Will you be talking up the
AFL.
game?
I'm going to be talking up the game wherever I go because I've just been made an ambassador for Watford Oval in Lithgow.
Wow, that's a tremendous feather in your trouser, Roy.
I know.
You know, you've got a lot of feathers there. Do you think this could be the biggest and best of them all? And
Well, I'm very excited about it, HG. Yes.
What will you have to do? Have you got any idea
Wherever
what
I
you
go,
do?
I've got to talk about Watford Oval. Look, it's terrific. It's near the pool there. It's near the viaduct in Lithgow, and the atmosphere is electric. And it's not far to go to buy a pie and chicken. You can buy chicken of all sorts, those tenderloins crumbed with herbs. Beautiful.
And so on behalf of Roy Slaven, on behalf of the fickle fingers of Felix, and of course Chairman Mao, he does all that work guiding the ship into safer waters. Join us next week for more Probe. Bye now.
Finding the ultimate dad gift can be tricky. Is your dad a DIY dad? Or is he into tech? Does he enjoy looking his best? Whatever dad loves, eBay has you covered this Father's Day. Today, you'll save 20% on tech, home and garden, and men's health and beauty on eBay. Brands like Bose, Samsung, Works Tools, Braun Weil, Calvin Klein, and more. Because if it's happening this Father's Day, it's happening on eBay. Download the eBay app now and start shopping. Limited time only. T's and C's apply.
Bonafide sports-mad Australians. Snakes alive. Is that the time? Yes, green and gold freaks, it certainly is. It's time for the Sporting Probe. With two diamond pythons twirled around the tree of knowledge across the nation.
Boys and girls. Well, a young man ain't got nothing in the world these days.
The Sporting Probe leading the charge up the eucalypt. With extra chili on the stick is the in-and-out maestro, rampaging Roy Slaven. And coming from behind is the heavy lifter with both feet on the ground, H.G. Nelson. Unleash the grunt and poke H.G.?
Yes, TF Much, gentleman Jim Daniels, the golden guy in the TSP soundproof booth, located today in the pop-up studio. That's the Sporting Probe pop-up studio out front of the Yass post office. Look, he was in Canberra for a couple of weeks. He's moved to Yass. He's close to the all-trouser capital of Australia, Canberra. And if the action hots up, as it did last week, he wants to be close enough to get amongst it. Now, Probe-sters, patriots, pilgrims and punters, H.G. Nelson getting the Sporting Probe away for another set of 7. And thanks very much, Mr. Olympics. That is the original and best Mr. Olympics, Bruce McAvaney. Still no sighting of Bruce at the swimming, the Australian swimming titles. But can I just point out what a great job BZ's done? Look, someone to open up Thorpe and probe him the way he did was just incredible to see that. And what Basil doesn't know about swimming, certainly Thorpe doesn't know either. What a week, what an incredible week. A week when too much sport is barely enough. Tremendous to have you with us, nation. Thanks very much, Steve Colbert, as we prod forward through the solidly backed up stoolage of the week's sporting action. A week, understandably, of massive, massive collects. And I hope you all got involved with the action on the Dick and the Till website. Now, did you get excited when Senator Cash went wobbly in front of the Estimates Committee and threatened to blab? I certainly did. It was that close to massive collects all round. Sadly, the site was so much action it went into meltdown. It went mad. It went berserk midweek. Look, I was obviously there at the site HQ when the news came through that Cash was about to name names. I just was screaming at the screen, this is metal, it's so good, it's metal. And then sadly she pouted when the foot had to be pressed to the metal. But punters, rest assured that the site is up and running, and the stewards, I might say, are looking into the Bishop Pants Up Panton affair. So far, no correct weight has been signalled and cleared. It's been cleared from above the guttering on the steward's room, but whispers suggest that the bloke hasn't actually given the foreign minister any advice. So you've got to connect these two things, shagging and advice. It appears that Big Dave, pants up panting, hasn't given the foreign minister any advice, but we've got our ears close to the ground. But in great punting news, the Dick and the Till side has been awarded the Tom Waterhouse Medal in 2018 for innovation in gambling and a special commendation for giving punters what they want, and will continue to do so. And now let's lock horns with a man who this week weighed into the national conversation when he sent a letter to every headmaster in Australia stressing again the redemptive powers of rugby league. This man suggested that if any students went silly and threatened to burn down the school, then a solid season of league in the school's first 17 could be the tonic for Australian-style peace and harmony in the school community in your area. That man is rampaging Roy Slaven. Roy, can we get the TSP bunny in motion simply by asking what were the highlights that caught your restless and roving eye this week? Row!
Thank you very much, H.C. Nelson. Wonderful week. Extraordinary week to be an Australian, if you can keep up. Oh, Lord, so much going on. You know, who did what to whom, what was happening last bloody July, was it? With with Barnaby out of the country and odd things going on and Tony Windsor in town and
Tony Abbott nearby. Don't we have tests for this sort of stuff?
I don't know. Yeah, well, of course we do. But sometimes you just don't want to know the answer. Isn't that true? Now, look, it's a bleak message to begin with here this afternoon, actually, or this morning.
Oh, it can be this afternoon.
Let's make it this afternoon, Bucker. I'm just all over the place. There's a crisis in bowling clubs, especially in South Australia. Water costs going through the roof, electricity costs going through the roof, very few new members signing up. The average age of a member these days is 92. 92? What can we do? We need an action plan, a national strategy. Surely the Murray-Darling board that administers water could earmark just a few million litres to help the poor buggers out keeping the greens green. I mean, you can't have a bowling green if it ain't green. You can't have a bowling club without a bowling green. You can't have a bowling club without members. Surely there's got to be incentives. Government incentives to get young people queuing up to enjoy bowls. What bowls brings people together.
Schools, Roy.
It's glue for the community. Honestly, just hang around a bowling club. The stories are sensational. Now, and there's trouble with lighting at various grounds at the moment. Sometimes the lights don't come on, and when they do come on, they're not bright enough. It's very hard. You can't see the ball. If you're playing cricket, you can't play because there's not enough light. If you're playing footy, you can't see it because you can't see the ball. There's a lighting crisis in this nation. All right, crises. We've got water crises and we have a lighting crisis. And while ever these two things aren't addressed, we're just going nowhere. Debate rages over who should be the ninth immortal. Yes, well, debate. I don't know if it's a debate. Mal Meninga is being touted. Well, why not make him a bloody immortal? I mean, he did enough. And why not have a playing immortal? Why not Cameron Smith? When was the last time we had a playing immortal? I'll tell you, never. Never. Now, South African captain, that is the great Faf du Plessis. Love Faf. He's revealed the plan to beat Australia. That is, keep Smith and Warner quiet. Could I suggest the plan might need a little expansion, Faf? You did sort of keep them quiet, 50-odd each in the first innings and not so many more in the second, in fact less. But there are other players in the team, Faf. You might have to rethink that strategy, I think. Now, have the Fijian Rugby League players been paid yet for the World Cup appearances? I don't think they have. I mean, this is not going to go away, Fiji. We're still watching Fiji, and, if Fiji wants to be part of the World Cup in America, then you're going to have to pay your players. It's a simple thing. You got the money in, pay the players. It's not a big ask. How good was Winks yesterday? Oh, it was a run for Ascot, wasn't it? And how blessed we are, HG. I was just thinking about this morning on the bus on the way in. to have been part of a golden generation, a golden lifetime, we have seen Winks, Black Caviar and Rooting King in the one lifetime. It is extraordinary. I mean, totally different. Well, similar personalities, really, Winks and Caviar, but
The King.
the King was
The icing on the cake.
Yeah, I know, but the King totally different personality because he was a bloke.
Yeah.
He's a bloke.
Yeah, no, I understand
You
that.
know,
but-
totally different.
But when you
totally
say-
different, more selfish, more self-centered.
Yeah, that's correct.
You know,
Take
tickets
the
on
Bruce
himself,
McElhaney.
all of that. Whereas, you know, with Winks and Caviar, they're happy just to be part of the stable. Part of the stable. You know, when they've won, they come home just in the stable. No tickets on themselves. Unlike King, separate story. Now, just finally, HG, great news here, and all Australians should stand up and be proud. The great LeBron James has named Aussie Ben Simmons as his heir apparent. Wow! That is a big, big call. Make of that what you will.
Ah, yes, it's The Probe, a show for dreamers. Aussie golden dreamers headed up by a man who dreamed of being an award-winning slaughterman, rampaging Roy Slaven, and a young'un who dreamed of making a horrible-tasting home brew in the bathtub, and he succeeded, H.G. Nelson. Next week, next Saturday, a very big day in the Blandshire Council area. This is terrific because the Triple M organisation across the nation is going to pay tribute to Essendon legends, the Danaher brothers. That's Terry, Neil, Chris and Anthony, the forgotten Danaher, but I believe the best Danaher, with the unveiling of the giant Aussie rules football in their hometown of Ngari next Saturday. Now, it's a terrific focus for the... Terry's, should I say, Neil's fight, charity, Fight MND, which we see every year with that freeze-off towards the end of the season where people go down the slippery dip into a bucket of ice.
Oh, yes.
That's very, very funny and very,
Yes,
very exciting.
it
And
is.
people who take part in that say it's a life-changing experience.
Is this to raise funds, HG, for the research into motor neuron disease?
It
is.
is.
That it? Yeah.
It is. And so
Baffling disease.
baffling disease, and I'm pretty sure that one of the Danahers, and I want to say Terry, if I've got that right, might be Neil, is actually suffering from it.
Yeah,
Yes,
I think that's
don't know why Terry and Neil have confused.
Okay, so this is it's an unveiling of a big ball, is that it?
a big footy. Yes, look,
footy.
everybody will be there at 11 a.m. for the unveiling in Bingwalder Park, 39 Woolno Street, Ngari.
Right.
People would love to get along and have a look at this. And then there's the Legends match. And the Legends, they've got quite a lot of legends coming. People like Stephen Carey, Gary Folds, Essendon players, obviously, Brian Wood, Paul Hamilton, all Essendon players. Brownlow medalist Paul Kelly, who comes from the area, will be there.
Yes.
Billy Brownless and James Brayshaw. And I know Brendan Favola is keen to get along.
Good.
And I'm hoping Brent Staker and Barry Hall,
Yes.
who can forget that night at the SCG when Barry flattened Brent, they're going to reenact it
Good.
as part of the match because these are funny games. They're not taken
it's not
seriously.
seriously, right.
Mercifully,
No.
there's nothing on it.
No.
It's not as though you take home the big footy or anything like that.
No.
Obviously, we are hopeful that Basher Hooley and Jed Lamb can get clearance from Carlton and Richmond to play as well and restage their incident from last year, which would bring a lot of kids down who are
Well,
very familiar.
kids love watching a bit of grub action, so there's going to be a bit of grub work, is that it?
I reckon there's a fair bit of grub work involved.
Good.
With when you get names like Favola and Lockett involved, you always know.
Dickhead Brogan, is there?
Dickhead Brogan's coming, yes.
Good.
The Port Power.
Yep.
Ruckman, who I think might have gone to the Giants in the end. It's going to be a great day. It's a great day. And I think Billy Brownless and James Brayshaw are going to be calling all the
Calling
action.
it great.
And no one can turn, funniness into football and the other way around, football into funniness like those two. It's just going to be a terrific day. And they do have...
Mind you, Basil Zemplis and Thorpe here. I don't know if you saw the Legends
I didn't know
Race.
the Legends. No.
race in the swimming.
I've
last
taped
night.
it at home.
Oh,
I'm going to
good,
go home
good,
and watch
good,
it
good.
afterwards.
Very funny.
Yeah. Now, look, this is, they have a couple of big things out there in the Blandshire Council. They've got the painted footy silos out there in Wheat Hallow, if that's the...
Well, that's worth looking at.
It
isn't
is. So you've got two things to go for.
Yeah.
See the silos. and
With the
then-
big footy that's being unveiled, HG, can you go inside? Is there a, is it a
Is it one like-
restaurant or a cafe or something like that, or is it just a big ball?
No, look,
Is it a concrete ball, timber, plastic? Do we know?
I'd love to think it was plastic, but I think it's concrete.
Concrete.
And what I was going to say was that, you're very familiar with the big sheep in Goulburn, which had to be
Yeah.
moved, I
Did.
think, when they expanded. So they put the sheep on the truck and moved it around. We used to have a restaurant attached to it.
Did
I'm not
Vienna
sure.
World, I think it was called.
Vienna Well. In Goulburn.
In Goulburn, yeah.
Now, I think all those features that big things have, like a shop and take away, merchandise connectivity site and all that sort of stuff, and coffee and maybe a sandwich, maybe in club colours, Essendon colours.
Yep. So that's all available.
That'll be all available.
Oh, good. Okay. So
and it's going to be on TripAdvisor, Apple Maps, and Google Maps, so you won't have any trouble finding it.
Okay.
It's just
so,
a big.
So it'll be part of a sort of tourism
route
for buses and things. I suppose there a bus stop nearby where, say, people who are going through the area as tourists on a tourist bus could stop legally, and then go in and get a cup of coffee and a sandwich, and maybe leave with
footy,
a little plastic.
And remember, 5 cents off every coffee goes to the Motor Neurone Disease Fund.
Perfect.
And as I understand it, the silos get 15,000 views annually.
Do they really?
So you got an idea of how many people will be coming to see the footies.
Okay, at least 15,000 you'd have to think.
Who
but
kick on.
there'll be others who will be going just for the footy and look at the silos at the same time. So you might double that. You might get 30,000.
And once the word gets out,
that the coffee's great and the sandwiches are great at the Big Footy. Have you been to the Big Footy?
No, I haven't.
Oh, it's great!
Yes, this is the Probe Writers Festival. On the podium, a man who's written a biography of Rooting King, rampaging Roy Slaven, and with a new version, an all-nude version of Romeo and Juliet, it's the people's playwright, H.G. Nelson. Now, Roy, obviously, a rugby league gets underway. The 2018 season gets underway. This Thursday night, for the first round of matches.
Yeah.
Some are describing it the most even season in a very long time.
I think so, yes.
Yeah, i.e. Storm will win quite easily.
Probably play the Cowboys in the grand final.
That's right. It's that even.
Close. Yeah,
that's right. That's right.
Yeah.
And we can't pick a winner at this stage.
No.
Now, the burning issues in the league this week. Well, the burning issues in season 2018 are: can Bulldog Foreign return to his best? Gee, that's a burning issue. Wherever I go, they're talking about that.
Yeah.
Is Hayne playing a drain? That's another burning issue.
It is, isn't
Parramatta
it?
player.
Yeah.
Will Freddie save the Blues?
Oh, yes.
Will the Knights run last?
Yep.
I don't think they're going to run last, but be that may. Is this the final countdown for some of the greats? But the really big issue, as far as I'm concerned, is can the NRL get more bums on seats, meaning that the crowds to the NRL have been falling.
Yes,
some
dramatically.
say,
Yeah.
Dramatically. I was going to say alarmingly, but I think dramatically is a better word. Now, Sydney's new stadium is expected to be the saving grace, but it's a fair way off, and they're not certain they're going to be built. But the NRL has announced they will subsidise food and ticket transport costs this season. Adults' tickets are capped at $20.
Good.
And there's free entry for under 12s. That's great.
Good. Yep.
And free transport to the game. Throw in $9.95 for burger, chips and drink meal deals for an affordable day out. Make this an affordable day out for the family. According to the Murdoch Press, this has been a long time coming. Now, in the past, it's been absolutely astronomical to go to rugby league. People have turned off because of the cost.
Yeah.
Just the admission costs and how much it costs, queuing for toilets, the fact that you can't get a drink in the interval, meaning it takes you about 40 minutes to get a beer, all that sort of stuff. You can only have one beer at a time. It's overpriced and watered down. Now, will this help? And are you satisfied that luring the public back in with deals like cheaper hamburgers is the way to go? Because won't I was going to say the curators of burgers, as in the people who make them, just make them cheaper? And so they'll be less interesting,
maybe
less food value, and the chips. I know you're worried about the chips.
Yeah, well, I don't know whether they're that French fry style or whether they're chunky chips. I don't know how many chips you're getting per bucket. Let's look at this $9.90 deal, HG. Okay, that's the burger. Now, do we know the burger has beetroot, pineapple, and onion, or is it just a bit of beef and a couple of buns and a little bit of tomato sauce? Is that it? And how many chips? So there are more questions than answers.
And drinks.
And drink. Does a drink come with that?
A beer?
If so, is it a beer? Is it a glass of lemonade? What is it that comes with the burger and chips for $9.90? I mean, on paper it looks like terrific value, especially if you throw in free transport. Now, how does that work, HG? How do you get free transport?
If you're in Newcastle, can you have free transport to Stadium
Melbourne,
Australia?
to Melbourne,
to watch the Storm play?
Is that the way it works? So what? You if you're in Newcastle, you go to Williamstown and get on a plane Don't know if Virgin come out of Williamstown.
I'm pretty sure they do
Well,
go
let's
to
say
Melbourne.
they do. It would be Williamstown to
free.
Melbourne for free. Then, what would it be? A bus or cab from Tullamarine
Into the ground.
I mean, that represents extraordinary value, doesn't it? Plus, you get your burger.
And it's all capped at $20.
$20. Well, that's remarkable value. I just hope they can maintain quality control. That's
Exactly.
that's
That'll
the
be the
thing.
trick. Now,
Yeah.
can I point out that one...
Because you don't want people going home and the doctor's bills because of the gastric and assorted fallout.
associated. Now, look, how about this? You're in Melbourne in the middle of winter, and all of a sudden you notice that the Storm are playing the Cowboys in Townsville. Mm-hmm. Free.
Free.
$20.
Well, $20. $20 isn't free. You've got to remember it's $20.
Sorry, yeah. Now, $20 is a fair bit for some people.
Yeah.
But if you had, say, a family of 4 could go for a few days on the Gold Coast
Yeah.
for $100. Well, you know, obviously you have to pay accommodation somewhere for the night.
Yeah. Yeah, well,
Caravan park or
surely that represents fantastic value. Do you know, actually, with the new setup with the rugby league, can you take a thermos and maybe some sandwiches you've made yourself
and get a discount,
get
a refund?
Discount refund? Can you do that?
You mean that you might be able to get $25 back if you turn up with a sandwiches and thermos yourself and maybe bring a cushion so you could sit on the ground?
Cushion, yeah. And what if you made more sandwiches than you need? Could you sell a few sandwiches, say for $5 each? Let's say you've got some sausage and tomato sauce sandwiches that people love at football.
Yeah.
You've made, say, 20 or 30 of those. Could you sell those if you've got them individually wrapped, say, in foil?
And a price tag on them.
And a price tag on them.
And all Australian.
Yes. Could you sell those?
I'm pretty sure you could.
Okay.
Now, can I just point out to you...
Well, I want to encourage entrepreneurship. I mean, rugby league is all about, private enterprise and entrepreneur. So why not people come in with their own produce?
And...
Say you've got a stack of homegrown tomatoes.
Yeah.
You've got more than you can eat.
And you call them...
Why couldn't you take some, say, a plastic bag full of tomatoes and sell those at something like, I don't know, $2 a kilo?
Well, hang on. Wait. I was worried that the league would do something really stupid like get into bed with a promotional deal with the apple and pear board and give out a pear or an apple.
Oh.
Sounds like you're dangerously getting close to here. The great thing about the burger and chip deal is scientific tests prove there's no food value in it.
No.
So it doesn't rob you of appetite.
No. Okay. Yeah. Well,
Do you understand what I mean? I think it would be silly to promote healthy products. Like, hopefully the drink's going to be Coke or something laden with sugar.
Yes.
So as you really get a, taste of what life's like.
Yeah.
But the deal that you can go from Melbourne to Townsville for $20.
$20. Yeah. Well, it's a breakthrough. It's a game changer.
It's the Probe kitchen, all right. Pulling the tripe-and-offal souffle out of the oven is a man simply known around the world as Manu. Rampaging Roy Slaven on the lurk near the pavlova table, looking for a large bite, is a mature age apprentice with a couple of very sharp knives, H.G. Nelson. Now, Roy, this is the breakthrough I've been waiting for. We're talking about the apple and pear board and rugby league and what they're doing with these incredible deals, the $20 deal that includes transport to the ground.
Yep.
Do you think they've thought that through completely?
No, I don't think they have.
Now, Seagulls fans have come up with a huge, what I'd say, real fill-up in the food stakes for this season.
Right.
It's a pie and burger combo.
Wow.
It uses a short crust pastry.
Good.
And a sturdy base filled with slow-cooked beef and topped with, wait for it, bacon, a meat patty, cheese, fried onions, and pickled mayonnaise.
Mayonnaise?
I don't know that. Don't go there. Anyway, and it's topped off with a bun. So you get your pie and your burger together in one combo.
Wow. Any chips with that, HG?
You do?
Right.
And I just hope these are part of the $20 deal because that sounds like incredible.
Is there a price on that, HG? Is that the $9.90? Can you get that for $9.90?
I assume you can get what I'm describing as the Watmo.
Watmo, yeah.
For
$9.90.
For $9.90.
Wow.
And look,
let me get okay. Let me get my head around it. It must be quite a handful if it's.
I think it's a two-hander.
It's
It's not a one-hander.
No, okay.
You can't get on with the rest of your life. You've got to devote your attention to it.
Right.
I'd get it before the game, maybe about 30 minutes before the game.
It'll
so you
take
can
you
eat
about
it.
half an hour to eat it by the looks. Yeah.
And it is a oncer, as in one a day. I'm not.
How many calories in that, love? HG, that'd be the calories would be enough for a week.
Well, I can't help you with calories. I must say calories is always a very vague, when you look at food, how many calories it's got in it. I'm all at sea.
Sure.
I'm out of my depth.
Yeah,
I'm
right.
drowning in this particular area. But I'd say it's got a whopping amount of calories.
Yeah.
But that would be great. How about this for a great promotion? Maybe some old players, you know, say you're seeing Manly play Parramatta. I'm not sure when they play each other. But on the sidelines, you have old players demonstrating how quickly they can eat one of these things. You know, old Parramatta
Or maybe
players.
halftime entertainment. You'd get Stan Jerd
And say Beaver Menzies back
Menzies,
in
they
the
both
jumpers. Sure.
tweet, off they go, munching their way through.
A what, Mo?
A what, Mo? Yeah, man.
That's no wonder league's coming back. They won't have any trouble getting people to the ground. Who's eating today will be the key question.
Sure. No, that's a great idea. And what we need is more innovations like
Well,
that,
sorry, I
so
was
that
just gonna ask.
every ground has its own particular cuisine. So if you're going to see, say, the Bulldogs play, you know you're going to get whatever it is, a big tub of tabbouleh or something.
A big tub of tabbouleh?
Yes, with an enormous amount of pita
Hummus.
bread and hummus. So that's your ground there. $9.90, all you can eat. All you can eat.
Can I point out that Manu and Pete should get this going as part of MKR?
Yes.
Design, you know, produce isn't quite the right word,
Sure.
but design a meal.
Yeah.
Passion on the plate.
Passion on the plate.
Love, story about
Yes.
the ingredients. They're telling a story.
Yep.
Passion, all that sort of stuff.
Sure.
For every ground in
Yes.
Australia.
So you go to see the Broncos play, say in Brisbane. Well, didn't they have a Let's Go Broncos pizza many years ago? Why not a big bloody pizza? $9.90, family-sized,
With chips on top.
with chips.
And then maybe a couple of pies shoved in at strategic
What,
points. on the
dolloped around it, just
dolloped
a
around it
surprise?
for- Yeah, that's right. Cut it open. And you surprise, you don't know what's in the pie.
You don't know what's in the pie.
Yeah. Yes, this is Lou Doorlevin, the Sporting Probe end-of-year Rugby League burlesque extravaganza. Up the pole in the sequence with the pie wedged is rampaging Roy Slaven, and down below with the broom and dustpan H.G. Nelson. Now, Roy, this is a very disturbing story, and I'm absolutely outraged, and you probably can hear the outrage in my voice.
Do you seem ropeable?
The boss of the Rugby Union Players Association has expressed concern about the rush nature of the upcoming Super W competition on a day Rugby Australia Chief Executive Raylene Castle confirmed players would not be paid during the 5-round tournament. Now, these are women, Australian women in the main, who are going out, getting boots up to date, getting their heads stoved in, playing rugby. Some say the hardest game of all to play.
Well, it's the hardest game to learn.
Hardest game to learn. It's not. It's a very uncompromising technical game.
Yeah.
You know, the mercifully the Rugby Union Players Chief Executive Ross Zenos said the most important thing was that the players were not left out of pocket. This comp has come together very quickly. It's been on for 3 months. It's been on for less than 3 months, and naturally that means a lot of things have been fast tracked. We haven't set a player participation agreement with Rugby Australia that actually defines the terms, the players' training, medical costs, etc. I mean, this is a recipe for disaster.
It is, isn't it?
But can I suggest a couple of things here? Look, I think a blanket appeal, it's an old-fashioned idea where the people who go along toss in a few bucks into the blanket at half-time, and that's divvied up between the players of both sides at the end of the match. Or, I know Qantas are very involved with rugby. This is mainly the blokes team, as I understand it, Wallabies and Rugby Australia and so on. How about a simple idea like Funny Hat Friday on every Qantas plane where you pay $2 to the skip, like the captain's fat in the old day. Remember, of course, we've been on the boats on the Thames, and the captain's fat is a simple device whereby, as the people who have used the services of the boat leave the boat at the dock or the ship at the dock, they tip something into the captain's fat, and that's a way of payment. Now, these are simple ideas. I mean, I think that the most pilots in Australia would be happy to wear a funny hat and stand at the door with a bucket and collect money coming off, all that pulled together. I'm not talking about taking money away from UNICEF and the excellent work they do with the
Change for Good
program. I'm talking about something that's only available on Fridays.
Every Friday.
And people would know, what are you doing it for? When they see the skip in a fright wig or some sort of topper, they would know that this money was being dedicated to Women's Rugby Union.
I think that's a terrific idea, HG, and it opens up all sorts of things, really, for exotics. You know how on some of those flights, a fair bit of drink can be had by some of your passengers up at the pointy end of the plane.
On long-haul flights,
long-haul
even across
flights.
Australia.
Yeah,
yes.
yeah. I've often thought, if you said to them, look, for 50 grand, you can take your trousers off and hop in the cockpit
And help.
and land the plane with the captain. How would you like to do that? And you CEO types had a few
Big
think,
notice.
oh yeah, I'd love to do that. Yeah, what do I want to do? How much? 50 grand? Is that all? Yeah, sure.
Count me in.
Count me in. Yeah.
Where's the door?
Yeah, show me in. Yeah, have I got to take my trousers off, or can I? Yeah, I can leave them on. Okay, great. Yeah, that's all right. Where's the captain? G'day, mate. I think that'll be fantastic. So you don't need to do that. You don't have to do that
A couple
of times.
Yeah.
And there's your money for
The women's rugby.
For the women's rugby, yeah.
See, what I find amazing is that rugby, I always connect with the big end of town, as you're suggesting.
Yes, the big end of town.
When the word rugby, wallets open.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just groaning with money. It's just.
I don't know what Alan Joyce's bonus was last year, but if he was to earmark just
Say 1% of it?
of his 1% of his bonus for 1 year, that would set up women's rugby, you'd have to imagine, for about 40 years.
And then, if he could ask everybody working for Qantas to put aside 1%, maybe those above, say, 60 or 70,000. I mean, I don't want to make people have to go out and beg to, work for Qantas in their spare time.
Yep.
But say above 75,000, say, I'll make it 90,000.
Yep.
Those above 90,000, 1% of their earnings for women's rugby. I think most would agree
Most
to do
would
it.
agree to do that, yes.
And talk about bringing the community and sport together.
Yes.
And let's not forget, everybody can fly the plane, Roy.
Yeah, they fly themselves, essentially, actually. I mean, if you've got to rely on a pilot these days, you're really in trouble.
Yes, it's the Probe, all right. The Probe V8 supercar team at the wheel, scraping the door handles off. The tyre pressure maestro, rampaging Roy Slaven. And in pit lane, on the gargle, looking for a place to put the feet up, H.G. Nelson. Now, AFLX has been a revelation so far this year in the football card. I mean, talk about the problems of... Oh, before we go on, can I point out we did break a story just a little while ago concerning $20 deal at the Rugby League, which got you transport, burger, chips and a drink.
And a game, of course.
And it goes without saying.
Yeah.
We now think that the Rugby League's making an absolute killing on that because we've seen quite a substantial burger advertised at the price of $2.95.
Yeah, I saw that.
I think they could go down to $12.80 on the $20 and get people in for $12.80. I don't know what you're... I know. The economists will have to look at it.
Yeah.
Now...
Yeah, it's pretty hard to... Look, in all fairness, it's pretty hard. You don't know how many people are going to turn up for your game of rugby league, so you don't know how many bits of burgers and bread.
And you don't know if they're going to be hungry.
Yeah.
And you don't know if your Watmo's going to kill them because that's the food of this area, and so
That's
they won't
right.
buy burgers. They'll
Yeah.
buy the pie burger.
Yeah, that's right. And you don't know often with rugby league fans, they may not want to eat the product. They might just want to throw it. So you've got that to deal with as well, and you've got to deal with the clean-up costs. If people do go a little bit silly with their
Often I see the throwing of
$2.95
food.
burgers.
Can I point out? Often I see the throwing of food as a comment on the game.
Well, it is often, but it puts pressure on the players then. If the coach has got to say, listen, blokes, if I don't see an improvement of standard here, we're going to get bloody burgers thrown at us. Right? Now, I don't want burgers thrown at us, do you? No, coach.
And
What are you going to do?
Well, ball security for a
Hold on
start.
to the ball.
Yeah. I won't knock on. I'll kick for touch.
Yeah.
40-20s.
It does put
It is
pressure
a
on.
protest.
Yeah.
It is a protest.
It is a protest.
I mean,
yeah.
other games like flares, I don't want to talk about that particularly, but you just see that as a comment on the play.
Yeah.
But
right,
throwing
yeah.
food... look, often, though, the food fights can be terrific fun.
Oh, terrific
can't they?
fun for people who really enjoy that sort of stuff.
But a lot of the crowd
and
don't. I don't know why.
No. Well, what you don't want, though, is, say, people buying hundreds of burgers and loading up, just hurling them at each other and ignoring the game.
Can I ask?
This is what I worry about.
Can I ask, have you seen at matches where they've offered these sort of deals, people get in and then they collect the chits, if that's what it is,
Yeah.
they sort of tear out from the book.
Yeah.
indicating you've got a burger and a drink and all that,
Yeah.
and they collect them from people who don't want it, who aren't hungry, who obviously are going to eat later or can't be blowed eating at 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah.
Collect them and store them up for fights.
Well, see, then you get the police involved, and suddenly you've got to have a lot of what I call burger police hanging around, and you get...
And you know that's an impost on rugby league.
It
I
is an
only
impost
discovered
on
this
rugby
the
league,
other
I
day
know.
that the police inside the ground are paid for by the game. I'm not knocking that. I mean, it's user pays, all that sort of stuff. I understand.
Yeah.
But
But it's a good opportunity for the police. If the police could make some burgers, make their own.
the police burger.
The police burger. What do you think of that idea?
I like
Are the police allowed to do that? I mean, I haven't spoken to the commissioner or anything.
I think they are able to do things like that. Like,
Right.
for instance, I don't know, at some hardware outlets, there's obviously every so often a day where the police could go along and make
Right,
the burgers.
make burgers,
raise
yeah.
it for charities that they're involved with.
Sure.
There's plenty of police charities they're
Sure.
involved with.
Yeah. But it'd be good competition. So you'd have your official rugby league, your Canterbury Bankstown falafel lot. Your Brisbane
Tripoli.
Broncos pie burger or pie pizza.
The pie pizza, I'm liking
And
that.
then at the same time, you got your coppers
With whatever they're
rustling
cooking
up whatever they can cook up, whatever they've confiscated during the week.
Yes, you're on the set of Crocodile Dundee Part 3, The Probe. The man with a big hat and what they call a knife is Aussie favourite rampaging Roy Slaven and playing the very tricky part of the crocodile-infested swamp, H.G. Nelson. Going back to AFLX, which we were dabbling in before the news. Look, I worry a little bit about AFLX, but I love it. Obviously you'd be mad not to. According to the Fairfax paper this week, it's all about international expansion, principally to China.
Good.
Now, you and I have got a lot of contacts in China, and it was great to see this week that the president is going to be president for life.
Well, I know he's a big AFLX fan, isn't he? Reportedly.
Reportedly, I've got
I don't know him personally.
Look, it's very wise to get to know the bigwigs in China if you want to own horses at Warwick Farm and move books about.
Yep.
I think they're the two key things. Now, at present, expansion of AFL football is locked into those Commonwealth countries that had an oval. This is Roy Masters reporting this, stating the bleeding obvious here. Countries that have an oval-shaped fields used for cricket because, as you know, the history of the game developed because people wanted to keep fit for cricket, and so they played something on the oval ground during the winter, booting a footy around. By promoting the shortened version of the game with fewer players staged on rectangular fields, AFLX is aimed at what is the most populated country on earth, etc., etc., etc. Now, is this right? For instance, I thought the Suns and Port Power, who I think are going back to Shanghai again
They will be.
in about the early May for another great fixture, a great probe into Chinese football fandom. And let's look what happened to bok choy, Aussie bok choy. The sales went through the roof. That wattle seed flavoured Aussie bok choy. The bills from the platypus, which are still all the rage. I mean, they haven't forgotten. We've obviously killed a fair few platypuses to get them up there, but still, that's all going on. Is this
And the amount of chopsticks we're now exporting to China
from our wood?
is
You know, we have the
fantastic.
best chopstick wood in the world.
I believe we
here.
do.
Yeah. Now, can I ask, is the X the way to go, though? Because it seems to be slightly demeaning when people have had a taste, they've had a sniff of how good it can
The
be.
real thing.
Thanks.
Yeah.
You know,
Yep.
we don't want to send them a pup like basketball with boots on because they're very good at basketball in itself and probably don't need another version of, basketball played with your feet. What I think is that we need to persuade this new bloke who's there for life that an oval is not a thing to be afraid of.
No.
I think in the past the oval is rather an odd symbol in Chinese calligraphy. If I'm, I'm reading
Okay.
between the lines here.
Yeah. But they would have had to put ovals in for the Olympic Games.
Well, that bird's nest at Beijing.
Yes.
that must
Is
be
that an oval shape?
It's a terrific venue.
I thought
for
it was
AFL.
rectangular.
It might have been changed after the games.
Oh.
You mean because you run 440 on a run, on
Yeah.
a turn all the
Yeah.
time, or the 1,500 metres, or the 5,000, all on a turn all the time?
Yeah. And they would have had to have played football, soccer there at some stage. So there must be soccer grounds where you could play AFL. I assume that's where the Suns have been located, in Shanghai, on a soccer ground.
No, I'm not sure. I can't answer that because they've got some sort of weird shaped oval like a soccer field normally or a soccer ground normally with a bit around the edges
Yes.
that they exploit for the AFL.
Right.
The government of the People's Republic of China, according to Roy anyway, has already announced its plans to become a world power in soccer by the middle of the century.
Oh, well, you are.
It aims to have 20,000 football academies and 70,000 rectangular pitches by 2020. But surely the time to get there now and seed the idea of the oval.
The oval, yeah.
Aussie bok choy, that would be
Yeah.
the ticket in. Are you eating Aussie bok choy?
Yeah, the chopsticks, all of that.
Now, are you seeing also some of these creations, created normally for rugby league? And
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know what rugby league thinks about China, but the pizza with the pies in the, obviously the Watmo, etc. Are you seeing them being able to piggyback into China off
Into
the back
China.
off the AFL?
Well, look, I'm all for the expansion of rugby league, and we're seeing so many games going to be played now
In America. I think a team located in America, not far away.
A dream not far away, yes, in terms of expansion. And I think there are a couple of demonstration games, a couple of premiership games are going to be played in, I want to say, Denver, Colorado.
Denver, yeah, well, they've got the test.
And they're going to be special games because we're going to have a break every 10 minutes because of the altitude sickness that all players are going to have and the heat and all of that and the masks. I know it's going to be weird, but very,
Great.
very interesting. But why has there been no talk coming from rugby league about getting into China?
Remember, this was the
Why
dream.
aren't we
a long time
having
ago.
a state of origin match in Beijing?
Well, that's the dream.
That's the dream. I mean,
I know.
Duh.
I know. With the
Duh.
I know.
And I blame the Julie Bishop eye off the ball. Why hasn't she been talking this up? She gets on really well with the Chinese. I know she does.
And she's very good with books and Only Horses Warwick Farm.
Yes.
Can I point out what
She wears the books on her ears to get them in and out.
That's right. Now, imagine this. On your way in, you have an array, obviously set up by MKR and Manu and Pete and that, of every food that's available at rugby league grounds in Australia.
Yes. What is a teaser? That's
a teaser on the way in.
Wow.
$20 ticket.
That's an expo. You have
An
an
expo
expo,
of
just
rugby
rugby
league
league food.
Yes, this is The Probe, a show for dreamers, Aussie golden dreamers, headed up by a man who wanted to become a kennel foreman, rampaging Roy Slaven, and a guy who dreamed of making mince in club colours, H.G. Nelson. Now, talking of expansion, it has been suggested to me that one of the problems with expanding rugby league, say, into America is the trouble-making crew involved in playing rugby league. We've got a couple at the moment, I'm probably not the only ones, but Matthew Lodge and Jared Hayne, who have civil cases pending in America, or civil problems in America.
They do.
Now, this week at the footage, some footage has emerged of Matthew Lodge in action, which obviously the police were shocked to see a rugby league player up
For the
close.
first time,
Yeah,
yeah.
for the first
Yeah,
time.
yeah.
But they quickly adapted to
Oh,
dealing
God,
with
yeah.
it.
Yeah,
They were
yeah.
really quickly adapted.
Yeah. They all pulled guns on him. That seemed to be the way of slowing him down a little bit.
Now, there is...
Not that guns scared him. They didn't. We don't have guns here so much. He's not that...
Right. Well, the last person who was actually threatened by a gun in rugby league, I think, was Jared Hayne.
He was.
Up the
At
cross.
King's
like,
Cross, yeah.
It settled
Someone
him
might
right
have
down.
took a shot at him.
It settled him right down. Now...
But actually, look, these things... Look, I know what you're going to say. If someone has the bright idea of the Brisbane Broncos playing the Parramatta Eels in Denver, Colorado, which, wow, ticks a lot of boxes, especially when you get the pizza and the pies and whatever the Parramatta are going to come up with,
food-wise.
Food-wise. I don't know what they've got in mind, but it'll be something great. Okay, so that's tantalising, but you've got to say, well, we'd have to drop Hodge and we'd have to drop Hayne. No. Surely Julie Bishop could get him in a diplomatic bag.
The foreign minister would
Minister,
ease the way forward.
Ease the way forward.
Yeah.
She'd just say, I've got a big bag this week, boys. Come through, Miss Bishop. Yeah, love your books on your ears. Yeah, good. Not a problem. Bloody blah. In she goes. Sneaks the boys out for the game. Back into the diplomatic bag. They cannot be touched. By law. Cannot be touched.
Now, can I point out that I think the foreign minister may be able to seed some, start to pour oil on troubled waters.
Common sense.
Common sense.
Yeah.
By appealing again. And let's face it, it's a very religious country, America. You forget that. Everybody, just look at the outpouring of grief with the death of Billy Graham.
Yes.
This is a redemptive story we're selling here.
It is.
The redemptive power of rugby league. I was taken by some thoughts from the people who suggested it's pretty heartbreaking. These are the people who Matthew Lodge changed their lives by introducing them to rugby league, it's pretty heartbreaking to think that this man might become a role model for Australian children, given what he did to us.
Right. But isn't that the point, that we want him to become a role model? So he can go round to schools as part of the chaplaincy program, for example, which I think is going to be expanded, which is a terrific idea. And so, boys and girls, listen up. We have a great redemptive story here. Matthew Lodge. Matthew, come on in.
Yes.
Hello, boys and girls. I went over to America once and bashed up some people and threatened them and told them that, this was the night they were going to die. I was wrong. It was a silly thing to do, and I don't do that anymore because now I play rugby league. Any questions?
Yes, this is the Probe Winter Olympics training session getting ready for Beijing 2022 at the top of the big hill. It's a man whose time to shine has come, rampaging Roy Slaven. And back at the village with an extra clean bottle of gear camped near a hole in the wall is H.G. Nelson. Now, the footage that's emerged of, would that be part of his discussion with kids?
Yes, because kids are very visual. They love
seeing something on a screen.
Yeah, on a screen, yeah.
And he'd be able to say where I went wrong was. Now, what's interesting is that there's two sides to the story. And as nearly as I can tell that, Lodge, supporters of Matthew Lodge say he told a New York court that he couldn't afford to defend himself in the lawsuit brought against him. This is some time ago.
Yep.
Which apparently shed new light on the controversial failure of the Brisbane Broncos prop to begin paying the $1.56 million to the victims of his home invasion. Now, it says here that Lodge never had a chance to defend himself in the civil action because of financial hardship. They claim after spending more than $100,000 on his criminal defence, he was told a further $200,000 be required to front up to the law firm, ... So it is expensive.
Yeah.
But he is playing rugby league and is earning money. But those close to Lodge said he could hardly remember anything from the incident, having mixed sleeping pills, pain medication he was taking during knee surgery with alcohol and lost control. It's understood he can only remember sitting in a cupboard in the apartment of Mr. Cartwright and Ms. Fowler, thinking people were out to get him, waking up in hospital strapped to a bed and then being in a prison cell.
Yeah. See, he wasn't there.
No, it wasn't him.
It wasn't him.
It wasn't him.
No,
but
it was his body. His body was there, but he wasn't there. He was somewhere else.
But you can see what wonderful story it makes for people like Oprah, or I don't know if who's some of the. I keep forgetting Dr. Phil.
Dr. Phil.
Is he still there?
Yeah, I guess he is. Yeah. Do you think Dr. Phil would get it Lodgy up?
I reckon he'd be first guest.
Yeah.
New season.
Yeah.
What better? We're talking with an Australian rugby league person who went berserk to introduce the game to American people, and this weekend.
Yeah.
Canterbury Bankstown v Parramatta, Denver, get there.
I think that's a beautiful fusion there that really does tell the story of rugby league in a beautiful way. Also, these people, I think, HG, the victims, in inverted commas, are calling for Matthew to be stood down from rugby league duties. But he's going to get paid a lot of money, especially, I think Darius Boyd has come out this week saying that he's a Blues in waiting. He's a New South Wales player in waiting.
He said, he'll play for the Blues,
for the Blues.
not the Maroons.
Yes.
Right, for some weird reason.
And I'm sure, the Hogs from the Homeless Man,
Freddie Fittler
would be looking at him very, very seriously because he's got terrific ball skills and great imagination. And when he's there, when he's inside his own body and conscious of what he's doing, he's fantastic. So the only way these people are going to get paid, one would have thought, is if he does get the big money that comes with being an Origin representative.
Isn't that an interesting thought, that the redemptive story...
So rather than say, look, we don't want him playing anymore, they should be encouraging him
to keep going and earn the money to pay them back.
Yes.
Now, the redemptive story has so many more chapters to be written. What would happen if the Broncos got in the grand final?
Yes.
Could they fly the people out?
To present him with the man of the match.
Yep, it's the Probe House of Cards holding all the aces. The King of Diamonds rampaging Roy Slaven. On the other side of the table, a man with a fist of nothing, H.G. Nelson. Now, people often want to get in touch with us, and they can do so at royandhg at thesportingprobe.com.au. That's royandhg at thesportingprobe.com.au. There's been a blizzard of action on the Mojo Wire this week. Roy, what have you got?
Sorry, actually, Peter's been in touch. He says, here's an idea for Peter Beattie. Now, you remember Peter Beattie, the former, I want to say, Premier of Queensland, actually, very successful, who's now head of the Rugby League and the Commonwealth Games.
Incredibly busy.
Incredibly busy bloke. He says, here in China, people are wondering what part the China Suns will play in the opening ceremony of the Commonwealth Games. Fair call. I have no idea if they're involved at all. After the excitement of the Winter Olympics, the Chinese are keenly awaiting the Beijing Winter Olympics in 2022, when Beijing will be the first city to host a Summer and Winter Olympics.
I know, it's incredible, isn't it?
Incredible. Now, he says, what do you think of the idea of Peter Beattie getting on the front foot and holding the first Winter Commonwealth Games on the Gold Coast?
Wow. Now, just repeat that
know.
last bit. That's doing my head in.
It is. A Winter Commonwealth Games on the Gold Coast.
Why hasn't that been thought of before?
I know. I'd never thought of a Winter Commonwealth Games. What a great idea.
Would the baton go around? And,
Yeah, well, I suppose so. Yeah.
And they'd have Australia win everything.
Probably.
And let's not forget, Australia dominates the Winter Olympics. They're the sort of nation in waiting.
Well, we came 24th, I think.
I
in
think
the
that's
world.
right.
24th.
I know. They can't take away those.
No, they can't. And it might be a great opportunity for Chumpy Pullen to actually win something. Wouldn't it?
Now, Dave's been listening and he says now that the Hogs for the Homeless have saved Wellington Oval, and can I just ask, and I want to finish Dave's letter in a minute, any Hogs news this week? I just leave that dangle there.
Yeah.
Why don't the Harleys get over to the Bolos in South Australia, who you broke the news earlier today that they're struggling for water.
Water, yeah.
I hear they're symptomatic of a sad state of affairs that is South Australian lawn bowling, and he suggests they make a start at the Nuruyupa
Not bad.
bolo.
Not bad. Not
Now,
bad.
the Hogs for the Homeless.
Hogs
I
for
mean,
the
would you
homeless.
see them setting up reticulation systems and maybe running some plastic pipe out of the Murray all the way to the various bowling greens?
I think that's the idea, HG. I think that's part of the Murray-Darling authorities' remit to encourage efficient use of irrigation. So you don't get to open trenches anymore because you get too much evaporation.
No, I
So
understand that.
The Hogs could
That's
apply for a grant through the authority to put in a reticulation system pipe directly from the
Murray to the
Murray
bowlers.
straight to the bowling club.
Now, any other Hogs news? I mean, how's the Wellington Oval going?
So far, so good, I think. I don't know if it's been watered, but maybe there's some flooding happening in Queensland at the moment, so maybe a bit of water will flow down the Darling. Eventually get towards Wellington. Actually, Matt's been in touch from Louisville, Kentucky.
Oh, yes.
He said, I've just heard your message from Esme and her plan to attend the gun rally in Washington. Great idea. This is for shooting teachers, isn't
That's right. It was Australians for Shooting
Australians for
Teachers
Shooting
was the
Teachers.
banner
That's right.
that our Australian contingent marched behind.
That's right. He says, I'm totally on board with her, although I won't be able to join her and Walter in person. I'll be there in spirit. Make your voice heard and make Australia proud, Esme. I also really like the idea of US Probe-sters getting together one day.
Wow.
So that's a great idea.
They've got a fair way with that, just thinking about it.
Yeah. I suppose Esme will be the one there with the big sign.
Yeah, and probably holding
Australians
it up by itself.
support shooting teachers.
Now, still with today's program, Gaz has been on the line. He says, I'd like to call the hot food selection on display at the footy as the diabetes range.
Oh, that's catchy, isn't it? That's catchy, yes.
Type 1 menu, 2 mystery bags and chips with a bottle of dissolved sugar. Type 2
For
menu.
$9.90.
Yeah, a hot dog or burger or both with chips and some Adam's Ale. Not sure what
not sure what that
the
is.
content of Adam's Ale.
Yeah, unless that's a home brew you take along and sell. Can you do that?
Wow, there's an idea.
There's an idea.
Yep, this is Rooting King Lodge, the Probe Centre of Racing Excellence. The man calling for the screens is head trainer Roy Slaven, and cleaning up after champion scour with a buck and spade is the apprentice stable hand H.G. Nelson. Now, before we go on, I should have plug it every so often, but I've forgotten to do so over the last few weeks. The podcast, the
yeah.
Probe podcast. It's available not long after we pull up stumps. You might have just joined us. You think, baffling show. What happened in the first hour? Well, you can go to the Probe podcast and relive all the highlights or enjoy the disappointment all over again. Available wherever you get your podcast from not long after we pull up stumps. Now, this mid-year test, which we've referred to already, it's between England and New Zealand.
Yes.
In
Denver, Colorado.
Denver, Colorado. It's got a few caveats about it. I'm not sure why Denver, Colorado has been selected, but Ricky Stewart, the angry ant, Sticky, the game's greatest thinker, Carlos Smearson, has blasted the timing of the so-called historic mid-year test in the US between England and Australia.
England and New Zealand.
Sorry, England, New Zealand, calling for officials to be fair dinkum about player welfare.
Oh, yeah.
Now,
well, he's always been keen on player welfare.
Now, this has got
Sticky.
nothing. Player welfare and rugby league, I mean, you can't use those terms in the same sentence.
I wouldn't have thought so, but anyway.
It's been scheduled in for chalkboard in for June the 23rd in Denver. When you've got promoters running your scheduling in regards to international games, the question should be asked, how much is the promoter making? I hear every year player welfare is important, and yet again we're not thinking about the player. The Raiders have a few who might be selected. Jordan Rapana, Joe Tapine and Elliot Whitehead are a strong chance of New Zealand. I do think they've got an English player too who may be part of the English lineup.
Okay.
Now, does he have a case here, Roy, or is the game...
What are his concerns about the player welfare, actually? Is it the altitude sickness?
I think the altitude is the big problem.
Yeah, because they won't have much time to acclimatise,
Well, they fly out let's say they finish Sunday. I haven't looked at the schedule leading up to June the 23rd. Let's say they get a week off, so they fly out Sunday night and they're back training on the following Monday week.
Right.
So they're not there for long. Having played the match on the weekend, they're on the plane on the way home. Oh, of course, they lose a day. They won't get back till Tuesday.
Sure.
The great thing is gaining a day. They'll have time for a couple of training runs and a bit of acclimatisation, and then off they go. But as you point out,
well, it's not far. But those Raiders, for them, it's not far to Kosciuszko, is it?
No.
Could they maybe run around on Kosciuszko? Not that Kosciuszko is that high. I suppose it's going to be higher in Denver, isn't it?
Way higher, I would
Way
imagine.
higher.
I tell you what's the... did you see this week the Snowy Hydro 2.0 is going ahead, and they've got to dig out at least 69 million swimming pools of rock.
Yes.
Now, I tell you where that could usefully be placed on top of Kosciuszko to make it just that bit higher, and, the Winter Olympics wouldn't be far away.
Yeah.
Now, can I just leave the problem of that international match there? The question of rugby league at the home and away level and America. Now, the Rabbits seem to be this is the South Sydney Rabbits, seem to have their hand in the air. And let's not forget they've got experience of playing in Florida, Jacksonville, Florida, where they played the Leeds Rhinos a couple of years, well, maybe a decade or so ago.
Yeah, people would still remember that.
They would. They showed some green shoots, and I see this now as the too loud to ignore for league to go to America as being what is the fruit of those green shoots.
Sure. I think that's right. So the pride of the league are going to the United States. Who are the pride of the league playing, actually? Any thoughts?
Well, there's a fair few thoughts on who's likely to go.
Yes.
It's got to do with...
And is it going to be LA again? Is it going to be...
No, there's certainly the West Coast somewhere.
Yeah.
Long Beach, I think.
Long Beach,
yeah,
great.
Well, you see, that's
they've got a rugby league oval there, haven't they?
They have. They've got a state of origin,
compliant.
Yeah. Now, but get this. This is how far the thinking of the league's gone, and I think Peter Beattie's brought a lot of this, to it. The first option is the US fixtures kicked off the season on a standalone weekend early in March, so about this time.
Great idea. Yeah.
Standalone on the Sunday afternoon before the remaining round one matches played beginning the following Thursday.
Right.
So let's say it's Souths v Parramatta in Long Beach this weekend.
Yep.
The other option is to play the match on US soil on the same weekend as the remaining round one fixtures. That won't go over so well.
No.
The two teams would be chosen to showcase rugby league in America, then given the longest possible time to return home and recover for their round two matches. Well, look, if we're doing it next year, Matthew Lodge has to be part of it.
He does.
Because he's the most visible name.
He's the only one they know over there. Exactly.
Now,
that will be fine. I just don't think it's going far enough, HG. I would like to see a whole full round of matches with all teams in different cities in the United States to kick off the competition.
And that would equalise it when they all came back.
Yes.
Because, sure, there's a bit of a difference,
Yep.
time difference
Yep.
between New York and LA
Yep.
and all that sort of
Sure.
rubbish, but they'll get over that.
Sure.
Now, if the first option was chosen, the NRL also discussed hosting its annual season launch in Australia to coincide with the US fixture. So that means that this week there was a season launch. I think hundreds of thousands of players turned out to see all the teams, all the captains and fireworks and all that sort of garbage that went along with it.
Yes.
That's what you get. But
Yep.
this taking a match to America,
Yeah.
can I point out how long before an Australian team is based in America?
Yeah,
That's what I'm-
well, indeed, and that will happen. Okay, so we've got these parallel universes which are really interesting developing, HG. We've got the AFL moving into China, and I would like to see when it's more than just the Gold Coast Suns and that might be the
Port Power
playing one game, one fixture a year, to have the season launch in Beijing, all teams there. All teams.
The
In the United
AFL
States-
season launch
Yeah. The
is in
first round
Beijing.
is in China. The first round of the rugby league is in America. Now we're starting to see the tentacles of Australian sport
And the
being
power.
realised
I know.
and maximised overseas.
I know.
I mean, the way to get to you've got to put your hand up in these affairs. We've got two great codes. We're the best at it, and anyone in the world. Why not export that idea?
I know, that's an excellent idea. And I take your point entirely about the league in America because no one knows who Matthew Lodge is in China.
No, it'd be pointless taking Matthew Lodge to China. He'd just get arrested.
Yes, it's the Sporting Probe, all right. And, Roy, we've only got a couple of minutes to go, but I did want to get to the South African cricket, Proteas v Australia.
Yep.
Now, turning down the mics. Now, I didn't realise that the faders are generally up, say, when the team's in Australia. And now the Australian tourists want the mics turned down between the balls. So you hear, "Great areas, Gary! Yeah, go on!" And then it goes quiet.
Right.
But one thing that does rob the atmosphere a lot from the television coverage, because I was amazed how many people turned up to see these games so far, the tests. I mean, Thursday when it started, so many people appeared to be off work in South Africa that day because they got an incredible crowd.
They did, didn't they?
And it reminded me a lot of Sheffield Shield crowds,
Yes, just as enthusiastic.
just as enthusiastic.
Yeah.
And, of course, what they're trying to do,
Well, the Australians want to do a bit of sledging
Thanks very
and
much.
use dirty words and words that are,
Jack.
unacceptable with children about, that sort of language, pretty
racy,
racy. Yeah.
And they-
Robust.
Robust. Aussie
talk.
banter.
Yes. You're a mate, and you're going to be out in a minute, break your arm and that sort of stuff. That sort of talk.
Yeah, we're going to hit your head.
Hit your head, yeah.
Because I think it's fair to say is that in the past, some of this has been seen as bullying
Yeah.
and going beyond crossing a line. I'm not
Crossing
sure
a
where
line.
this line is,
Yeah.
but the cricketers can see it, obviously, and occasionally they step over it. And I've got to say is that, for instance, Nathan Lyons said, what happens on the field stays on the field. We're all grown men. We compete hard. We know where the line is. We headbutt it, probably, but we're not going to go over the line. It's a mental game as well as a physical game.
It is,
This
yeah.
is the bit that escapes me.
Right.
The mental game. But I suppose if you're there hour after hour copping abuse hurled at you from very close range, you do tend to feel as though, well, maybe I'd be better off somewhere else. Is that how it works?
I suppose it is, yeah. If you don't look forward to going out and batting, because they're having fun at your expense, they might say,
Yeah.
you're a dick, mate. And it probably never occurred to you before. And if you are a bit of a dick, you're going to think, oh, he's right.
Right, yeah.
He's right. Oh, and suddenly I'm
How's
out.
that?
Suddenly I'm out, yeah.
Can I?
But the boys have been getting around this, HG, by promoting products.
Exactly. I was just going to say, cutting a shit house.
Yeah, exactly. Promoting products that aren't the sponsors' products.
Like
That's-
NAB, how's the account going? All
Yes,
that sort of
that's right.
stuff. All of
Yeah.
a sudden, quickly, the
Yeah.
faders come down. But as Tony Gregg pointed out all those years ago, I think while touring in South Africa, and let's face it, he knew the landscape there pretty well,
Yep.
that if I said that as a commentator, we'd have the station taken off air.
Yeah.
So there's a sort of amount of licence given to the players, of course,
Yeah.
to be able to do what they want.
Yeah.
But, Roy, sadly, time has beaten us once again. A tremendous week.
Yeah.
A tremendous week of sporting action. And we can it's almost impossible to imagine what will happen between now and next Sunday.
I know. Look, I love this time of year because we've still got winter sports going. We've got summer sports going. I mean, it's just brilliant.
Brilliant. And so, obviously, thank the fickle fingers of Felix again for the excellent work on the buttons, and of course Mal with his lifetime's contract, all there, a job for life. Well, it's handy for everyone, let's face it. And my colleague in League Rampaging, Roy Slaven. Look, we'll be back same time, same place with more of the same and some of the same stories again next week. And Matthew Lodge, we haven't forgotten you. You're not off the hook yet, buddy. See you then. Bye now.
Finding the ultimate dad gift can be tricky. Is your dad a DIY dad, or is he into tech? Does he enjoy looking his best? Whatever dad loves, eBay has you covered this Father's Day. Today, you'll save 20% on tech, home and garden, and men's health and beauty on eBay. Brands like Bose, Samsung, Works Tools, Braun Weil, Calvin Klein, and more. Because if it's happening this Father's Day, it's happening on eBay. Download the eBay app now and start shopping. Limited time only. T's and C's apply.
Bonafide sports-mad Australians. Snakes alive. Is that the time? Yes, green and gold freaks, it certainly is. It's time for the Sporting Probe. With two diamond pythons twirled around the tree of knowledge across the nation.
Boys and girls. Well, a young man ain't got nothing in the world these days.
The Sporting Probe leading the charge up the eucalypt. With extra chili on the stick is the in-and-out maestro, rampaging Roy Slaven. And coming from behind is the heavy lifter with both feet on the ground, H.G. Nelson. Unleash the grunt and poke HG?
Yes, TF Much Gentleman Jim Daniels, the golden guy in the TSP soundproof booth, located today in the pop-up studio out front of the Penola and Coonawarra Information Centre in Arthur Street, Penola, in that attractive part, the southeast of South Australia. A big week for South Australians, of course, with the election, a change of government and so on. And if you're in Penola, make sure you get hold of a CWA cup of tea. It's just fantastic. So Jim's there for the duration of the program. Probe-sters, patriots, pilgrims, punters. H.G. Nelson getting the Sporting Probe away for another set of 7. Thanks very much, Mr. Olympics, the original and the best, Bruce McAvaney. What a week, what an incredible week. A week when too much sport is barely enough, and tremendous to have you with us, nation. Thanks very much, Steve Colbert, as we prod forward through the solidly backed up stoolage of the week's sporting action. A week of massive collects, but enough of our success trackside. We've said far too much about it already. Now, let's lock horns with a man who lit a rocket under Virgin Australian Melbourne Fashion Festival. Now, I don't know why the media have swerved past the Virgin Australian Melbourne Fashion Festival this week, but this man's show midweek really did torture Wick. The backless look is back. Now, the backless look, this man pioneered over 2 decades ago. It's certainly back if you're a flight attendant and want to turn around and stun, turn around and shock, turn around and alarm, then join the national conversation about the in-cabin look of tomorrow that is pushing the trolley up and down the aisles. That's the mile-high aisles today. And in a VAMFF runway first, all of this man's backless models waddle up, propped, turned and sorted back to base while stuffing themselves with pies. It was a bold statement about where fashion is and the fashion industry is in 2018. And these were not boutique, one dip in the sauce party pies. These were old-fashioned meat. That is a good depth of meat with a crust that doesn't buckle in action. They were two-handed footy pies. The crowd went mad. They wanted to be involved. Of course they wanted to be involved. They were starving. They'd starved themselves senseless to squeeze into their frocks. And when they saw the backless list, look, it was a triumph of sense, common sense. He's the toast of Australian fashion today. That man, of course, is rampaging Roy Slaven. Roy, can we get the TSP bunny in motion? Simply by asking what highlights caught your restless eye this week.
Thank you very, very much, H.G. Nelson. What a wonderful week to be an Australian. Honestly, they don't get better, do they?
No.
They don't get better. Now, some are suggesting, HG, and look, I'm not one of them, but I'm aware of the chorus. And the suggestion being that the Gold Coast Commonwealth Games might well be the last Commonwealth Games ever to be held. My view is that this would be an excellent opportunity just to keep the Commonwealth Games, well, forget the Commonwealth Games, keep the Gold Coast Games as an idea floated every 4 years.
Peter Beattie on board with that?
Peter Beattie is on board with that. So every 4 years we'd have the Gold Coast Games. Now, what criteria we use to lure other nations, well, that's really up to the organisers of the Gold Coast. Could I suggest to begin with that would simply be athletes who speak English could participate?
Could they come from Russia and speak English?
Yes, as long as they speak English at an acceptable level, at a school certificate level.
Right.
And maybe then, down the track, we could extend it to perhaps French, maybe, or
Swahili.
Polish. Anyway, that's up to the organisers. Now, the Broncos, that is the Brisbane Broncos, they celebrate 30 years in the NRL with a return to form against the FNQ Cowboys. What a terrific night that was. What a way for the Broncos to celebrate 30. God almighty, 30 years.
I know. Knights as well.
I know.
30 years.
30
Incredible.
Titans.
Knee Chargers, knee Seagulls, knee Giants. 30 years.
I know. Oh, boy, and if anyone's still got one of those Giants Guernseys, imagine what that's going to be worth. Oh, hate to think about it. Now, Tiger Woods is back. Now, is it time for Tiger fans to dare to dream? Dare to dream, Tigers fans? Look, oddly enough, all my betting agencies, I'm with them all, they've all installed Tiger, the man they call Tiger Woods, as the favourite for the US Masters.
What?
Yes. Okay. Now, four AFL clubs, and we might be able to unpack this a little bit later, that is the Bombers, the Giants, the Tigers and the Hawks, all want to play matches, competition matches, in India.
I know.
Ho, hang on to your hats. What an idea. Now, Aussie Ben Simmons, HG, could well become the greatest player of all time. His stats are that good at the moment. The greatest player, basketballer, of all time.
Isn't that incredible?
Yeah, and he could be the foundation of our own dream team.
You mean better than Air Jordan and Shaq and all of them?
all of those.
Luke Longley?
Yeah.
Better than Luke Longley?
Better than Luke Longley,
That's a big call.
Yep. Better than Bogut. Better than Bogut.
Bugger all Bogut.
Bugger all Bogut. Better than him. Now, Rafa Nadal, HG, shocking news I learnt this week from Uncle Tony. Remember, Uncle Tony was his coach for the best, well, ever since the kid could pick up a racket until midway through last year. I think they decided to...
part company.
Part company. Anyway, Uncle Tony has revealed that Rafa has been on painkillers for his bad foot since 2005.
His bad foot, he's been keeping that quiet.
He's very quiet. Very
2005,
quiet.
13 years on the
13
gear.
years of bad footism. Bad footism. Now, I just hope that these painkillers weren't performance-enhancing.
Painkillers.
Performance-enhancing. Could they possibly be? Make of that what you will.
Ah, yes, you're on the Probe Explorer, heading out for another day of bleaching the reef. The man with the snorkel and spear gun is the skipper, Captain Roy, and down the back of the tub with a 44-gallon drum of White King is a very excited H.G. Nelson. Now, this week, 700th edition of the AFL Footy Show on 9. It was just incredible.
It was a real celebration, wasn't it?
It was a celebration.
Yep.
And what's two great things about it?
Yep.
Letting Sam off the leash has been the best thing for that show, and also giving it back to the people.
Giving
I mean,
it back
these
to
were
the
the
people.
ambitions that Eddie had when he came back to the show some time ago,
He did.
maybe in the last 3 weeks of last year, for
Yep,
instance.
yep.
But it's just revolutionised the show. I was a bit disappointed, though, that they didn't have time to retell the Brendan Favola going berserk with, obviously the pressure points on Chris Judd, which they told beautifully the previous week. But why didn't they save it up for the highlights show of 700th?
Yes.
Because that was a beautifully told story, and Brendan was there and could have done it well.
Yep.
700, who would have thought? 25 years of football. It's incredible. And, the ratings reflected that. I think at least, a couple of people tuned in.
Yep.
And a couple of people were there, obviously.
Yep.
Now, the question we've got to get to, though, is the Spartans. Now, we've been inundated with calls about what's happening to the Spartans on 7.
Look, I love that show.
Yeah.
I was a real fan. I was hooked immediately. I just loved the concept of, teams, teams of 3. They all had a story to tell. They had faith in themselves and all of that. And the family was there, and so you had that emotional hook, or I did. And it was hosted beautifully by Hamish McLaughlin, I think.
And Edwina Bartholomew.
Edwina Bartholomew.
And how about down on the sideline?
Dell was great.
Dell.
He really added something, was fantastic. But it disappeared.
Well,
I was hooked. I watched the second show, loved it, and then all of a sudden it's gone without any explanation.
Yeah, well, good news.
What?
Good news. They're going to screen a lot of it over Easter.
That's only a couple of weeks
I know.
away.
You don't have to wait very long for the return bout of the Spartans.
Okay. So we're going to get at the finals and whoever wins, all of that?
All of it. It's going to be a marathon.
Right.
I'm not sure how many they got in the can. If they had 40 in the can, I'd love to
Right.
start them, say, Good Friday, 9 o'clock,
Okay.
and just keep screening until they run out.
Yeah.
Because people would tune in.
Yeah.
They
You
get-
mean binge watch?
Binge watch.
Binge watch Spartans?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, me. That's me.
I know.
I want to do that.
Well, I'm sure they'll put it out in a box set. I'm not sure how many they've made, and second series must have been commissioned by now, but I've heard nothing.
I've heard nothing at all. Nothing at all vis-a-vis Spartan. Hamish has said nothing.
Right. He said
Not
nothing.
that I've seen him.
Well, maybe he's
haven't.
waiting because this week, of course, the AFL kicks back into gear. The proper AFL kicks back into gear, and maybe that'd be the announcement that they'd say. when
They
come-
cut it across to Hamish down at the sideline. Hamish, you've got an announcement to make? Yeah, that's right, Eddie. Yeah, Spartan will be back on. People are wondering. That's what we're going to get.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. Now,
Good.
this is a bit of a topic to unpack, but it joins up a couple of things that you alluded to in your opening remarks. The Gold Coast, obviously it's the Commonwealth Games, April the 4th, and there is a bit of confusion which is the actual opening night because the tickets are buggered up.
Yeah.
Pure booty.
I know they put the wrong date on the ticket, but you just ignore the date on your ticket and just
turn
turn
up.
Yeah.
The next bit is we do have an opportunity here of people gathering,
Yep.
which largely represent the cricket-playing nations of the world. Now, can I put this in? I'm joining a couple of dots here. Cricket-playing nations, ovals.
Yes.
You can see where I'm going?
Yeah.
Now, surely this is a golden opportunity to see the idea of AFL at your place, meaning Commonwealth Games countries, meaning India, West Indies, Pakistan, Afghanistan, England,
Yes.
Iraq and Iran. That's going to take a little bit of getting used to, but, we've got a lot of countries here. Kenya, Nigeria, all those Commonwealth
Part
countries.
of the Commonwealth family.
Commonwealth family.
Yes.
Now, why not declare the AFL the official sport of the Commonwealth family?
Well, why wasn't that done before? Why wasn't that done the last time it was in Brisbane?
Well, quite. Now,
I mean, that was the opportunity to seed the AFL as the Commonwealth Games game.
Yeah. Now, backtrack a bit.
Yes.
We had
It's
this-
not too late, though, is it? It's not too late.
No,
I mean,
we've
we've still got a couple of weeks.
I think we're putting out a call for
Right.
Peter Beattie. I mean, sure, he's got these twin hats now. I mean, the politicians are difficult, isn't it? I mean, Adani on,
now
Adani off.
Yeah, he's Mr. Rugby League, isn't
Mr. Rugby League.
Is he Mr. Adani too?
Yeah, well...
Is he?
Is
I
there
had no idea.
Is there a second Adani mine? Now, can I point out that he got into trouble this week with his lack of knowledge about rugby league?
Well,
People who follow
criminal
it.
sharks.
Yeah, who? Where?
Yeah.
And sure, Phil
Well, they've
Gould.
only been in the competition for about,
50 years.
Yeah, right.
Well, let's face it, he lives in Queensland.
He does.
He might get the correct list of names on the Gold Coast, right, for instance.
Yeah, he would.
you know.
Yeah, he'd know all the original Giants lineup.
Now, a game played on an oval. No wonder those teams that you suggested, the Bombers, etc., want to play in India because they have ovals there.
Ovals everywhere.
And can I point out that it won't be long before the AFL Grand Final is played at Eden Gardens? I mean, that's where the money is. I mean, people have overlooked the fact
Yes.
that we're struggling here to get people to the game and eat pies and all
I
that
know
sort of
that.
stuff.
I know.
In India, a crowd turns up.
I know, they do. They do, and they love whatever you put there. They'll love it, and they'll become big fans. Now, my question is, why can't Jeff Kennett see this?
Yes, this is The Probe, a show for dreamers. Aussie golden dreamers, headed up by a man who dreamed of being a tyre fitter, rampaging Roy Slaven, and a young one with bugger all prospects who dreamed of sitting still long enough not to be noticed, H.G. Nelson. Now, you mentioned Jeff Kennett.
I did.
Now, the AFL sent a fact-finding mission to India this week. In fact, 4 clubs went on the fact-finding mission, along with AFL General Manager of China and India, David Stevenson. I had no idea there was a General Manager in place. I mean, I hope this...
China and India, that's a big area.
2 billion people. Where would he be based? Like Mumbai or...
Or Beijing.
Well, he'd be on a shuttle all the time. And...
It's too big a job for one
It
person.
is. It's just far too big a job. I think as soon as the AFL would be wise to think about splitting the administration in Melbourne in half and relocating half in Mumbai and half in Beijing. I mean, that's where the future of the game is. The Victorian Premier hit out at the AFL. Hit out! That's what it said here. Hit out at the AFL over the move. He says, I'll never live in India. I'll never live in China.
Well, no one's asking you to, Jeff.
Well,
we're just asking you to visit and watch the teams play.
Yeah, he reckons.
Have a holiday.
Even worse, it will never live in China, India. It will never live in China. Odd way of putting it. It's an absolute waste of time and money. Why do we have a general manager for China and India? This is Jeff talking, not me. Why are we trying to push the game into those areas? For goodness sake, surely we should be concentrating on making the game here self-supporting.
I thought it was self-supporting.
Well, I thought the TV rights paid for everything.
It's supported enormously. And imagine the TV rights you're going to get in India and China. Well, should this come off?
And imagine Aussie products being advertised as part of that.
Yes.
You know, Blue Scope Steel, for instance, or, Balfour's pies. Imagine introducing the pie across India and China through the game.
Yes.
The great thing about football is halftime entertainment. Obviously, that's...
And what a beautiful problem that would be to have for your pie maker. All of a sudden, you're producing maybe, let's say, 1,000 pies a day and doing really well. Suddenly, the orders come in from India and China, and suddenly you've got to produce 100 million pies a day. Well, that's growth.
That is growth. And you'd put on more employers. Sure,
you'd have to put on more employees.
A couple more on the line.
Going from 1,000 to 1 million a day,
jobs are growth.
Of course, you've got to have more employees.
Can I point out also, imagine the feedback.
Yes.
Sure, love the meat pie. This is somebody saying the outer suburbs of Mumbai. Love the meat pie. But could you do one, say, with tandoori chicken? I mean, I'm just seeding that idea.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
So a chicken chow mein pie.
Wow.
Hey.
China. Now you're talk about jobs and growth.
This is just back of the envelope. Just here, you and me. I mean,
the experts getting involved. Now,
your Saul Eastlake types.
Does he make pies?
Well, I've seen him eat a pie.
Kenneth said, I said to my players the other day, don't expect me to ever approve you travelling overseas to play a game for points. We're a professional team. I'm like, oh, Lord.
Hang on. What, he wants them to go over and play for no points?
Well, we're a professional team. I'm not going to put a risk 4 points to have you flying on a plane from here to China or here to India for 4 point game. That's not what we're paid to do. I don't like them going overseas for the exhibition games. I've said no to that as well. Don't go and put yourselves at risk. This is a serious business. I don't like the idea. Oh, no. But anyway, I don't like the idea of when we are paid to try and win a premiership, and then you put your players in planes to travel miles to a foreign environment to play a game of football. How can they prepare? Et cetera.
Is he worried about plane safety? Is that what's tacit here?
Well, Occy health and safety conditions involved in somebody playing, say, Thursday night in Melbourne or Friday night in Melbourne, getting on a plane, travelling all that way and playing the following Thursday night, because let's face it, television speaks all here.
Yes.
The following Thursday night in Mumbai or China, given the conditions. We know how bad the conditions can be in I'm not knocking India.
No, I'm not knocking India.
It's just whatever is. Yeah. In other words, you can hardly see the footy. I've tried to play.
Look, forget all that. But look, the distance from from Melbourne to Chengdu is not that much greater than, say, Melbourne to Perth.
That's true.
It's not that great a distance.
Yes,
it's not.
That's true.
And if, my dream is to have the footy show made in Beijing as well.
The AFL football show live from Beijing.
Yes. Yes.
And first guest, Brendan Favola. Brendan, China and you.
Yeah.
Tell us all about it.
Sam.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah.
Tell us
Come on.
about China.
Your street walk. Who are you talking
who
to?
you
tonight?
talking
Are
to?
they AFL fans? Do they know about Eddie?
Yeah.
I mean, it writes itself.
It
doesn't
it does. And you could cross-promote the pies. Sam out there with a wheelbarrow full of pies, just
you
giving
like
them
to try-
out.
yeah.
Try this.
Yeah. Steak and kidney. That'd
Yeah.
shock them. Yes, this is the Probe ATM camped on a milk crate with a fist of 50s. His branch manager and brains of the operation, rampaging Roy Slaven, and working a wheeze for the big four with his jar of change is the cash-out comrade H.G. Nelson. Roy, we were mentioning ovals, India, obviously Commonwealth Games countries. They're the places we've got to target AFL.
Yes.
Obviously, because they've got facilities, and some of these grounds are just enormous.
They are.
Look, I'd love to see a match played at Sabina Park in the West Indies because it's a beautiful oval.
It is a beautiful oval.
And, to get a couple of teams, Australian teams over there, what a great...
No one's talking West Indies, though, at this stage, HG. It's just India and China.
I know.
But I like the way you're thinking.
Yeah, because I'm sure if you went to Kenya... Kenya will bring a team to the cricket at the Commonwealth Games. They must have ovals, and quite a number of ovals in Kenya. Am I right in thinking that Ireland now plays cricket, Holland now plays cricket? They must have ovals in these countries.
They do. I have seen ovals in Ireland. Yeah.
Well, that's where we've got to
County
target.
Sligo in particular.
I know in the old days there used to be Irish-Australian modified rules, but why modify the rules?
Yeah, I know.
Our rules are good enough.
Yeah, our rules are much better.
Now, one thing that's bobbed up with the ongoing saga of whether to knock or not to knock the stadiums in Sydney over. This is the Sydney Football Stadium and the Homebush Stadium.
Yes.
Now it turns out that according to the ARU boss, Australian rugby boss,
yes,
the rugby people are very pro knocking it all down.
Of course they are.
Because Raylene Castle, who's the boss, believes the health of the code could hinge on Australia hosting the Rugby World Cup in 2027.
Really?
Now,
I didn't know we were up for that.
well, it could be stone dead by then. I mean,
what, rugby as a concept? The way it's going. Yeah.
Well, Australia can't beat Scotland anymore, and that always spells the death of any sport to me. Now, Castle said Sydney needed to improve rectangular stadium to have any chance of hosting the World Cup final.
Right.
If Australia's going to be a genuine chance of hosting the World Cup 2027 and the women's event World Cup in 2021,
Right.
the revamped stadiums could give Australia the green light in that. Now, I've got to say is that there is a suggestion that somehow if we build these things, a lot of these big comps will come. Rugby League World Cup again.
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure when that.
But let's say we got the World Cup in 2027. How much are we going to make out of that?
very little.
Very little.
It's not a big earn.
It's not a huge earn at all, and nobody wants to watch it. It's rubbish.
And
Generally speaking,
Australia lose.
Australia lose.
Yeah,
we get
probably go out
bumped
with the
out in
pool.
the first round.
Yeah,
That's
Now,
it.
Come back to the idea, though, of building stadiums so we can attract these big events.
Yeah.
Are we looking too short term at the events we've already got a chance of getting? Do you know what I mean? I mean, rugby union, we must be one of the only few countries in the world that plays the caper, so surely we've got a good chance of getting it. Where I think we have to do is expand the card and work out what new events can be put into these stadiums.
Yes.
Now, I know the monster truck community would love to have a world monster truck challenge, say, on one of these big venues.
Yep. Stadium Australia.
Stadium Australia.
Yeah, well, you wouldn't have to change Stadium Australia for the trucks.
Exactly.
For the monster trucks, it's perfect for monster
Now,
trucks.
how about the World Shotgun Competition? I've got no idea what the card is.
No.
I think Italians are very good at shotgun shooting, the Italian community.
Well, you just block off half the stadium, wouldn't you? So
Bullets didn't go into the crowd.
Go into the crowd.
Well, I'm just picking out, I'm asking people to think outside the square.
Yeah.
The square seems to be limited to football, world game, and rugby union.
Yes. And the occasional state of origin.
Oh, you
Seems to be one of the carrots as well.
Perth and Melbourne seem to have their dibs on that for the foreseeable future.
Do.
Sydney will be lucky to get those.
Yeah.
I think there's a deal that somehow the NRL is going to play the grand final in Sydney if they get these stadium rebuilt, say, until 2025.
Right.
Or 2035.
So that's one game guaranteed per year.
That
Well,
might
that
sell it out.
justifies it, doesn't it? I noticed that the New South Wales Premier, Gladys Berejiklian, was quoting Tom Burgess from Souths.
Tom Burgess.
Tom Burgess, because Tom is keen for the 2 new stadiums to be built.
Right.
So
Now,
she was
he's
saying...
an
Tom-
English person.
He's an English person, brother of Sam, who's...
The younger. Is Tom in the Rabbitohs lineup?
I think so.
Oh, yeah.
I think so, yeah. So when someone like Tom Burgess comes out...
An international perspective like
yes,
that.
Yeah.
And he would have played all over the world.
Well, of course. Well, he's played in Wigan, Hull, Sydney, Brisbane,
Redfern.
and Melbourne.
Brothers and sisters, you're in the Probe Church of Hope. In the pulpit, the very Reverend R.R. Slaven with a special reading from Revelation on the evils lurking in AFLX and nicking off with the collection plate H.G. Nelson. Now, Roy, obviously a number of people in the AFL would be getting nervous about the return, younger players maybe, or players that have changed clubs, about getting nervous about the return of the competition this week because they obviously might be their first time at this level, might be first time with a new club. Now, a story broke this week concerning Kane Evans. He's admitted to being overwhelmed in his first NRL game for Parramatta, describing his Eels debut as the worst way to start with a new club. For those who follow it, Kane Evans played for the Sydney Roosters.
Yes.
He's turned in a very subdued performance, carrying the ball for 56 metres.
Is that all?
56 metres, that's roughly half the length of a footy, a rugby league
in 80
footy.
minutes,
In 80
he
minutes.
ran 56 metres.
Yep, he was only on for 24 minutes and had to sit down for the rest, exhausted, I suppose.
Did the heat might have got to him?
Now, he said all the attention was on Jared Hayne. That's the Hayne plane's return. Evans candidly revealed how he had to deal with some mental demons before and during the match.
Right.
I think the build-up got to me. Physically, I was prepared the best I could, but just mentally, I cooked myself.
Cooked?
I could see myself in the review just out there running around in my own mind rather than just being in the moment, doing what I do. Now, I was overcomplicating stuff.
Right.
The 26-year-old said he had already overcome some mental hurdles that younger players would have to deal with at the beginning of their careers. But he said he conceded entering the game against the Panthers, which the Eels lost.
Yeah.
They were up at half-time and then folded against the Panthers with plenty of head noise, and headed at a meeting with renowned peak performance manager Joe Waby. Waby had been working with the Warriors, and he said, I'm pretty sure they've done some work with Waby. He's done some work here with the Roosters. He's all about staying in the moment, breathing. He said he might give him a call and see what he's doing. Right. I think it's easy. ...
Right.
Now,
Okay.
head noise.
Yeah, head noise.
And what I worried about was I could see myself in the review.
Yes.
Already he's thinking Monday morning, looking at the video.
He is.
And
yeah.
Brad Arthur, the coach of the Eels, saying, what are you doing here?
Yeah.
What are you doing here? What's your positioning here, Kane?
Yeah.
Just take us through it. What were you thinking?
Yeah.
Oh, too much head noise, Brad. Head noise. Was it a problem for you?
Sometimes, actually, we didn't call it head noise. We called it tinnitus. And you'd sometimes get it if you were, old-fashioned tackles. Someone would call it a bell ringer.
A bell ringer, yes,
yeah,
that's right.
That's what we used to call them back in the day when it was semi-legal to get your head punched in, or stiff-armed, as we used to call it. And sometimes, actually, honestly, you'd get stiff-armed, which, fair enough, you thought, the first thing you felt was, God, what a good shot, and there you are on the ground. And all the players around you saying, oh, are you all right? Wake up, mate. And you can't hear them because of the head noise. And it's like a tinnitus.
A roar.
A roar that's going
so
on in your
loud.
head, yeah. And it's very difficult to play and listen or do anything with that happening. So I can understand young Kane. What I don't understand is, how did he get the head noise before the game? That's what I'd be looking at in review. See, if he's been up to something stupid in the toilet, like bashing his head against a wall, and I've seen blokes do that, I always discourage them. I always used to say, look, don't take it out on your head. Take it out on the other.
Yes, you're on the good ship Probe at the wheel with a knife between the teeth and the patch on the eye, the boatswain, rampaging Roy Slaven and walking the plank with the peg-legged H.G. Nelson. Now, Roy... Look, a very sad thing happened. I just hope we've got a chance to do this story justice. Concerns the trainer James Coyle, and he had two horses running in the same event this week, Take Wing and Weekend Affair. And Weekend Affair had to be blood tested before the race.
Good.
And after the blood was taken from Weekend Affair by the vet, a hematoma came up in the region where the blood was drawn on its neck. So obviously they had to scratch it. They couldn't run with a hematoma.
Yeah.
However, a second vet was called to inspect Weekend Offender, ruled unfit to run, fair enough. So they covered themselves off there. Okay, it doesn't look good. Second vet, what do you think? No, can't run.
Was the first vet who took the sample, was he a butcher or something?
I think so. Not ticketed, was my understanding.
Right.
You can get that. People, I mean, I've done it myself. I've walked onto courses with a bag and people would have acknowledged me as the vet, and I've done a lot of vet work. I'm not ticketed to do any vet work.
No, no.
I know you had trouble with Rooting King and Rogue Vets.
Yeah. I would never let a vet, anyone with a lab coat, I wouldn't let near the king because I knew they were just charlatans.
I know.
You know, because so many people, I mean, back in the day, every second person would turn up with a lab coat just so they could get out into the mountain enclosure
no, that's
and fiddle
right.
about with the horses. Sickos. Absolute dead set sickos.
And free admission.
Yes,
You know, the lab coat.
Yeah.
Ticket so far. Oh, good on you, Doc.
Yeah.
Good to see you, the guys on the gate. What do they know? I mean, I'm not bagging them.
No.
Our gatekeepers are the best in the world.
They are, generally speaking, but, I mean, it got weird when there were more... Honestly, you looked at the crowd, every second person was a vet.
Now, what was weird was that Weekend Affair, the one that's had to be scratched
Yeah, with a hematoma.
with the hematoma.
Yeah.
Then, of course,
What was he taking the blood sample with? An axe?
now, just put that on
I've
pause
seen
for a
that
minute.
done.
Now, putting that on pause, of course, James Coyle, the trainer, was shocked when across on the course PA announced the scratching as Take Wing has been scratched from the third, the other horse.
The wrong horse.
So he had to
So
have...
did hematoma Bob run or not?
No, hematoma Bob. Well, that would have been a better way to correct the situation. They both had to be scratched.
Right.
But nonetheless, well, we'll come back and maybe dwell on that later. But that's a shocking incident on Australian roads. It's a real blight on our game. Yes, this is the Probe International Space Centre on the sniff for life out there, picking up the pings from another galaxy. The astrophysicist R.R. Slaven, and out the back, working on his flat Earth experiments, the undergrad H.D. Nelson. Now, Roy, this incident concerning James Coyle's horses, their Take Wing and Weekend Affair, Take Weekend Affair obviously was the one that was in trouble, the
Hematoma Bob.
hematoma Bob. And then the wrong horse, the other one, Take Wing, was scratched. Weekend Affair couldn't run because obviously the vet had left an axe wound in the neck of the horse to get the blood. Now, it'd be a shock to put in all that effort, getting them ready for a race with a good chance of winning.
Yeah.
Connections had come, families had come maybe from interstate or driven down from, aspects, areas of the country beyond, etc.
Yeah.
I spoke to Ray Livingston after the announcement, but I can't remember if I identified the horse to him and then heard the announcement and knew something was wrong and started running up to the, the stewards.
Yeah.
Coyle said after the scratching was announced at 3:58. Look, apologies were around, but how can we avoid this? I mean, this seems to me...
Well, have vets who know what they're doing
Well,
for
it
a
seems
start.
amateur out,
If
doesn't
if anyone turns up with a lab coat with an axe, don't let them near the horses.
It's as simple as that.
It's as
really.
simple as that. It just requires common sense
Yes,
and a little bit of
well,
rigour.
right. Now, look, the other thing is a blood sample may be taken as part of preparation for racing. What's not expected is the horse will be scratched with another problem. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, are we looking at a whole new way of solving this particular problem? I mean, we've got geniuses working at the CSIRO. Surely this is exactly the thing they should be preparing, a new way of checking out the blood level of a horse or what's in the blood of a horse without taking blood from it. Some sort of sniff test, nasal spray, whatever you like. I mean,
Yeah, well, there's no reason why our resources
Couldn't
of
be-
CSIRO couldn't be directed. You mean, what you're saying is you want CSIRO to do something useful.
exactly, for industry. Now,
Industry. Is there any... I mean, there's no talk of too much head noise with these horses.
they're probably used.
Yes.
They're probably used, yes.
Yeah. Well, that's a difficult one to check on,
It is.
head noise.
With a horse.
Yeah,
Would you have to use some sort of earphone
I suppose.
and see what it does?
Yeah. Well, when you look, if you're talking to a horse and it's watching your lips, you can assume it's lip reading.
Yes, with a slipper just over the horizon, it's the Probe Punters Club swinging the bag at the Carnival, the Wizard of Odds, rampaging Roy Slaven and tipping you into a bum steer with a vet coat on, H.G. Nelson. Now, I should have mentioned this earlier in the show when we were talking about those stadiums that are being rebuilt so we can have the World Shotgun title held in them.
Well, look, hang
and the
on.
monster trucks. And
hang
stuff.
on. We can have the monster trucks and the shotgun show with the stadia as they are. We don't have to...
No,
we don't have to change anything. It's
I accept that.
Yeah.
I accept that. That's true. And I'm
It's
not...
just if we're going to make them rugby league compliant, Stadium Australia's got to be
squashed.
Pushed in, yeah.
Yeah, Stadium Australia. Now, look, I've got no problem with having the monster trucks and the shotgun thing at the moment. But what we're doing is we're establishing a new procedure here. We will build it and you will come.
Yeah.
That's the concept.
That's the concept.
So what we've got here is people saying if we build it, then we might be able to get the World Football Cup or,
Yes.
we can get the Rugby Union Cup, sounds like in 2027. Who's going to be alive then? I'm not sure. But who's going to be playing then? We're not sure either. But what I'm suggesting is what we need to do is instead of just looking at rectangular sports put in there, because let's face it, the rugby league, with all honesty, can't be expected to cough up a match that'll fill it every week of the year.
It's not going to happen.
It's not going to happen. They might get one, the grand final.
Yes, or a state of origin.
Yeah, state of origin. Now, what I'm suggesting is we look for other sports that could be put into that might draw a crowd, not necessarily Australian fans, but people would come from around the world.
Overseas.
To see the monster trucks.
Ah.
An international thing. The monster trucks, where are they? Come to Melbourne. You're in Beijing.
Right.
You're seeing this. Monster trucks.
Yeah.
I've never thought about it.
So maybe you could have the Wimbledon final.
Exactly.
Wow, that's an idea.
And don't tell me that's not going to happen. I mean, look at what happened last week in the opening round of the Rugby League.
Yeah.
It went to Perth to play in the new stadium.
Which was fabulous.
Fabulous. Look at the crowd it got.
I know.
They've got State of Origin this year. Now, this coming weekend, I'm pretty sure the Swans are going over to play the West Coast in that same venue. Don't tell me that's not going to get a full house, because it is.
It is, yeah.
It is.
Right.
Do you see where it's going?
Sure.
I wouldn't be surprised if they're not bids in for permanent State of Origin in rugby league to be played at the new Perth Stadium.
Perth Stadium, yeah.
And certainly the grand final can't be put
But what
far
about
away.
but actually, where's this going to end? Because we're going to be playing games in China,
India.
in India, in the
Commonwealth.
United States. The United States has fallen under the dizzying spell of rugby league. We know that. So, do we need any stadiums here at all? Why don't we just manufacture product that we can export?
Yes, this is the Probe V8 supercar team at the wheel, scraping the door handles off the tyre pressure maestro, rampaging Roy Slaven, and in the pit lane, on the gargle, looking for a place to put the feet up, H.G. Nelson. Now, I was trying to develop a point about the construction of these new two stadiums, or stadia, that join the national conversation on that topic, if you like. Get this, two of the proposed three of the three stadia being built in Sydney are going to include what are described as quote-unquote safe standing areas. Now, remember in England some time ago there were standing areas involved in football stadiums, and these seem to cause all sorts of problems, including death.
Yeah.
Now, so the policy was to make all-seater stadium. So, White Hart Lane or whatever it is,
Yes.
or, Chelsea Ground or wherever they play, the Theatre of Dreams, Theatre of
You're not
Light.
going to get people being crushed.
Correct.
Yes.
There's not that jumping up and down, moving around at a great rate. So I'm not quite sure what's planned here.
A safe standing area.
Yes, as part of the controversial stadiums plan, the New South Wales government will tailor venue designs to the needs of active fans of the A-League clubs after approving safe standing at new venues of Parramatta and likely Moore Park. It will see Sydney follow a modern growing trend in football-specific designs in creating more space for the passionate fans to jump and move around without the fear of serious injury or damage to fixed seating. Now, what worries me here
Do
is...
fans want that? I mean, I like to sit down to watch a game of rugby league.
How about if you take your young child along?
Yes.
How are they going to see?
They're not going to see. They're just going to see the bottom of the person in front of them.
Now, can I ask, what sort of costs would save if you made the whole thing standing? You know what I mean? So if you go to
seats these days cost a fortune.
Thanks.
Don't they?
And the upkeep. Remember,
Yeah.
people have to go and clean the seats
They
because
do.
people, as you know, can't get at the toilets.
That's right.
So all of a sudden, hey presto.
Well, that problem disappears. And if you're going to have people standing without seats, no real need for toilets. Is there?
Well, why?
Let's just change the whole game experience completely.
The game day experience would
Yeah.
be incredible. Can I point out, should we just rip the seats out of the ones we've got?
Yes, save ourselves a hell of a lot of money.
But
And that could call it a redesign.
a makeover.
A makeover, yeah. Have you been to Stadium Australia lately? It's fantastic.
I stood up.
up there for a couple. I could have stood there for a week. It was so good.
No, I don't quite understand this. I mean, pressure from clubs saying our fans want to stand up.
Yep.
Well, why not make everybody stand up?
Yep.
What's good for the fan is good for everybody,
Yeah,
surely.
yeah.
You know, fitness-wise, we're a community that worries about these things.
Sure. But what you got to what you got to worry about though is people are going to start bringing things like milk crates to stand.
Oh, no.
So
no,
you got to weed that out.
Yes, that's right.
You know, people come with small step ladders.
I know.
I hate that.
I know. That's just madness.
It's absolute madness.
I know.
All you need to do is organise people in terms of height. So, Shorty, right down the front. Thank you.
That's right. That's right. What-
Righto. Stretch. You're
up the
back.
back. Yeah. But what'd be great is if you had a bar that you had to wander under as you walked in,
Yeah.
and you would go to a special part of the ground where people of a similar size were gathered.
Oh, yeah, okay.
You know, I mean,
yeah.
are we
that
beyond
can be
that?
worked out. It's not beyond our ken.
You know, we can
to-
have it to say, obviously 2 metres would be quite a tall person, have to go to the tall part of the ground, and then come down to,
Yeah.
say, 1.5 metres, 1
Sure.
metre, and so on.
And you have, your entrances do have these
levels
across them.
Yeah.
So if you've got to stoop to come in, you're not welcome.
Yes, it's the Probe Mayday March Past, taking the salute, Field Marshal rampaging Roy Knackers Slaven, and up the back of the bus with his bum on the button, H.G. Nelson. Roy, people like getting in touch with the show, and they can at Roy and HG at thesportingprobe.com.au. That's Roy and HG at thesportingprobe.com.au. And have you got a couple of emails there to
Look,
kick off?
Paul has been in touch with us, HG, and he writes... gentlemen, having just returned from Denver, I was heading there when you first spoke about having the Broncos versus Parramatta. And I must say, I love the idea, he says. I did my own recon in Denver, and there are so many upsides to having this clash there. Not only is the Lodge Hayne factor the biggest draw card, add in cold weather, altitude, legal cannabis, and the ability to carry a weapon. This all becomes the best ingredients you could ask for to promote the great game. You also have the Denver Broncos, so there's your quick connection and instant lodge lovers, merchandise heaven. If they could line the game up with a Trump visit to the region, then this will only add to the melting pot of spectators that could attend. What could go wrong? Perfect recipe in a perfect location.
That's a terrific story.
And that's
there.
someone who's done a reconnaissance there.
Has been there. The only downside with Paul's suggestion is I think the match now being slated there is England versus New Zealand, a test match at the same time.
Right.
But I think that maybe wouldn't that be one in the eye for New Zealand and England if Denver hosted the Broncos?
Yes.
Who's he got there? Broncos Parramatta.
Broncos Parramatta, yeah.
Wouldn't that be great? That'd be jabbing it right into
Well,
the
I
eye
hope
to the
Paul
International
has-
Rugby League.
Yeah. Well, I hope Paul's intelligence is right. And I hope this match between the Broncos and Parramatta is going to be played in Denver.
You know, how about the lining up of things there that he's got? You know, he's got legal marijuana,
Yes,
he's got, you know,
guns.
the Lodge factor, he's got guns, he's got a Trump visit.
Yeah, Hodge.
I mean, talk about
the Hayne plane. They
Hayne
still
plane.
love him there.
Of course they do. They haven't forgotten Mad Monday. That was
No.
the thing Jared introduced
Yes.
into the NFL.
Yeah.
Now, speaking still with the league here, Anthony Reid, he said he lives in South Australia. He's a converted NRL fan. And I have a long-standing question. I've always wanted to debate it. It's a bit left field.
Left field.
But he's suggesting that the best of 3 state of origin to avoid the dead rubber, wouldn't you just make the result determined by adding up the score in the 3 matches to decide who wins the series?
What a lovely idea. So it's like one huge game that goes over 240 minutes.
Well, beautifully put. See, now, when you see the
Wow.
Premier League, the Europa and, obviously the UEFA, they often have a aggregate score.
Yes.
Meaning they add up what happened and they get loaded points or goals at home are worth less than goals away,
Sure.
etc. Fair enough.
Yeah.
There'd be a fantastic result, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Now, is he wondering if a State of Origin match is going to be played, say, at Adelaide Oval?
Well, he's hoping, I think. Wow. I hadn't thought of that.
No.
Adelaide Oval.
Adelaide Oval.
Now, this year, I'm pretty sure they're going to Perth and Melbourne with the State of
Right.
Origin. I mean, really, they're spreading their footprint around.
They are.
And
Couldn't we expand the State of Origin to maybe 5 games?
I think it's got to go to 5.
5 games.
And, this is the suggestion, of course, that's almost there, really, isn't it? Implicit in what you're saying is that the rugby league competition, as we understand it, the Peter Beattie-led rugby league competition, is a feeder competition for State of Origin.
State of Origin. That's the way I see it, yes. Yeah. And most of these games, the feeder games, so to speak, would be played overseas. And your State of Origins, maybe 7 of them, would be played here.
The Sporting Probe, the only show game enough to ask. What are you looking at?
Now,
Look, I do have another one here, HG. Luke has been in touch. He says, looking forward to a discussion on the recent international diplomatic developments promoted by one of Australia's finest, the Great White Shark, in saving the Australian steel industry from Trump's tariffs. You forget that Sharky did that.
I know. Remember back in the day when I think Turnbull and Trump first got together, it was the Shark who drew them together because he...
Well, Shark had the number.
Trump's private number.
Yeah, because they're really good mates.
They are. Golf.
Golf, yeah.
But you forget what a big thing.
It
I mean,
is.
we lose sight here of golf now because no one plays it.
No,
but
that's
on
right.
the international stage, it's the language of international commerce.
Diplomacy.
Diplomacy,
Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah, it is.
Remember, of course, Shark's big in Bhutan too, through golf.
Huge in Bhutan.
Yeah.
He's solving a lot of problems
Yeah.
there. What a pity Julie Bishop doesn't. I've never seen her on a golf course.
No, does she know Shark?
Does she know Shark? She must know Shark. Now, anyway, this raises the question, he says, that have international leaders been underestimating the effectiveness of sports stars to move the needle vis-a-vis bringing peace and harmony to the world? He cites Dennis Rodman's time in North Korea.
North Korea, yes. I hadn't
opened
forgotten
the
that.
door for the coming US talks.
Yes.
Tall, tattooed freak in dresses, or is he a modern Henry Kissinger? Well, that's an interesting thought, isn't it?
Well, speaking of that, remember, wind the clock right back to Mao and China. It was ping-pong diplomacy.
It was ping-pong that got Nixon in there. Yeah, definitely. Matt Lodge is single-handedly presenting a compelling argument for international sequestration of income to pay offshore debts, he argues here, which is interesting. And Russian athletes selflessly promote the need for greater global cooperation and massive investment in biological sciences so we can catch the other cheats in international sports. He's thought it through, Luke.
I know.
Hasn't he?
It is terrific.
It is terrific. And maybe we have underestimated. And maybe we should be arming or preparing our sports stars, your Bernard Tomics, etc., so
for a life in international
diplomacy
Well,
once they leave.
Well, Nick Kyrgios, wouldn't he solve a lot of
Yes.
problems? I'm sure he'd speak a lot of common sense.
Yep, he would.
Now, one thing that I thought was interesting...
Plain talking. That's what you're going to get from Tomic.
Yeah. Now, just earlier, you had the comments of Tom Burgess about the need to rebuild stadia.
In Australia.
It's on a state level, sure, but here's an international perspective. Somebody who's, I think you said, has played all over the world.
That's right.
All over the world,
All over
bringing
the world,
that focus
yeah. Yes.
to problems here. Now, this is how it works, but sadly, we don't empower. Is that the word? We don't ask.
We don't
sporting
respect our sports people. We don't respect their intelligence and their sensitivity and their global interest in solving global problems.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? They're
you look at
switched on.
Bernard Tomic and you think, he's not
Just a
interested in
loser,
anything.
but
honestly, open him up about solutions for North and South Korea. the Korean Peninsula.
And remember, international perspective, doesn't he own property in Miami? I know he's buying up everything on the Gold Coast,
yeah.
but those parties in Miami where the police have to be called every time he turns up are just fantastic.
That's right.
I mean, sure, we're lucky no one's been killed so far at any of them, but that's great. And I mean, he does speak an international language. It's an obscure language, I understand, but he's getting things done.
Yes.
And I'm just wondering
And
if...
it would give him something to do.
Yeah.
So then he's just bored sitting in front of a mirror in his room.
thinking about counting his millions.
Yeah.
Now, look, what I'm interested here is surely we should be selecting people, obviously based on their footballing, tennis playing, swimming skill. But then the next thing is you realise, Kyle Chalmers, you realise, Josh Dugan, that you're going to be travelling the world representing Australia. You realise, Paul Gallen, that you have a chance of opening doors here. It's not just Sonny Bill who does it all.
No, that's right.
You have a chance to put the Australian perspective. That's the most important thing.
It is.
The Australian perspective.
It is. No, they would put their hand up as well. If you said to Gal, listen, dude, how would you like to live in Romania for a couple of years?
Yes, it's the Probe. Big night out. Doled up in the glitter behind the wheel of the Tesla, the designated driver rampaging Roy Slaven, and camped in the back seat, the melodrama of mascara, H.G. Nelson. Now, Roy, we mentioned a little bit of rugby this year, and I know lots of people are wondering what's happened to this incredible Twiggy Forrest-led revolution
of
the game.
Yeah, Pan-Pacific competition of some sort.
Exactly. Now, I have some news here.
Yes.
There was an excellent think piece by the Fairfax people about what Twiggy's up to. They're going to try 10-point tries, as well as keeping scrums at less than a minute. In other words, I don't understand a 10-point try. That's hardly going to matter neither here nor there.
Why not a 10-point try in the first 10 minutes, and then it goes back to something like that?
Very good. The scrums, everybody loves scrums.
Yeah.
Why shorten them? That's the moment when you can get a beer or you can, sort of get a bet on.
Yeah.
Now, line-outs will be fast too. If the opposing team isn't there, the ball gets thrown in.
Dear.
How are people going to keep up?
Yeah.
Now, if the scrums go beyond a minute, then we award a kick to the other side. Hang on.
What do you mean, which
if
side?
you've got the feed...
Well, then
all of a sudden,
you're just going to have teams deliberately holding up the scrums.
Yeah, it does so they can get a kick.
So they can get a penalty.
Has he thought that through?
He hasn't thought it through.
Now, there's a real reward for skill of running the ball, particularly inside your own 22.
Yeah.
You'll absolutely be rewarded for having a crack. Having a crack is our motto. That's a great idea.
Having a crack.
Twiggy's show, having a crack.
Right.
Now, wait for this.
Well, I suppose that's the secret to Fortescue medals, isn't it?
Yeah. Great. Now, can I point out one drawback with this is a name, for those who are coming late to the story, of re-establishing rugby in Western Australia, given the onslaught from obviously the Dockers and the West Coast Eagles and, now State of Origin.
Struggling for space.
Struggling for space in a crowded sporting agenda.
Yeah. They've got the stadium there.
They've got the stadium, certainly got the stadium.
It's the right shape.
Now, he goes on, I just had someone say to me, Andrew, this has come together so fast. I said, mate, for what we do, this is glacial. It's like watching grass grow. See, having a crack, you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
They laughed at me. For rugby, let me assure you, this is supersonic speed. I'm happy to hear that it's come together really well. Now...
Well, hang on, what's come together? I mean, I get
the 10-point tries, the speed of the scrum, the line out. I mean, that would have taken committees. They would have had to go to the rules and say, what do you think about changing the... I don't know. You'll get back to you.
Okay.
Now, he says, everyone looked for a phoenix to rise from the ashes of the Force and do really well. Sadly,
the Western Force, yes.
Yeah, so sadly, most of the players of the Western Force are now at the Rebels.
They are.
And let's not forget the Rebels are the top team in the Australian Conference. Now, it's exactly what is happening. It's a revitalisation in Australian rugby in the form of the Western Force on an international circuit. But the trouble is you're going to have to find a lot of new players. I'm not sure where these new players are going to come from. Obviously, some of the schools in New South Wales will have to provide some players.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know.
Well, you get somewhere from Perth, wouldn't you? I mean, that's got to be a feeder, isn't it, for the Western Force? Are they going to be called the Western Force again?
They are. We've spoken to sovereign leaders all throughout the Asian Pacific region, and they would welcome rugby there, so we intend to roll out next year with the Asian Pacific World Series Rugby Tournament.
Oh, I can't wait. especially with those 100-point tries.
Now, of course, the Western Force will be proud debutant in that. Now, hang on a minute.
Right.
They're national, but all of a sudden we've got a state competition. How does that work? Surely it's got to be Australian Force, doesn't it? If you're going up against, Fiji and
Fiji
Bhutan.
and Vanuatu and Bhutan.
I think we're going to win a lot.
I think we will too. Well, it depends what we can get up. Okay.
So it's called the Asian Pacific World Series Rugby Tournament.
Right. How long does it go for? Is it weekend knockout HG or?
I haven't got that far, those details. No, I think it's got a bit of travel involved.
Right.
Can't be like the Sevens because that's already
And
done.
who's going to show it? Is it going to be broadcast by Seven? By Channel 7?
Seven?
Is Hamish McLaughlin?
Hamish is calling the Asian Pacific World Series Rugby Tournament featuring Australian Force.
That's what I've heard, that Hamish and Mel
Dell.
McLaughlin and Dell, I mean, it's your old Spartan team, isn't it?
Almost. Such a great job then. Wherever we've gone around the world.
Can I just say that this Spartan show that they've taken off and bringing back over Easter, it looks a hell of a lot more interesting than this bloody rugby.
Yes, there's the Probe House of Cards holding all the aces. The King of Diamonds rampaging Roy Slaven. And on the other side of the card table, the man with a fist of nothing, H.G. Nelson. Now, this Australian Force, the Asian Pacific World Series Rugby Tournament. Look, I can see, as I mentioned before, Force winning almost every game here because the other teams in this competition would start off on a very low, would you call a base, because they don't have the benefit of, a lot of these nations don't have the benefit of numbers playing rugby and so on, and they don't have the resources of Fortescue medals to tip into it.
No, they don't.
Now,
There'd often be nations without a tradition.
And no uprights. No tradition of
no
rugby.
No equipment, no
idea of
so
a 10-point
they're going to
score.
arrive, if it's going to be played here in Australia, say a knockout weekend, they're going to arrive roughly probably 17 in the squad, without Guernseys, without a ball, and not knowing the rules.
A lot of setbacks.
It is a lot of setbacks, isn't it?
A lot of things to overcome. As Twiggy said, he didn't see any comparison between Kerry Packer's cricket. Now, this goes back into ancient history. Now, really, World Series cricket was a revolution where they did alter things in the game of cricket, i.e. play it one-day games, a lot on television and so on.
Coloured uniforms.
All that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
Now, we've been
But
highly...
they were all players, though, that had played cricket before.
Yes, and you roughly...
It wasn't as if
the
there was a whole
rules.
new bunch of people who were being introduced to the game.
Yeah, it comes off the bat and goes on the wicket, you're out. Played on. That was always baffling to people who'd never played cricket before. Why should he hit it with the bat and it went on the stumps? So why should he be out?
Yeah.
Anyway, we've been highly collegiate from day one to Rugby Australia. This is something This is something for Rugby Australia to lose. The door is open for them. I mean, that's throwing down a gauntlet, isn't it?
Right.
So it's a bit difficult to know how Rugby Australia...
Well, Rugby Australia's got to embrace this,
Well,
this confectionery.
the 100-point
this
try.
Nonsense that, that Twiggy's cooked up. I mean, he's got two ideas at this stage. 1,000 points for a try.
How much?
And what was the other one?
The other one is your line-outs.
Oh, the line-outs.
The ball can be thrown
that's
in
right.
as
The
a
scrum, if the scrum goes for over a minute, someone gets a penalty.
Yeah, well, the other team get the ball. That seems to me implausible.
I know.
I mean, imagine the disputes on social media about that.
Yeah.
Now, he said, wherever we've gone around the world, people have loved our competition and given us encouragement. We've been
What
unbendingly...
competition is he talking about?
Hang on, wait
The
a minute,
one
we've
that
got-
doesn't exist yet.
Correct. We've
Talk
been...
about a fantasy he's living in.
Well, we've been unendingly patient with them. As you can see, we're going ahead regardless. There's no reason why World Series Rugby and Rugby Australia cannot cooperate to build a faster, stronger, much better attended and popular game than we have in 16 and 17. What's wrong with the game at the moment? People love it.
People are loving it. Yeah.
Look at, we were watching earlier Stormers v Blues.
Stormers v Blues.
That was incredible.
That was
and how about the Reds v
classic.
the Jaguars?
Yeah, that's right.
Poor old Jaguars couldn't get the ball across the line
No,
no
they
matter how
couldn't.
hard they tried.
No.
And he's got Matty Hodgson helping out.
And we've got those Waratahs today, haven't we? Haven't the Waratahs running around this afternoon?
In the heat in Sydney?
Yeah.
Oh,
I think so. I hope so.
See a couple of Waratahs melt in the heat in Sydney. That would be incredible.
Yeah.
And now, Roy, just summing
See,
up.
it doesn't matter how many points you put on for a try.
Somebody's
I
gotta
don't
get 'em.
regard that as a genuine idea. I don't.
Well, there's points on a try already.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you think
Look, I understand if you want to skew it away from too much kicking, like taking... Look, okay. If you had the rule that to score a try you get 1,000 points, all right, I get that. If you, for a penalty though, you lose points if you kick the goal.
Wow, now you're talking.
You lose maybe 22 points.
Nicole Kidman, 1.8 metres tall. Tom Cruise, 1.7 metres tall. Another Sporting Probe fact.
Roy, look, rugby league players have busy days, never mind rugby union players. They have busy days filled up with video sessions and obviously trying to work out what the head noise is and, worrying about being in the review and being pointed out as being a bludger, all that sort of stuff. Yeah. But at least Shannon Boyd, who's got his hands full with a new baby and obviously Canberra Raiders. I think he's an enforcer for the Canberra Raiders.
Yes, I think he is, yeah.
He's going to take some time off, assuming over Easter, to go pig hunting and fishing.
Pig hunting?
Pig hunting and fishing.
Right, good.
After a big pre-season where he's turned bad weight into muscle,
good.
Boyd has made a pact with a fellow front rower, Junior Paolo.
Oh, yeah.
They've got a pact vowing to return to their ferocious ways. Right. Though that must be good for Sticky. That is the coach, Ricky Stewart, a.k.a. the Angry Ant, a.k.a. the game's greatest thinker, a.k.a. Carlos Mason. Mm-hmm. But having grown up on a family farm in Cowra, Boyd loves to get outdoors, especially pig hunting and fishing. Mm. And even though he's got a new bub at home, his familial duties won't stop him from getting out there for a poke when he has the chance. Good. Now, his partner... doesn't seem to mind. No, definitely not. My partner's really good. She understands I love doing that sort of thing, and she doesn't mind if I poke out and do a bit now. She's settled in a bit with the younger kid. Both sides of the family have come to Canberra to visit the new addition, and Boyd was excited about the prospect of helping raise his son to become another big shooter.
Good.
And hunter. Oh, sorry, and fishing person.
Fishing person, yeah, right.
Yeah, so that's good.
Well, that's good. Well, it looks as if, I often say to players, or back in the day, there's a time and place where you've just got to be a little bit selfish. Mm-hmm. A lot of players think, oh, well, I'm married now, settle down, I better hang around the house and put in, and that you can't. You've got to be selfish. You've got to put yourself first to be the player that you know you can be. Mm-hmm. Now, if having a bit of a poke with a pig is something that keeps Shannon Boyd's mind on the job,
and forgetting the head noise,
then I think full marks.
He's got it worked out.
He's got it worked out. And he's got a sympathetic partner who, without having to read between the lines too much, is probably quite happy to have him out of the house. Aren't you going pigging? Aren't you going pigging today, Shannon? Oh, I hadn't thought of that. Yeah, go on, mate. Go on pigging.
I'll look after the bub. Yeah. No problems. And Sticky will thank me for it later. I mean, Sticky would be the person who'd be encouraging players to get out there and express themselves with a hook or a bullet.
Yeah, definitely.
Because the head noise
I
just
assume
shrinks.
he might be stabbing.
Oh, he would be. He would be running them down with that bit of the knife.
Yeah, I don't know.
The pocket knife you never use.
Yeah, I don't know if he's got a couple of dogs, a couple of hangers.
Well, that sort of more or less brings us to the end of the show for another week. But the Probe will be back next week, and I'd like to thank Mao, of course, with his newfound, job for life, and fickle fingers of Felix in the top 10 again, and Roy, myself, my colleague in league. We'll see you all again next week when the Sporting Probe returns to the Triple M Network. Bye now.
Every single one of us can have a life of greatness. Join me, Sarah Grimberg, as the world's most inspiring minds explain how. Listen for free to A Life of Greatness at podcast1.com.au or search Apple Podcasts.
Podcast One.
Bonafide sports-mad Australians. Snakes alive. Is that the time? Yes, green and gold freaks, it certainly is. It's time for the Sporting Probe. With two diamond pythons twirled around the tree of knowledge across the nation.
Boys and girls. Well, a young man ain't got nothing in the world these days.
The Sporting Probe leading the charge up the eucalypt. With extra chili on the stick is the in-and-out maestro, rampaging Roy Slaven. And coming from behind is the heavy lifter with both feet on the ground, H.G. Nelson. Unleash the grunt and poke HG?
Yes, TF Much, gentleman Jim Daniels, the golden guy in the TSP soundproof booth, located today in the pop-up studio at the entrance of the Gunnedah Racecourse on the banks of the beautiful Namoy River in New South Wales. He's there just in time for the Gunnedah Cup on this afternoon. Jim's big two in the big one. Number 1 Egyptian ruler and number 7 choice lager. I hate to quote Roy so early in the show. Make of that what you will. Anyway, Probe-sters, patriots, pilgrims, punters, H.G. Nelson getting the spotting probe away for another set of 7 TF Much. Bruce McAvaney, what a week. What an incredible week. A week when too much sport is barely enough. I mean, residents and 457 visa holders. It's tremendous to have you with us as we once again prod forward through the solidly backed up stoolage of the week's sporting action. Again, a week of massive, massive collects. And remember today, it's the Blinken Knights of Balaclava door knock for the victims of the punt in the coming year. The knock is the Knights' major fundraiser for the year, and if you did have some collects yesterday, and who didn't? I mean, Doomben, it was on fire. Randwick, of course, Morfordville and so on. It was just a wonderful weekend of racing. Can you chip some of the egg and chips into the knock appeal for those who are having a run of outs trackside? And remember, if you are having a run of outs of trackside, don't worry, the Knights will find you. But let's cut to the chase. And Lockhorn's with the face of Wattsford Oval. And in that capacity, this man signed an MOU, that's a Memorandum of Understanding, with the CRL and the TRL, that's the Chinese Rugby League and the Taiwanese Rugby League, to play a test, an inaugural test in May 2020 on the hallowed Lithgow turf. This super test billed as nuclear dynamite for world peace, and I think that covers all bases, is scheduled for the same weekend that the Power will take on as yet unnamed opponents at the David Koch Oval in Shanghai. Now, this is the greatest leap forward in international rugby league since they rang the bell at Birchgrove Oval and get the whole shebang underway all those years ago. Might have been 1908. Wattsford Oval, incidentally, is no stranger to the big events. It hosts Ironfest every year, so you can see it's used to having a crowd. Now, Roy was in China to talk to the CAFL UA, that's the Chinese AFL Umpires Association. His topic, what is prior opportunity? So it was a tackling and intensive 3-hour session that he put on. Obviously, there was a fair bit of confusion because prior opportunity just doesn't translate into China. Oval hardly makes it at all, so it was baffling. But inside talks with the CRL and the TRL, he was able to get that deal done for May 20, nuclear disarmament for world peace. Two of those great sides, the Chinese Rugby League. It's a national side, remember. I think Andrew Fafita's going up here to have a look at some of the Chinese players and maybe select a provisional 13 or 17 to play in that test. I'm not sure who's looking after the TRL, but we will be announcing that here tomorrow at 10 o'clock. And in late-breaking development, this man was able to get several containers of books across the border into North Korea. Don't know how he did it, but several containers went up to ink a deal that will see the NKWRL play a test against the SKWRL, that's the North Korean Women's Rugby League, against the South Korean Women's Rugby League, as the first prong in the nuclear dynamite for world peace doubleheader. These deals have league lovers everywhere licking their lips in anticipation. The man, of course, is rampaging Roy Slaven. Roy, can we get the bunny? That is the TSP bunny in motion, simply by asking, what highlights caught your restless eye this week, Maro?
Yes, thank you very much, H.G. Nelson. Wonderful. What a wonderful, wonderful week to be an Australian, a book-loving Australian.
Yes, book.
An Australian with a library. You know what I mean. Those superannuation libraries we've all got. Now, A.B. de Villiers has surprised the cricket world with a retirement announcement. I'm glad he's gone. Could I just say I'm glad he's gone? A.B. de Villiers, I never liked the bloke. Look, off the park, you couldn't meet a more engaging sort of bloke.
No, if you're on the hay plane,
yeah, lovely
down,
fella,
yeah,
lovely fella.
He'd come by and help you
But
fix the
dress him in cream, and I hated him. My fear is he'll get bored and make a comeback. That's my fear. I mean, it's all well and good to say, yes, I'm retiring. Do it! Do it!
Retire.
Yes. Now, the big show, that's Maxwell, the big show looks for a fresh start under Justin Langer. I think the big show's put his hand up as captain.
Has he?
Yep. He suggested to Justin Langer, I want to be skip.
Okay.
I want to be skip. And, well, there's been sillier ideas, haven't there? Now, have the Broncos lost faith in Wayne? God, I hope not. I hope not. I mean, I hate it when good love goes bad. those Bronx. They didn't travel too badly this weekend. The Bronx aren't going too badly. I mean, it's been a while since they've won the big one. But is Wayne the man to get them there? Probably not. Probably not. Now, Steve Smith to play T20 in Canada. I don't like the sound of this. I mean, the bloke's supposed to be, put the bat away for 12 months. So let's put the bat away for 12 months.
Give him time to think.
Yeah, time to think. Room of mirrors. Look at yourself. Get out the sandpaper. That sort of stuff. Now, Damien Fleming to join Ricky Ponting as the Channel 7 Faces of Cricket, and what a fresh format this is going. I mean, you can see the bits falling into place here, can't you? You've got Ricky Ponting. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Test match. And joining me here is Flem. How are you, Flem? I'm all right. Good to see you, Flem. And, of course, we might just get Basil in now. Basil, have you got any ideas? I think Australia's going to... Good on you, Basil. Al Jazeera makes explosive claims that the Test wicket used by Sri Lanka against Australia was doctored by criminals. Criminals. I knew there was something wrong with that pitch. Just looked wrong to me. I said to HG, there's something wrong with this pitch. He said to me, I wonder if criminals have been involved. Well, Al Jazeera, and they know truth.
They do.
They know truth in a way we don't. So when Al Jazeera say cheats, criminals, I sit up and take notice. Now, the cornflake, Bernard Tomic. Now, okay, all right. I'm prepared to make an apology. I'd written this bloke off. I'd written this bloke off as a lump of brown in a toilet waiting to be flushed. Now, I'm prepared to apologise and say, look, I got it wrong. I got it wrong. Bern, I got it wrong. I'm sorry, fella. Welcome back. I just hope... Well, God almighty, how long's this going to last? Let's hope you don't go pear-shaped again. You're on notice, Tomic. You're on notice. You're on notice, Cornflake. Anyway, the Cornflake is into the French Open, and he's on course to meet Special K in the first round. Wow. Now, that is something that's got all tennis lovers salivating. The prospect of the Cornflake against Special K. God almighty, where can this end? Make of that what you will.
You're on the front line of the Love Probe Revolution with the Stars of Soul, Roy and HG. Now, Roy, last weekend the AFL took the game to China. Again, yes, I think this has been well reported. Yeah. But sadly, in the fallout, and I want to address the legacy of these two great matches that we played at the David Koch Memorial Stadium in China, they've been slammed by respected AFL journalist Caroline Wilson as nothing more than a good corporate booze-up.
Oh, no, that can't be right.
Now,
was the murderer there, HG?
The murderer was there, as near as I can tell, representing the death of Tasmanian football, had the armband on. Good. Took the salute as several players walked by who may or may not have played in Tasmania. Yep. And there's continuing scepticism over the crowd size, which they rated as 10,000, which I thought was a bit fat, that number, from my quick looking at it when I was there. Obviously, it was 82 points to 42. Gold Coast went down in soggy conditions, but it was a terrific demonstration of wet weather football. Yes. Often it's hard to play well in wet weather football. It's the same as any sort of sport.
There are handling errors, handling issues, kicking issues, accuracy issues, defensive issues. All of these issues are exposed under damp conditions. Now, sure, but the locals, those that know the game, would have enjoyed. I mean, aficionados, especially Chinese aficionados, they love seeing challenging conditions for the players. They love watching wet games.
They think most football is played in those conditions too. They weren't disappointed. Yes. They turned up and took what was on offer.
That's right. They think most of Australia is a rainforest.
Now, it was described by Caroline Wilson as a terrible game. She scoffed at the AFL's posted crowd of 10,689, suggesting those that did not turn up there, those who did turn up were there for the off-field action, not the on-field action.
That can't be right.
Now, firstly, if it's a booze-up, I just hope there was enough Australian beer set up, because I'd hate to think they were reduced to drinking, the local brew, and some of that artisanal Shanghai beer is not worth...
It's not very good.
It's not very good. No. Yeah, sure. It's not part of their culture.
No.
Canned beers.
No.
They make some terrific export Tsingtao beer, which is just great, but, the stuff left at home...
The stuff made for the local market is, it's horrible. Yeah.
Now, It looks like Port Power are going to continue with the experiment of going up there, and so
Good.
now we have to talk about the legacy of Port Power.
Yeah.
And they may be taking on in 2019 St Kilda, who would be, really by this time next year, they could be the easy beats of the competition, which is good. So should Port Power win. You wouldn't want Port Power to be the dominant, promoter of this and lose.
Yeah.
GWS are being considered as well.
Well, they look being pretty ordinary too at the moment. Yeah.
Now, despite the Gold Coast making a reported $500,000 from playing in China, Wilson says the Suns won't be returning next year. She certainly supports the Port Adelaide trying to do something different. Gold Coast won't be back. Now, Chris Judd, on a separate program or separate comments in the same program, said the experiment taking games to China is one of the AFL should persist with long term.
Good.
He thinks you've got to stick with it for about 10 years.
Yes, I think that's
You
right.
spoke to the Umpires Association in China. How did you feel the talk went over?
Look, they were very excited. They were very excited to have the game there, and very, very excited to see Australian officials and administrators to see how they operate on the ground, because they've only known about it theoretically. They know all the rules, but they've never actually applied them in a practical circumstance. And so to see someone actually applying them in a practical circumstance, they found that very exciting.
Revelation.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
It's like you can read texts about rugby league, about car racing, etc. You can read about it all you like, but it's not the same as actually sitting in the car and pressing the accelerator, that sort of thing. You know what I mean? Being part of it. It's a totally different experience. But I would like to see a cup, I think, HG. We might have touched on this before. We talked about the President Xi, Malcolm Turnbull Cup.
Yes.
I'm suggesting maybe the Chow Chak Wing Sam Dastayari Cup.
Beautiful idea.
I think that could have a resonance
With
that
both
sides.
communities.
Yes.
And would it be good if Sam and Chow Chak got there next year and maybe presented the cup?
Yes.
Because they're both good public speakers.
Yes, and they're loved in China.
Loved in China.
They're loved, especially Sam Dastayari. They love him there, wherever he goes. He's feted, as you'd expect. They're always throwing a banquet on him. Sam, come on in. Banquet's going, the lazy Susans flipping around and stuff coming out.
They put a lot of pineapple in their food for Sam.
Yes, yeah.
There's
Those special pineapple dumplings just for Sam.
Now, look, the match last weekend caused a lot of email traffic, and I interrupt the flow of the show to bring
Were they
you one
allowing
from...
emails out, HG, out of
No,
China?
these are locally written.
Good,
I haven't had a hope of getting anything out of China for years now.
no.
I mean, apart from books, which is obviously the most important thing,
Sure.
but email's not a hope.
No.
Baden's got two suggestions that might make Aussie rules more popular in China than it already is.
Yeah, yes.
Change the name of the game to Chinese rules.
Oh, they'd love that.
Exactly, that's his point.
Yes.
They'll love that. President Xi can even have a coffee or tea with Gillen whenever the CCP want to change a rule.
Great idea,
he'll think about it.
Yes. That's fantastic.
It's a great
to have
idea.
the murderer sit down with President Xi over a coffee discussing rules to the Chinese game.
I know.
Oh.
Now, that would really bring a certain piquancy to international affairs and give the people in foreign affairs something to think about. I mean, do they go with this, or do they think this is bad, or
I don't know.
do you know what I mean? I can't chart the landscape at the moment, Roy. Between it now,
well, I tried to get a word to Steve Chobo,
he was very pro-Chinese.
Apparently, yeah. He was happy to have a game played on one of the Spratly Islands. Where the players could fly in, maybe in one of those bombers that they've been landing there.
No problem with security on the Spratly.
No.
Now, Baden goes on to further celebrate the now international focus of the game, my emphasis, and the acknowledgement of its humble roots, change the name of the stadium again, this time to the Tasmanian Football Memorial Stadium.
Well, that'd be a bit lost on Chinese officials.
I think you'd have to explain that with an advertising campaign. Maybe use social media.
Yes.
Get some.
Maybe the Premier of Tasmania, is his name Hodgman or something like that? Yes.
Could easily be.
He might be the chip off the old block. Wasn't there a senior Hodgman who was great? And now the young kid he's great too. Well, maybe he could go and I don't know, do the initial bounce, something like that.
Wow. See, what I think has to happen there is that
Yeah.
we have to begin to understand how the Chinese media works.
Yeah.
You and I have had some contact with CCTV, Central China Television,
Yeah.
over the years. Now, they're an organisation that employs upwards of 50,000 people.
Yes.
I think they're going to them and sort of suggesting that anybody who mentioned Chinese rules
Yes.
would be able to get into the queue for a book or two.
I think that's right.
And I'm not talking about, sort of Colin McCulloch's latest, should she put one out. I know she's a bit past the pen work these days,
Sure.
but you know what I mean, a serious book or two.
Yes.
And maybe attach a Sharon football to it. Now,
Yeah.
I remember the technique you got rugby league blossoming in Melbourne was to send every PE teacher a $1,000 cheque and a Steeden football.
That's right.
And said, use this however you may see fit. And
That's
look at
right.
how the game's going there. The Storm are just incredible.
It's interesting you should mention Colleen McCulloch, HG, and I know she has been in the news for varying reasons this week. The Thornbirds is the most popular novel in China.
Yes, the Sporting Probe, a better way to probe. Now, continuing fallout from the big match last weekend in China, Paul writes, he says he likes the idea of AFL games in great untapped markets around the world, including Syria, Iraq, Afghanistan and so on. But one market Gil McLaughlin should look at seriously is North Korea.
Well, that's true.
Now, Gil could get traditional rivals Carlton and Collingwood to play an official match at the world's largest stadium. Now, I didn't realise this was the
Gee, they've
fact.
kept that quiet, haven't they?
It's Rungrado 1st of May Stadium.
Wow.
Now, it seats 150,000.
Is it oval-shaped, HG?
Oval-shaped, apparently. The winter, well, relatively speaking. The Winter Olympics cheer squad could cheer a Carlton, on Carlton. We've seen that terrific work they did at the Winter Olympics, the synchronised clapping.
Yes.
If people want to get an idea, have a look at the Viking clap that the Raiders run onto. It's sort of like that, but with many more movements. Now we got, and don't tell me that this is Paul says Kim Jong-un wouldn't like a friendly banter with Collingwood President Eddie Maguire, who could be trusted to whip up some controversy by saying something completely stupid.
Right.
Which is fair enough. Ed's very good at that.
Yeah.
Imagine the kudos Gil would get, possibly even a Nobel Peace Prize.
Wow.
If he could pull this off, maybe one to bring the murderer,
Yeah.
or to bring up with the murderer next time you have coffee with him.
Oh, okay.
So he'd definitely sit straight up and say, I'll think about that, Roy.
Yeah, well, he would. He
Now,
would.
where-
Well, that is a great opportunity, and it's a bit left field.
It's left field,
Yeah.
and you get the idea that in the current climate,
Yeah.
might be interested in putting up the money for it.
Well, if there was ever a time for to be turned towards the AFL, now'd be the time,
It certainly
I'd
would.
suggest.
Now, are we making enough?
How much diplomatic presence do we have, though, with the court of Kim Jong-un? As far as I know, we haven't. I don't think Julie Bishop's met the bloke. I don't think we've met their foreign minister.
No. Remember, of course, that I think he's connected with sport through, I want to say, a basketballer, Rodman. Is
Yes,
it? I might have the name
Dennis
wrong.
Rodman, yeah.
Dennis Rodman,
Yeah.
he toured there. And
But
remember,
Dennis Rodman's got nothing to do with the AFL.
well, I'm just saying, the bloke is sport literate.
Yeah, he's sport
And
literate.
remember,
Of course he is.
Of course, we got an email some time ago
Yeah.
suggesting that rugby union players were going there in the off-season to see the idea. This is just off their own backpacking experience.
Yes.
To try and get in North Korea with a couple of balls
Yes.
and have a go, maybe sit down a scrum or two and see how the people there responded.
Yeah.
I think that's the way it's got to work. It's got to be sort of some sort of person to person.
Yeah.
Forget governments. They're not going to do it for you.
No.
Go in on your own back, get the murderer up there talking the language, learn a few Korean expressions, prior opportunity, in the back, holding the ball, that sort of thing, through for a major, those sort of expressions.
Okay.
And see how he goes,
All
and
right.
maybe with the idea of having a MOU, a Memorandum of Understanding,
yeah.
with the Collingwood and Carlton football clubs.
Okay. Well, there are certain things falling into place here, HG. My understanding is if you do want to tour North Korea, the only way to get in is through China. You can't get in through South Korea.
Mm-hmm.
It's just not possible. So you go to China and then you're taken to the border and you're fed through that
Left on your
way.
own devices.
Now, it would be possible, say, for a team or two teams, let's say in the off-season, let's say Carlton put their hand up, let's say St Kilda put their hand up. So you'd fly the two teams to China, not a problem, on the bus to the border, through you go, and have a game. You'd find an oval pretty quickly, once you got over the river. There'd be you'd imagine there'd be somewhere you could
Put up some sticks.
and
Or
have
put
a bit
down
of
the
a game.
jumpers.
Yeah.
Now-
But that's the way to go.
Can I point out, this was all off a topic I wanted to talk about because I believe that we can now begin to, discuss the legacy of the Port Power experience. Sure, people have just gone up there to get on the piss. I understand that because...
Well, that's the Caroline Wilson position. Yeah.
That's right. I'm not saying she's wrong.
No.
But then we see what's...
But on paper, there's nothing really wrong with that.
Exactly,
If
that's
people
my
want
point.
to, if Gillen, if the murderer and his mates want to go there and have a few beers, well, no, that's fine by me. As long as the game happens and as long as there's a legacy.
A legacy, right. Now we get to that part.
Yeah. And the Chinese would take to beer as well as anyone would. I
Well,
mean, if we
especially that Great Northern Brew.
Ah, yes, that's the new
and-
sponsor for the rugby league.
Yeah, or, something that comes with a bit of imprimatur, you can get it sliding, you get it dry,
right.
that sort of stuff.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure that sort of work speaks all languages. But what I was trying to get to was people forget that Port Power come from a port, Port Adelaide.
Oh, yes.
Now, we surely should get some of those big, ocean-going cruise ships into Port Adelaide and show Chinese people the Port Adelaide story, the Port Power story.
Right.
We say tours of Albert and Oval.
Oh, yeah.
And maybe they could kick a footy from the forward pocket, get it on social media, and hey presto, all of a sudden you've got conversations going backwards and forwards. Look, Mum, look what I'm doing. I'm kicking a Sharon through the goalpost here at Albert and Oval.
Yep.
The Ghosts of Albert and Oval, a nighttime tour, where maybe Foster Williams is still lurking around and stuff like that.
Yeah,
And,
scare them a bit.
Scare them a bit.
Yeah, right.
Then-
And introduce them to South Australian beers, like, I want to say
West
Suffolk
End,
or
and
something
West
like
End,
that.
stuff
Yes.
like that. But there's so many more things to see. Look, I was just wondering if the Semaphore Jetty could be included.
Right.
The Port Adelaide Visitors Information Centre would be a must.
Yes.
You can go on the docks.
Yes.
Obviously, you'd be there because, the boat pulled up in the docks and stuff like that. They might have to pull up at Outer Harbour.
Sure.
Then you've got the South Australian Aviation Museum.
Yes.
There, the South Australia, or the National Railway Museum in Port Adelaide, National Railway Museum.
That's fantastic.
Trains from all
What
over.
gauge is that, HG? Do we know? Is that
I think it's standard gauge.
standard gauge? Okay, good.
And the Maritime Museum, that's a local one. I think the Phaley, that terrific coastal steamer's pulled up in Port. I mean, you're starting to put a package
You
together.
are.
So you spend 10 minutes on the bus to get to everything's so close.
Yeah.
To get to the Railway Museum, you spend 15 minutes there. Then you're back on the bus, 10 minutes down to the Maritime Museum, 15 minutes there, then 20 minutes over at Albert and Oval. You can start to see how you can put a day together.
Easily.
Then the shopping. I mean, I'm not
Yeah.
sure what shops there are in Port Adelaide these days, but you could easily build some shops which catered for, Vegemite, a couple of Port Power jumpers. Port Power must have a lot of merchandise.
Maybe a couple of Chinese restaurants, HG.
Chinese restaurant. I hadn't thought of them.
Yeah. Doing those terrific pineapple dim sims that are all the go.
That Sam Dastiari likes.
Yeah.
The Dastiari. I'll have number 14. What's that? The
And
Dastiari.
I wonder if Sam could be employed
As a
to greet
tour
people as they got off the boat,
Does it worry
because
you?
they'd recognise him. Ah, Dastiari!
Great to see you. Now, are you worried about the volume of people that are coming? If we get this up.
Look,
and
I
running?
would be if they weren't forced to get back on the boat after 10 hours.
Yes, it's the Probe House of Drag up front, swivelling the hips, blasting through. Hey, Big Spender is the talk of the town. Rampaging Roy Slaven. And out back in the wigs and sequin frocks with the lippy and rouge is the specialist H.G. Nelson. Now, Roy, just continuing, well, sort of something we've touched on earlier, renaming stadiums.
Oh, yes.
Or stadia, if that's the right way to put it. The management of Etihad Stadium this week announced that it won't be Etihad Stadium anymore.
I'm going to miss that.
It's true.
So many memories of Etihad.
I know. Were you there on the night? Blah blah blah.
Yeah.
Where were we? Etihad. Yeah. So it's going to be known as Marvel Stadium from September, after venue owners agreed to a sponsorship deal with Walt Disney Company Australia.
Right.
The name change comes after an 8-year association with the airline. 8-year deal. This is the new one. Will include a renaming of the stadium, an on-site Marvel shop, and cross-marketing by entertainment giant Melbourne Stadiums Limited Chief Executive Michael Green says the sponsorship deal will allow for increased engagement with the visitors.
Oh, no, this sounds great. So is there going to be sort of the Spider-Man stand within Marvel and maybe, I don't know, the Hulk stand, Wolverine stand, the Wolverine wing, that sort of stuff?
What I think is, let me just finish the story and then we can do it. We look forward to a new era of entertainment for the stadium where we will push the envelope. I hate that idea, pushing the envelope.
Pushing what envelope?
Indeed. Now, let's get this in perspective. I mean, obviously there were many suitors to want to get involved in renaming or rebadging Etihad Stadium.
Yeah.
Are you firstly disappointed that there's not a clearer idea how the game day experience will be improved?
Yeah.
I mean, I know you immediately thought of, wouldn't it be great to have a team play there in Marvel costumes?
Yes. Yeah, yes, all dressed as Spider-Man against all dressed as Quicksilver or Thor, the opponents.
Great idea.
It's a terrific idea, and the kids would love it.
And are you worried that, just putting a shop in there with a few comics and a bit of tap and a few maybe toys from the latest blockbuster is interesting enough? Is that going to be, we're going to go to the football and we're going to get a Thor cape?
Yeah.
I know Thor doesn't have a cape.
No, but let's say Thor did have a cape.
Or a hammer.
Yeah.
We'll get a blow up Thor hammer.
Or some Wolverine knuckle dusters, for example.
Yeah.
Now, well, it's not enough, is it?
It's not.
It's not enough.
And are we at the end of the Marvel film experience?
Yeah.
We had comics, moved into film. Probably there's a musical round the corner somewhere. And then, of course, we have to go into naming rights for stadiums to keep the brand inflated.
Yeah.
Now, that seems to me a terribly clumsy way of going about it.
Yeah. I don't know why Australian businesses couldn't have put their hand up.
Thanks very much.
The home and away stadium, for example.
Wow.
Yes.
The home and away
stadium.
With the stars of the show there every time a match is on.
That's right.
And maybe on the big screens you can have teasers at half time.
Yeah, you can watch old episodes at half time. Something like that. You might have
home and away stadium.
Yes. And one side represents home and the other side represents away.
Yes, this is The Probe, a show for dreamers. Aussie golden dreamers, headed up by a man who dreamed of becoming Australia's #1 nudist, rampaging Roy Slaven, and a young man with bugger all prospects who cashed them in, H.D. Nelson. Now, look, can I just say, home and away's a great idea, but what about great Australian comics for renaming Etihad Stadium? I know you, I mean, I suggested Bluey and Curly.
You did.
The Bluey and Curly Stadium, which would be great, harkening back to our Aussie Anzac traditions, although I know they were Second World War.
Sort of Ginger Meg style.
Ginger Megs. Yeah. And then you came up with a character out of the Pots, and I think this is great. There used to be a great character in the Pots called Uncle Dick.
Yeah, there was.
And I'm just wondering if we could...
There was a spin-off. Uncle Dick had his own comic there for a while.
Right.
Started off as the Pots, and then it became Uncle Dick. Now, it's going back a little bit, but I'm sure you could revive it.
Especially if we renamed Etihad Stadium the Uncle Dick.
The Uncle Dick, yeah. Well, it'd get kids asking, who's Uncle Dick, Dad? And, Dad would say, there was this comic called The Pots, and it was just really funny, and Uncle Dick was a character who said outrageous things like, gore, blimey, stuff like that.
Sort of like Alf from Home and Away.
A little bit.
Yeah.
A little bit. Well, the Alf from Home and Away stadium's not bad either. Struth. You could get Ray Maher in, just to be there to welcome everyone in. G'day, everyone. Welcome here, and I hope you have a great night. And Struth play Stone the Crows. I'll be over here.
Yes, it's the Probe House of Cards, holding all the aces, the King of Diamonds, rampaging Roy Slaven, and on the other side of the green, a man with a fist of nothing, H.G. Nelson. Now, as I understand it, the State of Origin, Wednesday week, it's at the MCG. Sadly, it can't be at the Uncle Dick because the naming rights haven't been sorted out. But wouldn't it have been great to open the Uncle Dick's campaign, new ownership, new naming, with a terrific State of Origin match?
Yeah.
This is Queensland Maroon first for the year, and the teams will be announced tomorrow.
Right.
As nearly as I can remember, I think it's Maroon going first in the morning, and then, of course, New South Wales announcing its team in the afternoon.
Right, a lot of stress on the selectors tonight, isn't there?
On both camps.
Yeah.
Now, can I ask an idea here when we start to unpack the New South Wales team?
Yeah.
It's been suggested that people who have no experience of State of Origin would be best to select because they've never been beaten by Maroons.
They don't know loss. They don't know defeat. I think that's an important thing, HG.
So what percentage would you think? 90% have never played at Origin level before? Would be the best way to go. So the bulk.
Why not
100%?
100%? Why not 100%?
New culture.
A totally new culture, yeah. A culture that has never known defeat.
No.
That's what you want.
They've never known Brad Fittler.
No.
They've never known, Cam Smith, not that he'll be there. They've never known, what's his name, Billy Slater.
Billy Slater, yeah.
They've never known any of those big forwards that turn up every so often for the Maroons.
Yes. Yeah.
It's an incredible idea. Remember, of course, I think I'm right in saying that New South Wales has won one in the last 11 of these series.
That's right.
Now we come to the more specific questions. And this week, Phil Gould, the Grease eminence of rugby league, suggested that Boyd Cordner, the New South Wales captain who has known defeat, should not be selected because his football has stagnated over the last few years. Now, this term stagnated, it's a new one to me in regard rugby league. Is Gould using the media, I forget where he made these comments, obviously in one of those chat shows, to fire up Cordner to demonstrate that his football isn't stagnating?
Probably, yeah.
Two questions, Roy. Yeah. What does a stagnating footballer smell like? Yeah. And the other thing, did your coach Grassy ever use the media to fire up the team or fire up particular individuals in the team?
Yeah, he did. Grass had a short segment, HG, on the Finley's Furniture half hour. This was every Sunday night on 2LT, where they'd talk about, what sort of low boys were up for sale, Don Furniture, Parker Chairs, that sort of stuff, what specials were on. And they'd cross to a segment called Grassy's Group 10 Grubs. And so they say, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for, on Finley's half hour, Grassy's Group 10 Grubs.
G'day, Grassy Granel here. Couple of grubs this week. Stomper Staines, great grub. Roy Slaven, didn't put in.
Stagnating.
Expect more from you next week, Roy, otherwise you won't get picked. That's it for me.
Off he'd go. And word gets through. Oh, I heard you talk about the other night. Grass was talking about you on the Finley's Furniture show, Roy. Oh, yeah, what'd he say? He said you're not up to it. And it gets through to you that way.
Yes.
That way. So, and often you'd be accused of stagnating. He'd say,
something like, Stomper Staines, grub last week, stagnated this week.
Oh, well, no, Stomp, you better lift your game. Yeah, what'd he say? Said you're stagnating. What? That sort of stuff. So it can work at you. But I'm with Gus on the Cordner. I think it's wrong to build a team around Cordner at this stage because he knows defeat.
That's what my point was.
Whereas I'd be inclined to get, if I was Freddie Fittler, I'd get Andrew Fafita into the room, sit him down and say, Andrew, you're captain of the team. Pick 16 other blokes you want to play with and let me know in 10 minutes and I'll make the announcement.
It's the Probe Family Day at Tail and Bend Raceway. On the pole in the asbestos suit, the racing legend rampaging Roy Slaven, and smoking while filling the nitro funny car is the man about to go bang H.G. Nelson. Now, Roy, look, still sticking with team selections because it is something that people are thinking a lot about.
They are, yeah.
Does experience matter? Would a team that had never faced Queensland, the majority of players never faced Queensland before, be a good idea? Now, Fittler has been doing the heavy lifting with regard promotion of this series because obviously no one's got any names for players, so you can go around and speculate all you like, but until you know that Boyd Cordner's playing, there's no point talking to him about.
Well, there are going to be Cordner freaks who are not going to buy their ticket until they know
Cordner's there.
Yeah, that's right.
Now, Brady's done some great heavy lifting. I think last week we broke the story that he was going to pick players who he liked watching. And at the same time, we broke another story, which was he was going to break players who could do, guru-like things. Because Brad the Guru was in town and he was thinking outside the square.
Yeah.
And, the yoga and, the meditation and the visualisation were high on his list of things. And there was a beautiful photo of, Brad sitting in the lotus position with the loincloth on.
That's right. They were going to train in an ashram or something.
And remember, of course, they were going to train in bare feet so they could absorb the minerals.
Barefoot on a bed of nails, HG.
On a bed of nails, yes. Sleeping on a bed of nails.
Sleeping on a bed of nails in an ashram, studying the Maharishi Yoga. Him, that bloke.
the Transcendental Meditation
Yeah,
Guru.
That's it.
Now,
Yeah.
see, Brad's got a difficult chore here because in the past he could rely on the team to go into camp and do something silly.
Yep.
That there was always a couple of people falling off horses or getting drunk and catching the wrong train home and all
That's
this sort of
right.
stuff,
Yep.
which is
Yep.
fair enough. That's just rugby league. People are warned about it in advance. They know which areas to stay about, and hey presto,
Yeah.
New South Wales used to win matches.
That's right.
Now it's gone in a different no dickhead sort of policy.
No, it's not working.
It's not working.
No, you've got to go back to your traditional old-fashioned dickheads because dickheadness wins state of origin games, doesn't it? I mean, you've only got to look at Queensland.
Now, last week there were two tackles that I thought were interesting and maybe a return to dickheadedness.
Oh, yes.
There was the wonderful one, Dylan Walker.
Yes.
Now, in the fallout from Dylan Walker busting his eye socket, have I got the right part of the anatomy? Anyway, Luke Lewis, the veteran Cronulla, who used to play with the Penrith Panthers and probably other clubs as well, he suggested Dylan Walker probably deserved to be punched in the head.
Oh, yes.
Debate has raged in the NRL after Melbourne Storm centre Curtis Scott fractured Walker's eye socket during the spiteful clash at Amy Stadium on Saturday night. The two engaged in a running war of words during the game before Scott snapped, punching Walker. He became the first player to send off in a game in 3 years since 2015.
Okay.
I don't condone the fighting, but personally I think Dylan Walker probably deserved it, Lewis said on NRL 360. Walker's sort of went out of his way to give Curtis Scott a good push in the back.
Right.
Now,
is Walker a gob merchant, HG? Is he?
yeah. Yes, as I understand it, he's got a line in patter, that obviously...
What, you're a dickhead, that sort of stuff?
Yeah, fairly simple, basic line in patter.
Hey, Scott, yeah, you're a dickhead.
Come here.
Yeah,
What are you looking at?
You're a dickhead, mate. You're a dickhead. Well, you can only take that for so long, and after 80 minutes, you just lose your rag, don't you? And you behave like a dickhead.
You join the club. Now, the other one was the wonderful tackle...
leading him with the head.
Leading with the head. Now, that's
a revolution. This could change the
It's a revolution
game.
in rugby league. It's going to change the game.
I'd call it a torpedo.
A torpedo.
Torpedo tackle. Yeah.
Now, let me
just
try and
run at
explain
someone and put your arms by your side and lead with the head and just try to hit them in the head with your head. Brilliant, if it comes off.
Well, the ball carrier's running at you. You realise that both your arms are in the wrong position. The player's almost past you, but you realise you've got one weapon up top.
Yep.
And you aim it at their head and try and knock them out.
Yes.
Now, I thought it was... You know what? You and I spent a little bit of time at schools this week, and I was amazed to see how many kids in schools were practising this.
In
tackle.
playgrounds, yeah.
In playgrounds.
Everyone was leading with the head.
Yeah.
I know.
It's Nate Miles used to lead with his head. People used to complain.
Oh, yeah, but he had a special head, didn't he, Nate Miles?
He had a head for rugby league.
He did.
Built for rugby league.
He did.
But do you think we're going to see...
He had a wrecking ball head, didn't he? He could demolish a house with that head,
I tell you what,
while still lying in bed.
Yes, this is the Probe Centre for Climate Science, dipping another frog into near-boiling water. The prof rampaging Roy Slaven, and down in the basement stoking the furnace with the briquette, the coal man, H.G. Nelson. Now, Roy, a lovely touch when the team is named. And I hope, I'm not sure if Napa and Sims can be named.
Right.
For New South Wales. I don't think Sims is going to be with us for some time.
No, he's out with a busted eye socket. Is that the one you're talking about?
No, that's the Napa's the person who applied the head.
Oh, the head, yes.
To Sims.
That's right. That's right, yeah. He's got to cool his heels for a little while, hasn't he?
Yeah, sadly, Napa can't be part of it. But God almighty, imagine that. I don't think Napa's played at Origin level, so he's got a lot of ticks going for him.
He has.
He's not fearful of loss. He's never experienced loss.
No.
Now, what's great is that Fittler has been telling us for months that he'd take a different approach to Origin. That's obviously Guru Brad, in the ash can and
the ash ram, the
tingling bells in the
transcendental
background, meditation
also,
and
the nail bed,
all that sort of stuff. Now, it'll get no funkier than his final media session before the MCG Classic. He's confirmed he will be making every player available for interview the day before the match. Every player available for interview.
Isn't that terrific?
So Andrew Fafita, who was obviously selected to skip, come out and say a few words.
Yep.
That'll be interesting in itself.
Certainly will.
And then the rest of the
does
team.
he introduce the rest of the
I
team?
think he does.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I'd like to introduce you to our fullback. Go on out here. Yeah.
We can't name it, but let's say it's James Tedesco.
Yeah.
Just say off the top.
Any questions for James? No. Yeah, you? What do you want to ask him? That sort of
Perfect.
stuff. Is that how it is?
Well, remember the old days, you'll never remember this, but Kevin Gosper used to run a very tight ship at a media conference, and I think he's a role model for Andrew Fafita when he comes out.
Yes.
Yes, you. No, not you. Not you. Not you. You. Yeah.
Yeah.
But keep it short.
Yeah, keep it short. Yep.
That's enough. Now, every single player, apart from wanting to publicise the game in the AFL heartland, that's amazing. How about that as an idea? These stars, the New South Wales team, are household names in Victoria. That's why they're able to do it. I mean, there's no point putting up a lot of no-names to a mad, AFL crowd who want to go down to the Uncle Dick rather than come to the MCG.
Yeah, sure.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Pity we can't rename the MCG for that day.
What'd you call it?
Oh, I don't know.
Rugby League Central.
Yeah, something like that. Yep.
Now, so apart from wanting to publicise the game in AFL, he figures that if a player cannot handle easy questions the day before Origin, then how will we handle playing against Queensland before 90,000 fans at the G? I think they're a bit optimistic about the 90,000 fans, but I live to be proved wrong there. Now, is there any comparison between answering a question from you, not you, and playing State of Origin? I mean, it goes back to the old question, is playing rugby league like Gallipoli?
Yeah. Well, look, rugby league has never really been a literary sport, HG.
No.
It
relies on headbutts.
Yeah, rugby league players, generally speaking, back in the day, hated players who spoke to the media because they were showboating and had tickets on themselves. I can remember once Stomper was interviewed on 2LT at half time. How's it going, Stomp? And Stomp said, oh, yeah, we're really putting it up. And anyway, the fallout was nobody spoke to Stomp for a month because they thought he was just being a smart ass, using all them big words like and gunner,
Can I point
that sort
out,
of stuff.
I'm writing...
Just put people off.
I know.
And I think there's still that tradition today. I mean... sure, if Andrew Fafita wants to be the spokesperson for the team, well, that's fine. That's fine if he's got some terrific things to say. But I don't think we should expect the rest of the team, who aren't there as speakers, for God's sake.
Perfect.
They're there as rugby league players. They're there to run the ball up, to complete their sets.
Yes. Ball security.
Yes. And if they're thinking about anything else, they're gonna fail in those basic things. And you can't have them stressing in the busting. Oh, what am I going to say? What's Paul Kent going to ask me?
Yeah. What's Caroline Wilson going to ask me? Now the next thing is, of course, what is there to say?
Yeah.
Completion.
Yeah.
Everybody's going to say, well, I'm worried about completion. We just got to get our completion right. Hear that 11 times and you think, well, this is a bit of a dull sport.
Sure.
We've got to, obviously take our chances.
Yeah.
We don't want to get ahead of ourselves.
Sure. Maybe you've got to make it more a stick rather than a carrot here, HG, and say that all players will be available for interview after the game if we lose.
Yes, brothers and sisters, you're in the Probe Church of Hope. In the pulpit, the very Reverend R.R. Slaven with a special reading from Revelation on the evils lurking in F1 and nicking off with a collection plate, H.G. Nelson. Just a quick correction is Dylan Napa is available to play for Queensland and did in fact play for Queensland last year. So the Maroons have at least, I would pencil in Napa because I'd love to see that on the big stage, that tackle.
Who wouldn't?
Because the arms, the invention. He realised in the split second that his arms were useless, but his head was still in play.
Still in play, yeah.
Now,
great presence of mind.
It was an excellent addition, and I'd like to see a couple of people.
Well, he could pick up the baton that was sadly left behind by Nate Miles. He could be the new Nate Miles.
Yeah, because Nate Miles had an incredible record of hitting people with his head.
Oh, God, yeah.
I mean, it was not just once, it was over and over again.
Over again, yeah. Sometimes unintentional. I mean,
of course
it was
it's
just
unintentional.
His head was so big, it was just...
In the road.
Yeah.
Look, I've got to say it gets exciting at this time of year with your State of Origin selections because you just wonder whether there isn't a room, and I don't mean to this be understood, for dickheadness in the modern game.
I hope there is. I think everyone dreams, of the perfect dickhead built for State of Origin. They're about. We've just got to unearth them.
Unearth them. Now, look.
Andrew Fafita, he knows where they are. You start with a mirror and then you work.
That's right. You work out from there.
Yeah.
Now, look, the first night of State of Origin, historically has been a campfire experience with a few jars, a bit of Great Northern and so
Bit
on.
of horse riding, telling stories.
That's right, staying out late.
Getting lost.
Now, one of the first things the New South Wales players will do when they get together next Tuesday is a feed the homeless in Woolloomooloo.
Good.
Fittler has been a long supporter for, Youth Off the Streets charity, and he'll be down there feeding the homeless. I'm not sure what they'll be cooking.
Yep.
But has Andrew Fafita got something, maybe you do a lasagna?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Or maybe something to do with fish?
Yes.
Now, the Blues will head to Randwick Racecourse on Saturday before the Origin. That must be next Saturday.
Right.
But not to get on the Terps and have a punt. The team will be there to raise funds for Mark Hughes Foundation.
Oh, yes, for brain cancer.
Yeah, It's all part of Fittler's quest to connect with the community.
Right.
Now, hang on a minute. It's a very select part of the community they're connecting with. I mean, I'm not opposed to it, but it's just, you just think, well, what about people who shop, for arguments? Aren't they part of the community?
Yeah. Yeah. What, do you think they should maybe go and sit in a Myers store or something, HG?
Well, remember
near
in the
the
old
perfumes,
days...
Near the perfumes?
Well, exactly. Good idea. I'm not knocking that. Look, remember in the old days, you used to have to sit in Finley's for Fine Furniture in the window.
Showroom, yeah.
In the showroom, pretending that you were a family.
Yeah, that's right. There were 18 of us just sitting around on the furniture, just trying to look normal, as if we're a normal family.
Of rugby league fans.
Yeah, that's right.
Or rugby league players.
Yeah.
Now,
The main job was to, at the end of the day, get the hoses out and get rid of the spit off the windows.
Yes, it's the Probe ATM camped on a milk crate where the Fist of 50s is the branch manager and brains of the operation, rampaging Roy Slaven, and working a wheeze for the big four with a jar of change is the cash-out comrade, H.G. Nelson. Now, look, one thing's for certain about Fittler's team. This is New South Wales Blues to be announced tomorrow. He won't be selecting players who aren't prepared to put the jumper ahead of themselves. It's an interesting concept, isn't it?
Putting the jumper ahead of yourself.
I'm not sure what he's got in mind there, and I must, we must get him on the show and probe some of these issues with him.
Yep.
In the smouldering mess, this is the Fairfax people writing, in the smouldering mess of last year's series loss, it quickly became clear that some players were more concerned about renewing their club contracts than wearing sky blue.
Oh, I hate that.
Now, in the last few years, Fittler has been getting out on his Harley Davidson in New South Wales countryside. I think we've covered this widely.
Hogs for the homeless, yeah.
Hogs for the homeless. He's been gobsmacked by the number of kids in New South Wales who support Queensland.
Well, that must be upsetting for him. Is that because Queensland have been winning for the last 11 years?
Well, for most people's
lives. Some of these kids have only known one winner. They just think State of Origin exists for Queensland to win.
Exactly. And then, of course, he points out...
So it's a bit like, I don't know, the Harlem Globetrotters and the Washington Generals, or whatever they were called.
I think you've got it. Now, it was a selfish culture, so no doubt about that, because there were a lot of people making the decision for themselves. There are only really two cultures. There's one where people think about themselves, and there's one where people think about their workmates. And I didn't realise that.
No.
It puts it so elegantly.
Yeah.
Think about themselves.
Yeah.
Think ...
Right.
I'm going to pick players who think about teammates. I've been going around and asking a lot of coaches about their players, the ones who are in line, what sort of people they are.
Yes.
That's been one of the key things we've been trying to do is get out to all clubs.
Right.
I suppose he wouldn't have been going to the Eels much, though, would he?
You wouldn't have thought so. But he wants players with a particular set of values. Is that it, HG? That put the Blues ahead of themselves, that put others ahead of themselves, who are concerned about social issues and the homeless and education and more money for schools and more money for hospitals and more houses,
World
public
Peace,
housing.
Nobel Prize.
That sort of stuff. Is that what he wants?
Well, the big thing is in driving around...
He wants do-gooders. Is that what he wants? A team of do-gooders?
It sounds that way, doesn't it?
Well, is a team of do-gooders going to beat a team of dickheads?
Yes, you're part of the Love Probe Revolution with Roy and HG. Now, just finishing up on team selections, Brad's noticed the big thing driving around New South Wales and understanding what Origin does to people. It's been amazing since I've been coached, the impression Origin makes on everyone, whether you're in Adelaide, Melbourne, Sydney, Dubai, Qatar. It's an unbelievable beast. I just want to make sure we do the best possible job. Part of that is picking the best possible team of dickheads. We want our stars to behave well and be great role models. Oh, no.
Yeah.
No, it's nothing to do with rugby league.
Yeah.
Nothing to do with rugby league. No, not great ball carriers.
No.
Fend.
No.
Step.
No.
Jink. Chip over the top. You never
control.
see that. Yeah.
Finish your sets.
Now, people have been chiming in this on the Mojo Wire, and you can do that by just simply getting in touch with Roy and HG at thesportingprobe.com.au. That's Roy and HG at thesportingprobe.com.au. Roy.
Darren's been in touch, and this is Jermaine.
Yes, Jermaine.
He says, I found myself reluctantly agreeing with an article in Friday's Australian newspaper lamenting the lack of villains running around in rugby league these days.
God, that was fresh from the Australian.
Yeah, well, I don't know who wrote the article. I know as a Queenslander I'm struggling to come up with any New South Wales player who I'd love to see get punched in the head during the upcoming Origin series, which has left me feeling quite empty, as if the series now has no meaning.
Wow.
Is it about time that those running the New South Wales Rugby League stepped in and with a wink and a nod said to the clubs that over the next couple of weeks anything is acceptable on or off the field in an effort to restore rugby league to the funny old game we've always known it as?
What are you thinking about that, Roy? Are you sort of a bit down in the dumps about this series because they're all going to be do-gooders and, no dickheads? Look, a dickhead can feed the homeless just as easily or, read turf, what was it?
Wellington Oval.
Wellington Oval, I was going to say Wentworthville, but that's a bit further west. Wellington Oval, just as good as role models.
Of course they can. Of course they can.
In fact, some ways, there might be a better group of people to think about that.
Yeah. Look, I think dickheads have done an outstanding job with rugby league since 1908. I mean, I haven't done. You'd have to look at talk to academics about this, but my understanding has been that, by rule of thumb, is that ordinarily speaking, 72% of rugby league players are dickheads. Now, and that's a statistic I'm happy to live with. Mm-hmm. I'm quite happy with that. I think that's got the balance just about right. Because you want your dickheads in the community putting their hands up and saying, yes, rugby league, that's for me. How do I get involved? Where do I sign? Out of my way. Who are you looking at? You know?
Are you looking for a busted eye socket? I think is the correct term.
Yeah. Where can I put my head?
Yeah. Now, look, remember, of course, in the old days when rugby league was suffering for a bit of exposure, you could always rely on the New South Wales Blue to say something that would outrage Queensland Maroons. And, of course, Backdoor Benny Elias led for many years. Not many people today listening to this radio program would remember Backdoor Benny Elias and his wonderful work doing the heavy lifting promotional-wise for the rugby league at State of Origin time.
Yes.
Now,
he used to gob off all the time, didn't he? He was a real niggle merchant. Mm-hmm. We need a couple of niggle merchants, don't we? Who was our last great niggle?
Well, hang on. We've got, Ennis.
Oh, yeah.
He's
the
become
Menace.
But
he's left us.
I know, he's become a commentator.
And no one's filled in.
There's a yawning gap.
A yawning gap there for a real niggler.
Wouldn't it be great if Brad Fittler tonight set himself the task of finding a niggler?
Yes.
A little bit of DH.
Yeah. So he announces he's 16 and then, drum roll, our niggling dickhead. Here he is!
Yes, you're out and about on the Probe Explorer, heading out for another day of bleaching the reef. The man with the snorkel and spear gun is the skipper, Captain Roy, and down the back of the tub with a 44-gallon drum of White King, are very, very excited H.G. Nelson. Roy, let's change the direction of the boat for a minute and come to this decision. And I'm not sure who allowed this decision to happen, to allow Steve Smith to go and play T20 in Canada. Now, as you said in your opening comments, you felt as though it was important if you're banned from cricket not to be able to play cricket through a backdoor method.
Yeah.
Now, I assume the T20 in Canada is a big bash style thing with lots of money available, lots of betting opportunities available, and professionally selected teams. I think there's 7 teams from Canada and the West Indies, a team from the West Indies.
Okay. I know very little about the Canadian T20. In fact, Canadian cricket, I know very little about it. But wasn't there talk also of Smith and Co. playing in, I want to say, Darwin, in some Darwin T20 confection?
There was.
I hope that went away.
And they're off to Canada, where we won't be able to see them.
But is that Darwin show gone to Canada? Is that it, or is it?
No, I can't help you there, because I thought that Darwin was almost a club knockabout.
All right.
because they would play at this time of year.
Yeah.
Because they have their dry season.
Dry season, yeah. So you can play cricket, sure.
Smith, in media commitments this week, spoke of his desire to entertain young kids and attract them to the game he obviously so dearly loved when he made his heart well ready. God, it still brings a tear to my eye to see Smith, our captain, blubbing like that before the public.
Yeah.
That reminded me of Barnaby Joyce for some weird reason.
All right.
You know, who's on television
I
tonight.
wish Smith had opened up like Barnaby Joyce would, because Barnaby's opening up tonight, isn't he, on Channel 7 or something?
Yeah, he's getting paid a fortune.
Is that before or after Love Island, or is it one in the same? Is Barnaby on Love Island?
Wow.
Is that
That's the breakthrough television's been waiting for. Barnaby on Love Island. Now, the former Australian captain, is Barnaby going to the T20 in Canada as well? I bet you that's on the cards.
Is he really?
Yeah, so I'm
Wouldn't
pretty
surprise me.
Now, the former Australian captain has been announced he's a marquee player in the fledgling competition starting June the 28th. Exiled batsman.
Exile.
Well, it's got a ring to it, hasn't it? D. Warner is also tipped to line up in the tournament after nominating for, wait for it, the 1,500-strong player draft.
Wow. Is exiled player Bancroft involved in that?
No, he doesn't appear to be.
So there are only 2 EPs?
2 EPs, that's right. The Maple Leaf Cricket Club, just outside Toronto, they're going to feature 6 teams, not as many as I said.
6 Maple Leaf teams?
6.
What, Maple Leaf 1, Maple Leaf 2?
Well, 6 Canadian teams.
Right.
Sorry, I've said that wrong. 5 Canadian teams and 1 West Indies team with the big hitting machine Chris Lynn, Chris Gale and Andre Russell all taking part. Right. They're hoping former Pakistan captain Shahid Afridi will be there.
Oh, Afridi, the ball biter. Yeah, he's good.
Yeah. So they're starting to get a mix
personalities,
of personalities.
Right.
People who have known the other side of
I can see what's going to happen here. You're going to have a team I'd describe as outlaws.
Outlaws playing in black.
Playing in black. So you get Smith, outlaw. Warner, outlaw.
Bancroft, maybe.
Maybe Afridi.
Mm-hmm.
Start to like the look of this team, a real personality team.
It's understood Smith's decision to play, which has the backing of Cricket Australia. God, they're weak.
Well, it's got the backing of Cricket Australia.
They're bloody gutless.
To wear the black.
Was to aid his mental rehabilitation after the ball tampering crisis, which resulted in him in losing the captaincy and being suspended for 12 months.
All right. So the shrink has recommended this.
It appears that way.
Oh, that's all right then. Oh, that's great. Good.
Another major factor in Smith choosing to play Canadian League was so he could help promote the game in non-traditional market. It's understood he wants to work with local children who may not be familiar with the sport.
Oh, dear.
No, that's what I thought.
Oh. Where's this going to lead?
I know. Kids, have you bought your sandpaper?
Yeah. I know.
We'll show you how to use it.
Well, that's be the first question they ask. What are you doing here, outlaw? What did you do wrong?
Why are you wearing the black dacks?
Well,
buddy?
the thing is, kids, I got caught. Don't get caught. That's got to be the lesson, hasn't it?
I just worry about the whole thing has got a very Cricket Australia feel about it.
Yeah. It's not Cricket Australia sanctioned, though, is it? It's got to be Canadian cricket sanctioned.
Well, that's true, but Cricket Australia's not standing in the way.
No.
I mean, I do find all this a bit slightly odd. They institute a ban, and then what happens is they try and get round the ban as quickly as they can.
Yeah.
Do you think the ban should stand?
I think the ban should stand, yes. Otherwise, what's the point of having a ban? I mean, when's a ban not a ban? It's a sort of Clayton's ban. Oh, look, you're banned from playing cricket, boys, but you can play in Canada. I just don't get that. Or the Northern Territory.
What worries me is they'll make more money playing in Canada than if they just kept on going. Anyway, that's it for the Probe for this week. Obviously, a very big week of sport coming up and climaxing next Sunday with obviously our thoughts on not only the Horn fight, and remember, of course, the Horn fight, the Hornet was caught in a traffic crash.
It was.
And the state of origin.
It's toughened him up.
It's toughened him up. He said it was much
easier
than
being in a car accident than having a spa,
Yeah, that's a big call, isn't it? Anyway, we'll be discussing all that and more this time next week when the Probe continues. Thanks to, obviously, Roy, Lockie on the panel, and, of course, Chairman Mao for keeping the rudder true to the North Star right here on the Probe. The Love Probe revolution continues this time next week. Pack down, punters.
bona fide sports-mad Australians. Snakes alive. Is that the time? Yes, green and gold freaks, it certainly is. It's time for the Sporting Probe. With 2 diamond pythons twirled around the tree of knowledge across the nation.
Boys and girls. Well, a young man ain't got nothing in the world these days.
The Sporting Probe, leading the charge up the eucalypt. With extra chili on the stick is the in-and-out maestro, rampaging Roy Slaven. And coming from behind is the heavy lifter with both feet on the ground, H.G. Nelson. Unleash the grunt and poke HG?
Yes, TF much, gentlemen. Jim Daniels, the golden guy in the TSB Soundproof booth, located today in the pop-up studio out front of the Kalgoorlie and Boulder Race Club on Meldrum Avenue in downtown Big Cal for today's 7-race card, including the time-honoured, wait for it, Triple M Goldfields Handicap. How about that for branding? Tight fit. Triple M Goldfields handicap today at Kalgoorlie. This stink always pulls an excellent field, and it's the only handicap in the Golden West that stops the digging. Every other race, including the Perth Cup, etc., they just dig on. But the Triple M Goldfields handicap, everybody downs tools for about a minute and a half and just gets involved in racing in the most fundamental way. Great work, Jim Daniels. Of course, he's got all the merchandise there. New range of Probe stuff coming in. Obviously, the snow domes and tea towels with Dad's, with Father's Day in mind and Dad's on the agenda. He's got some terrific things there. Volume 4 of Rooting... Oh, look, I can't be bothered listing all the volumes that Rooting King's put out now. It's just a waste of time. I mean, why does he bother? Rooting King's doing remixes now. It's just incredible. He's got something in the top 20 charts. The King. I think he's done a De La Soul classic. And he's remixed that. It's a bit off, a bit ambient for my taste, but go and have a listen. It's great. Probe-sters, patriots, pilgrims and punters. H.G. Nelson getting the Sporting Robe away for another set of 7. Thanks very much, Bruce McAvaney. Bruce in electric form on Friday night. I don't know if people had a chance to see the coverage, 7's coverage on Friday night of the AFL. Carlton v, top of the table clash, really. Carlton v St Kilda. I think Carlton lost by about 90 points, but be that as it may, the innovation, having Richo talking to the players and the insights, and we must thank the St Kilda Football Club for those insights including, we had a pretty good quarter. We kicked more goals than they did. That's what we set out to do. Insights like that! Only from McAvaney and Richo on 7. Well, what a week. What an incredible week. A week when too much sport is barely enough. And residents and 457 visa holders, it's tremendous to have you with us once again as we prod forward through the solidly backed up stallage of the week's sporting action. Obviously a week of massive collects. Have you got something out of the World Cup yet? That's the World Football Cup yet? There's been a lot of big licks for Aussie punters who enjoy a little malarkey and few shenanigans with their investments. But get involved. Your last chance today, obviously the big one, France v Croatia. I think it comes in about 11 o'clock off the bird, our time, EST, that is, Eastern Standard Time. But let's cut to the chase and lock horns with a man who this week re-signed. That's right, this is the big news. He re-signed on as the face of Watford Oval for another 5 years. They thought he was going elsewhere, but no, he's Lithgow true blue, if you get my drift. Well, he's certainly true blue, obviously, even though they lost this week. Doesn't matter. He's true blue in the Lithgow area. 5 more years as the face of Watford Oval. And his inking of this new deal gives enormous certainty to the whole redevelopment tilt that is all the talk of the Lithgow area and Watford Oval in particular. A redevelopment that will see change rooms refurbished, as I mentioned in previous comments about his involvement as the face, and the Oval top dressed annually with the 2030 World Football Cup as an obvious target. Imagine that, the World Football Cup, Russia v Croatia, should that eventuate again in 2030, played at Watford Oval in Lithgow. It's an incredible idea, isn't it? But this is the man who had it. And at the end of another financial year, this man has stepped up and taken on the CFO role with the Blinkered Knights of Balaclava. As many of you know who read the financial tissues closely, the Knights in 16-17, that's 2016-2017, were a $9.78 billion charity, and it screamed out for a firm hand on the tiller so as victims of the punt across the nation can be speedily helped. and that man is this bloke who's stepped up to be the CFO. Incidentally, in response to many punters and disappointed punters with the recent operations of the Dick in the Till website, this man has also taken on the chairman's role at the Dick, which has not only instilled enormous confidence at the highest levels of the Australian Stock Exchange, but encouraged outraged punters to make the DIT, that's the Dick in the Till, their go-to website for all their punting needs. So if you do have punting needs, just dial it up. You know where to go. Dick in the Till. It's terrific. And it's got a new look to it, a fresh feel. I think it's had a bit of a makeover and a touch-up here and there. And it's great. And the odds, just incredible. That man, of course, is rampaging Roy Slaven. Roy, can we get the TSP bunny in motion simply by asking what were the highlights that caught your restless eye this week, Barrow?
Yes, thank you very much, Ashley Nelson. Wonderful week to be an Australian who can breeze through any Dutton test. And I mean breeze through. Yeah, thank you. Now, Isna v. Anderson, an enthralling, I'm calling it an enthralling encounter. Just over 6.5 hours, Wimbledon semi-final.
You were glued, weren't you,
I was
Roy?
glued from start to finish. Now, there are calls, I have to admit, for a tie-break to be introduced and to apply to the fifth set at Wimbledon, but I disagree. Look, how often do you get the opportunity to see, say, Isna v. Anderson? Not often. Why not savour it? Why not really get a good dose of Isna action? And honestly, 6.5 hours, it passed like that. I couldn't believe it when I looked across, looked at you. You were asleep. I woke you up, of course, obviously, to give you the result, and you weren't disappointed.
No.
You thought, great, we can get on with our lives now. Look, I just think it was a great opportunity to savour two blokes who won't get too much time in the sun. They've got that time. Let them fully exploit it. Now, Channel 7 has announced the new faces of cricket.
Oh, this is big news.
Now, I hope people are sitting down or at traffic lights in their cars. The new faces are as follows. Ponting, R full stop. McGrath, G full stop. Well, that's fresh for a start, isn't it?
Yeah, right out of left field, those two.
I know. Now, who's going to be what I'd call the Mark Nicholas of the operation? Could I suggest Basil Zemplis could step in here?
Basil Zemplis.
Now, we're talking fresh here with support from Bruce McAvaney. So you get Bruce for the first session, perhaps, talking to Ricky and Glenn. How you going to see it? I can see all that unfolding. And then after lunch, there might be some sort of cricket show hosted by TBA.
Yeah.
And then you come back for after lunch with Basil taking you through to tea, and then Bruce perhaps through to stumps.
Hell of a
Man,
lineup.
it is a hell of a lineup,
And
isn't
fresh.
it? Fresh!
I know.
Fresh! I mean, I thought it was impossible to get fresh in cricket, but they've done it. Congratulations, 7. Not resting on their laurels, Channel 7. God, no. Now, Roger, what went wrong? That is the right Roger Federer. I suspect injury to the wrist. He was, I think he was terribly inconvenienced by his wrist come the fifth set. And let's hope he can recover. Now, and that's not to take anything against the prospect of a terrific final tonight, HG. It'll be about 11 o'clock Eastern Standard. That's Anderson, him, back in the sunshine, with Djokovic. Good to see the Joker back, I think. Now, little Alfie Langer, HG. Now, he's to get a statue at Lang Park.
Is he?
Yes, this has been...
A corrugated iron statue?
No. A true-to-life statue. I hope it's in the same scale as the Wally Lewis statue, of course, and doesn't look silly. And I'm hoping it will be of him wearing a tracksuit, holding a water bottle and barking instructions. That's the Alfie I remember. Yeah, pointing. Yeah. That's what it's the Alfie now that I want to see realised, not the Alfie of days gone by. I mean, who can remember that? No one. No one.
Who's behind this, Roy? Is it the Maroon organisation?
Yes, the Maroon
you know, Jim
organisation.
Bannigan and all of them?
All of that, yeah.
Dud Beatty?
Yep, all of that. Still no talk, though, of a Peter Beattie statue, but there is talk of Peter Beattie, who's called for a return to the traditional kangaroo tour.
I like this.
Now, I like the sound of this as well, and I'm sure the players do as well. People might recall the halcyon days of kangaroo tours when rugby league players that were only called kangaroos if they went overseas, to England, to tour as kangaroos. You couldn't just get picked for a test match here, say, against New Zealand, call yourself a kangaroo. It wasn't allowed. It was illegal. Anyway, these traditional tours are great. Now, people may recall, it takes about 3 months. Players head off, usually by boat. Then they arrive in London, which is great. Then they put their feet up for a little while, and then they might play Castleford, and then have a week off, and then they might play Wigan. Then a week off, and then you might have the first test, which is great. Can't wait. Kangaroos run out, and then put the feet up, and then you might play the London Broncos. And then you do is duck over to Paris and play France maybe, or maybe Perpignan, and then week off, and then France, and then back to England for another hit up against Wigan, and then second test.
It's quite sounds fun.
I mean, only Peter could realise this dream. And I'm sure he can. I'm sure the players are looking forward to it. Look, it may impact a little on the domestic competition.
Yes, right. But you've got International Rugby League back on the agenda.
Exactly, and it's going to get a lot of people around England talking rugby league for a hell of a long time. So I'm looking forward to that actually coming to reality. Now, speaking of reality and rugby league, look, there's a lesson here. Penrith's Regan Campbell-Gillard, you'd recall, the hero from the first Origin match for the Blues, had his jaw broken, of course, you may recall. Subsequently, living life, sipping through a straw, he lost 8 kilos.
I know, easy to do.
Easy to do. Well, he's trying to bulk up quickly, get back match fitness. So he's bulking up using 2 foods only. Potato, great, and KFC's Chicken McNuggets.
Are they taken through a straw?
I don't think so. I think the jaw's back in action. Mind you could probably slip a couple of nuggets down without chewing. Perhaps that's what he's doing. But he's putting on the 8 kilos pretty quickly, and we might see him back on the park, if not this weekend, perhaps next weekend. Make of that what you will.
Yes, this is the Probe House of Cards, holding all the aces, the King of Diamonds, rampaging Roy Slaven, and on the other side of the card table, a man with a fist of nothing, H.G. Nelson. Now, look, a very disturbing. A couple of disturbing issues have bobbed up. One from that concerns me enormously is this report that the Melbourne captain, Nathan Jones, can't watch football anymore, AFL. This has shocked me. I mean, here is a person, a senior leader in the football community. I mean, as I said, rankings-wise, in the football community at the moment, there's the killer on top, Gillon McLachlan.
Yes.
Then you've got Hamish, obviously, not far below him, and on the same line as Bruce and Basil.
Yeah.
And Basil may be getting a rocket and moving up above those two. And then you've got people like Nathan Jones, and there might be a few other people there at that level.
Yeah.
He's part of a group of all-stars that have called for change on the state of the game,
Right.
saying the AFL is not interesting as it once was at the start of their careers. Now, Nathan Jones might have been played, people listening to this will probably know, 10 or 12 years for the Melbourne Football Club.
Yeah.
And he said he stopped watching the games at home as it wasn't as good as it once was. The game is not in the best position it could be. As far as watching, I used to be an avid watcher. Thursday night, Friday night, Sunday footy. I played on Saturday, but now I feel like turning the games off is not aesthetically pleasing, a term that worries me.
Aesthetically pleasing?
I'm not getting as much enjoyment out of it, and it's not providing the excitement that it used to. It's about bringing the magic back.
Right.
With the extra congestion around, I know we've talked a lot about, I don't want to go down this track again about the congestion and what to do about it. Anyway, he
started with flooding, didn't it?
All those years ago.
Yeah.
Now, disposing the ball difficult. We've got changes to the rules that are going on at the moment, and he implored the public to give the new rules a chance before they slam them. But I'm not sure that that'll solve the problem.
Yeah. Yeah.
It is disturbing when senior players are forced, to come out and say these things.
Yeah.
Because if the senior players are saying that...
There is a syndrome here, I think, HG, a syndrome. Often I'm disturbed when I talk to old players, and the first thing they always say to me is, the game's not the same. As an implication, as it was when I was playing.
It was better.
Back in the day. It was much better when I was playing it.
Yeah.
It was much better when, in rugby
Paul Roos
league.
was playing.
To parallel with rugby league, was much better in the day when, there was a penalty if the dummy half was caught with the ball. It was great. It was much better when there was unlimited tackles. Well, no, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. It was rubbish then. The game is much better. And I would say to this clown, much as I respect him, and I he's a terrific bloke.
A great ambassador.
Great ambassador. And has been a great ambassador as a
great
player.
Australian.
A great Australian. Thank you.
Yeah.
But having said that, when it comes to this moronic view that the game is not as great as it was, I think it's nonsense. The game is much more interesting now than it's ever been, as far as I'm concerned.
And can I...
look at the return of Toby Green this week.
Oh, brilliant.
Brilliant.
Yeah, pointing, gesturing, taking the shots.
Yes, and great to have a grub. Look, grubs now are as great as they've ever been.
And you pointed out to me, and I hadn't made this connection at all, because obviously Toby Green is the golden grub of 2017.
Yes.
But he's got a great challenger at Carlton this week.
He has.
That was wonderful work.
You're talking Jetty Land.
I am. Now, don't tell me that Green's golden jumper is under threat from the Carlton Football Club, who, let's face it, have had a run of outs. But if they could snooker that grub jumper...
that gives them something.
Exactly.
Gives
a
them
glimmer of hope.
Yeah. Well, it's gouging, isn't it?
It is gouging.
It's gouging.
It appears to be gouging. I don't want to prejudge them.
No, I'm not going to prejudge anything. But
it is
there
gouging.
appear to be things near eyes. Now...
Draw your own conclusions.
Yes, I know, but it is putting your hand up as, I want to be a grub. Now, has he shown grub-like tendencies in the past? I suppose he has.
Well, the only thing that comes to mind is that incident maybe 2 years ago where Basher Hooley was running away from him and flung his arm back and managed to get the sweet spot on the temple and knock him out.
But that was more accident than anything because he wasn't looking.
Yes, this is the Sporting Probe, a better way to probe with Roy and HG. Now, before we leave that, you're absolutely right, Roy. The umpiring has never been better. The ability of the umpires to overlook obvious infringements, to let the play go on, is just stunning. It's reached a new level.
Yes.
I was watching again the Carlton St Kilda match the other night. And there were 20 or 30 infringements before they picked out one. It was just a triumph of umpiring, excellent umpiring.
Good.
And then as we come to the point of the Jed Lamb golden grub of work, I thought that was beautifully left for others to look at.
It was.
No need to draw attention to it with the whistle blowing. There were plenty of other cameras to have a look at that, and let's see how that unfolds at the tribunal. Now, another big story this week, Sydney Swans could soon be training on a purpose-built Australian rules oval inside Randwick Racecourse.
Oh, no.
I know.
Oh, no.
I don't know where people get off, Is it something to
I mean,
do?
is there? I mean,
it's an accident waiting to happen. Can I point out that people park their cars?
Is there a department of really stupid ideas that's gaining the upper hand in our community? Is that what's going on?
Look, can I just say this is a part of the society, part of the fabric of Sydney that's got to be preserved. People drive to Randwick. They can't park out on the streets on Allison Parade or whatever it's called, or Anzac Parade and Allison Road or whatever it is. There'll just be chaos. And imagine opening up the Centennial Park for the cars. I mean, people will really get cross.
Is anyone suggesting that?
Well, I am.
Right.
I am if this goes ahead.
Yeah. And so you'd have you'd have the Swans training while the horses are going. And how are the horses going to train while the Swans are training? What if a boot hits a ball that hits a horse?
I know.
I mean, the horse might collapse, might head into a barricade, or the jockey gets thrown away. It's going to end up with someone dead.
I know. Now, you have told us before about Rooting King's hatred of rugby league.
Hatred.
I know. Imagine you take that one step further.
Yes.
AFL football.
Well, there would be horses that hate the AFL. There would be. There would be horses that hate the unpredictability of a ball heading in their direction. They hate that.
And imagine one of those matches which is umpired, practice match early in the season, shirts v skins, something like that, nice day out there in, the eastern suburbs.
Yes.
Refereeing, uncertain, we're practicing with new referees or helping new referees get to grip with the rules and all that sort of stuff.
Yep.
Tweet, off it goes, horses, what's that? Is that something I should be wary of?
Should I respond to this tweet? Yeah, it's a disaster waiting to happen.
And then, you know what the next pressure will be is for grandstands.
Yes.
So people can go and have a look.
Yes.
Obviously, parking will become a problem, so they'll put up a 20-storey car park there. You won't be able to see half the track.
That's right.
I mean, how's this going to? This has got, as you point out, disaster written all over it.
It has, and the stalls for the horses, they'll be shared, will they, by the swans? Swans will be using them to get changed amongst the horses and showering amongst or with the horses.
Oh no!
Oh no!
No,
Please.
Yes, is the Probe Centre for Climate Science, dipping another frog into near boiling water. The Prof, rampaging Roy Slaven, and down in the basement, stoking the furnace with briquettes, the coal man, H.G. Nelson. Now, a couple of things from the Origin match this week. Excellent series. I mean, Roy, you've often said, is the concept bedded down yet? And I think I have to agree with you that this year was the time when you could bed it down.
Yeah.
Let's come to this thing that seems to have caused a lot of talk and suspicion afterwards. It's the awarding of the player of the series to Billy Slater, the retiring fullback for the Melbourne, obviously, Storm and the Maroon organisation.
What a fitting way for Billy to go out.
I know, terrific.
I mean, it's fairy tale, really, wasn't it?
It is. Now, can I suggest is, as I understand it, Laurie Daly, Darren Lockyer and Mal Meninga were the voters.
Yes.
Now, do you think it's a bit Maroon-centric, the voting team?
Well, it's 2/3 Maroon, isn't it? So it is a little balanced in that direction or tipping in that direction. The other thing that occurred to me, HG, there might be a little bit of, I don't know, Laurie's attitude towards Blues' success may have been slightly jaundiced given
previous
his
experiences
yes,
at the helm
and
so
perhaps he was happy for it not to be a Blue, the man of the series for obvious reasons.
Yes.
I just think we've got to take the voting out of the hands of idiots and put the voting in the hands of the people. I think the people should determine
No,
this.
I think you're absolutely right. But I was going to suggest a three-pronger.
Yeah.
The Archibald, which you and I have been involved with for many, many years now, and, very thankful for the Archibald people and committee to involve us again in the next 10 years.
Yeah.
We have three levels of voting. We have something equivalent to, say, the Packing Room Prize, which is get your idiots, your Laurie Dailies, etc., involved in that end. You have, obviously, the official voting, and you have the people's vote as well. So you have a three-pronger. Now, I don't mind, as is often happens in the Archibald judging, that the three groups or the three
come up
prongs,
with different winners.
Exactly.
Yes.
Different winners. That doesn't worry me at
No,
all.
you'd expect that. I like that. Yeah.
Now, are you worried about wagering on this?
Yeah.
See, it seems to me that the NRL quietly tries to increase its return from gambling dollar. It faces scrutiny over decisions such as these, according to Adam Pengelly in the Fairfax Press.
Right.
Now, fair enough too. I mean, there's a point well made.
Yeah.
Because all of a sudden you have this, as you point out, somebody with a bit of a chip and somebody with even bigger chips. They'd like to see one of their mates go out a winner.
Yeah. Yeah, I look. It didn't occur to me to vote on it, HG. But had I looked at the voting, I would have thought, maybe Turbo Tom Trbojevic might have been, or Tedesco or Cook, but one of those three, and it would have been, you'd imagine, from the Blues end, having won 2 of the 3 games, from which the man of the series would come. That seemed to me to make absolute sense. But this left field business of shoehorning, and Billy must have been embarrassed about it.
He would have been embarrassed.
Because he knows he wasn't the man of the series. He didn't even play the first bloody game.
No, but
how could he be the man of the series?
I take your point entirely. If he had held on to that try that he bobbled over the line, so to speak, maybe.
Maybe.
But that didn't happen.
It didn't happen.
I can't rewrite the history books to include him, just give him another vote.
No.
Now, the other thing was...
No. But certainly the voting for the man of the series has got to be taken out of the hands of the 3 clowns. And I don't like referring to Mal Meninga or Darren Lockyer as clowns and Laurie Day, but they are in this instance.
Now,
They've shown a jaundiced attitude. They've shown they don't really understand rugby league. And that worries me because they're at the helm of rugby league.
Can I ask whether an understanding of rugby league is necessary here? Because we could, say, through this network, it's a great network, put out a call for people who want to be the judge of the player of the series, say, in 2019.
What a good idea. And how many people, HG? A few thousand?
Well, I wasn't going to go
Couple of hundred?
Couple hundred.
Couple of hundred.
And we give them voting forms, or they can DM their 3, 2, 1 in every. I think they took 5. I think it was 5, 3, 2, 1, etc. in every game. So it's 3 games. So the maximum number of points per one of the 200 would be 15.
Would be 15. Yeah.
And then you might get some sort of spread of fans. But look, I don't want people to think they have to have knowledge of the game.
No. Look, I think, HG, if we limit it to 200 people are going to decide, 200 Australians, they've got to be Australian citizens for a start. They've got to pass the Dutton test for a start.
They can be anywhere in the world, though, right?
Yeah, of course they can be anywhere in the world. However, I think at least 70 of those people should be actually at the game.
What an excellent idea.
Right, they've got to be at the game. They've got to now we can provide them with tickets, or the rugby league can. So they would fly, say, to Melbourne for the first game. They're there. So 70 of them. 30 of them shouldn't be at the game or be watching it on television, but just get a feel for it in the community. What the people are saying on buses, should they turn up? What people are saying on buses, what people are saying on public transport. Wouldn't Cookie good last night? Or,
I know.
That Turbo Tom can't even.
Can't even.
You get a feel for it. And the other 100 watch it on TV.
Yes.
So you get a leavening.
Yes. No, excellent idea.
Yes.
Excellent idea.
Yep. And if that doesn't work, we could perhaps expand it from 200 to 2,000 people.
Or 200,000.
Or 200,000 people until we get the sort of result that we think is right.
Yes, this is the good ship Probe at the wheel with a knife between the teeth and a patch on the eye. The boatswain, rampaging Roy Slaven, and walking the plank, the peg-leg, H.G. Nelson. Now, Roy, obviously, this whole state of origin, and let's move on to the game itself and leave the problems of who's the best player to one side. It's been revolutionised by Freddie's approach, hasn't it? The coach, Brad Fittler, has just brought a breath of fresh air. Yep. And remember, of course, this started a long time ago. He got on the hog and went for the hogs for the homeless, and they drove around and discovered most kids hate New South Wales, even though they live in New South Wales. And he thought that can't be right. He then top-dressed, I think, single-handedly Wellington Oval and revolutionised the idea of playing on grass. There they've been playing in gravel for the best part of 3 or 4 decades. That's right. People couldn't remember when they weren't coming off with abrasions to 90% of the body. That's right. They thought that was part of league. But now, of course, they've got a terrific grassed area there. Sure, they're in a bit of drought, but they're watering it by hand.
Oh, they're trying to water it by hand?
Yeah, they do. They're trying to keep the water focused and targeted on the yellow spots, and they're doing a lot of long jimmies in the nearby bushes on the off chance that'll keep it going.
Good.
And then, of course, he was able to get all those ideas of breathing. No one had thought about that before. People tended to play a whole 80 minutes of rugby league on one breath, and he thought that was just madness. So he got people breathing as they ran along, and when they went into tackles, breathing. When they waited for a kick, breathe to calm themselves down and all that sort of stuff. He got that earthing work underway, where he walks around with bare feet. And
you absorb nutrients and
nutrients. That's right, nutrients for the sole of the feet, and the healing properties of the earth, the power of the earth. And then he got them dressed in cool-looking gear. Because let's face it, the young people, they've got a mod view of the wardrobe and what you can put on yourself and all that sort of stuff.
They don't want to look like dickheads. They want to look cool.
They do. Yeah. They do. Now, dickheads is a really interesting thing. Can I just ask you, while we're going along here, before I forget, is we had, I think, something like 11 debutantes, 11 rookies playing for New South Wales in 2018. Yeah. Last year we had a team that lost badly. Were they dickheads who played last year?
Well, with hindsight, you'd have to say probably yes. And you'd have to look at the whole selection committee of last year. I mean, I suppose an inquiry will take place into the Laurie Daly years. What went wrong? Why were there so many dickheads selected so often? And that sort of thing.
Can I point
suppose
out, is
that
this the
inquiry
same
will
Laurie Daly who voted on the
Yes.
Billy Slater medal?
Yes, yes,
Well.
the very same. The very same. So questions have got to be asked there. And I'm certainly not calling for Laurie to be put in jail. Not at this stage. I think it'd be premature.
Oh, it would be certainly premature. You'd be going off half-cocked, Roy.
Well, you would. You would. And I'm the last person to allow prejudice to
Interfere.
infect my view. But I think, having listened to a lot of people for a long time now, I think there are a lot of people won't be happy until Laurie is in jail.
Yes, this is Lude to 11, the Sporting Probe. End-of-year Rugby League burlesque extravaganza. Up the pole in the sequence with a pie wedged is rampaging Roy Slaven, and down below with a broom and dustpan, H.G. Nelson. One final little button on State of Origin, Roy, was, you know, those things we were listing that Freddie had brought to the caper.
Oh, yes.
I understand that when Freddie was coach, Freddie's got a lot of runs on the board in the coaching caper, and it's easy to see why players respect him and the tactical...
The whole rugby league community is respecting him.
Yes.
Would he be interested, would say the Titans or someone like that, a struggling club, maybe Parramatta, would they look to...
They certainly looked at things that he was doing. I'm not sure that they'd be able to take him on. I think it's a full-time job, isn't it, coaching New South Wales? Hard to imagine.
Yeah.
But you've got to remember the work that he puts in, the Hogs for the Homeless, taking the team out to a race day at Randwick or Rosehill, wherever they went, you know, introducing them to kids who hate him and all that sort of stuff, trying to turn them around like that. It's a full-time job.
Yeah,
and he will be planning for next year already, if I know Freddie.
Yes.
Now, the one thing I was going to say was that some of the weird ideas was that when he was, I think he's done certainly City or Country, one of those
City,
teams.
I think.
City.
Yeah.
Anyway, when he had the...
and Lebanon, of course.
Oh, Lebanon.
He turned them right around. I mean, people had written them right off.
As a nation.
As a force.
As a force in rugby league.
Yeah.
And as a nation.
Yeah.
And he had all the players singing the national anthem. That was the first thing he taught them.
Yep.
Then a lot about Lebanese history.
And
you know,
the barefoot work.
The barefoot work, yes. The breathing. You know, the whole... atmosphere of, you know, the food, the great way that food is part of the culture, which we don't have anymore. That's right. Because people don't eat lamingtons and pies and all that sort of stuff. They eat hummus and things like that. But he soaked that up with the tabbouleh and the olives and the dalmatis.
And that leavened bread they use.
Oh, that flat bread. That's
flat bread.
incredible.
It is, isn't it? I mean, it's so unusual. You go to cut it to make a bit of toast and it's
Doesn't
just
work.
wrong.
Now, he once wanted, when he was coaching City, he said he wanted the players to sleep in a caravan park. They were out playing out in Dubbo, and Freddie said he was all about escaping fluorescent lights and air conditioners.
Wow, what a great idea. Now, the players would have balked at this, wouldn't they?
I think so. He wanted them sleeping in a van park out at the zoo.
Out at the zoo?
Yeah, the NSWRL boss, Dave Trodden, had to stamp on this and said, no, they can't do that.
What, was that a health and safety thing?
I think
They
health
were
and
worried about
safety.
escaping lines, maybe tearing them to pieces in their sleeping bags? Was that an issue?
Or snakes.
Or snakes, yeah.
Or spiders.
Well, you get browns.
Or you would. Oh, deadly browns.
Oh, you get browns out there, yeah.
Yeah. So what happens is that, you know, are these, I mean, away from air conditioning and fluorescent lights, how deadly are they in relationship to rugby league? Has universities done any probing on that?
No.
And would it be wise nowadays to get them away from the phones and the iPads and so on? It's a follow-up thing. So they're away from the air conditioning. This would be things young coaches could take on.
Yeah.
Maybe they're going on a trip to Oberon.
Yeah.
So make sure there's no air conditioning. They'd have to pick a van site or a camping ground where they could pitch a tent and be away from their iPads, their phones, air conditioning and fluorescent lights.
Yes.
I mean, he does think it through, doesn't he?
He does. It would be interesting to see what the impact of, say, electromagnetic forces impact upon rugby league players each year. I just mean, you know, no matter where we are at the moment, you know, there's communications flying through the air, you know, millions of waves passing through us, much like neutrinos pass through the air.
Yes.
Where would Freddie have to take these players, though, to free them from
that neutrino assault?
Yes.
Well, they'd have to go
They'd
out
have to
in
go
the Simpson
maybe
Desert.
the Simpson Desert, yes.
Yeah, or somewhere
yes.
beyond Broken Hill.
Yes, and you'd probably have to take some special turf so they could still absorb through the
earth
feet
stuff.
the earth stuff,
Yeah.
because you're not going to get much of the Simpson Desert. It's just bloody sand and rock. You're not going to get many nutrients coming up through the feet, the balls of the feet.
Well, I tell you what, it'd be a fascinating experiment to see how the players responded to
Yes.
that. That technique of walking around on sand could be exactly the tonic.
It could well be too.
You know, because it'd be a
And
different idea.
just sleeping under the stars.
Sleeping under the stars.
Sleeping under the stars.
With Freddie telling stories.
With Freddie telling stories of, say, when he was coaching, say,
I
the
don't know,
Roosters back in 2009.
How well it went.
How well it went.
Now, before we leave Origin, the ratings.
Oh.
Look, I notice in 2012, for instance, these are just random numbers that the Murdoch Press had. They had 11.86 million watching for the 3 games. 2017, they had 10.68 million, so a drop of roughly 1.2 million. Now they're down to this year, they only had 9.32 million.
Really?
Now,
this is a disturbing trend, isn't it?
it certainly is. I predict that by 2041, they'll have nobody watching.
Nobody at all. Is this because of the success of MasterChef that's up against it, HG?
I think MasterChef,
Would
and
that
also,
be it?
Are we consuming the rugby league in different ways? Like when you and I started working in rugby league, there was only one source, that was Rabs Calling It.
That's right.
On 9, terrific coverage, and Gus helped him out.
They were the days, weren't they?
They were.
Yeah.
They were.
Certainly, we had certainty.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
And I think also that what was great about it was that there was a whole packaging of it which wasn't challenged by anything. You know, there were no other sources of information. There was no other suggestion that it was a Twitter feed and you could follow it online or anything like that. It was just Rabs.
That's right.
Talking. You know, the ball popped up out of the ground like molten lava.
Molten lava, that's right. And all the other networks went dark. So there was nothing to watch elsewhere, even if you'd wanted to. But they don't do it these days.
No.
The other networks still, go on with their
MasterChef.
Yeah, MasterChef. And maybe MasterChef is nibbling into rugby league State of Origin at a rate that we've been underestimating.
And remember, of course, in the old days, they put up something like, The Dirty Dozen, a film that had been shown 4,000 million times already on television.
That's right.
Now, I noticed that Channel 9 CEO Hugh Skidmarks said, and the Director of Sport, Tom Malone, met with Independent Commission in Brisbane yesterday where there were concerns about the figures.
Right.
So they're worried about it. Nine's ratings on Premiership are also down this year, although Fox Sports have increased. So it's a yin and yang sort of thing. Nine's going down and obviously goes elsewhere.
Was the game being covered on Fox Sports as well, HG? I suppose it would have been.
Eventually. I'm not sure that it's
the
live.
State of Origin live. Was it live on Fox Sports?
I'd have to check my...
I wonder if that's going up or down.
Yes, what an interesting thing that is. We can check that out. Now, according to, the Commissioner, Peter Beattie, he told the Telegraph, the Murdoch Press, the meeting with Channel 9 bosses was a positive move. Obviously, he represented the rugby league.
Good.
We've agreed to work together closely in the future. It's in all our interests to grow viewership and the game in general. Oh.
Well, I suppose that's true, isn't it?
Sadly, it is. With Beattie there.
Beattie.
He's
He's on message, though, isn't he?
He's on message.
Yeah.
We're living in changing times.
Changing times.
Yeah,
Beattie said that.
Beattie said that. People are using different devices.
Different devices!
To consume entertainment. We have to change with those times. In fairness, this year's figures, we had a dead rubber and some legends retired. Wow, he's thought that through.
Wow.
I mean, legends retiring, is that part of
it?
Origin?
And dead
collapse?
rubber, is there such a thing?
No, there's not.
In State of Origin, tell the Maroons that.
Can I ask, would you suggest an Origin in Shanghai to arrest this slump? Because think of the audience there that is league mad and at the moment deprived.
That's true.
Of coverage.
That's true.
So an Origin in Shanghai,
Yeah.
and what would be great is if somehow it was either first, second or third, and you sort of could plan your holidays. So sometimes you might be in school holidays because at certain times of the year, kids are out of school, and the whole family could go to the Origin in Shanghai.
In Shanghai. Well, that's
Wouldn't always be the
wonderful
second one or the
idea.
third one.
Yes. And would we insist on, say, Chinese referees, HGs, to bring to give a different
perspective?
Yeah.
Well, is 6 a problematic number in China?
No, 4 is.
4 and 8, I think, are the
Yeah.
problematic numbers.
Yeah.
Well, obviously
six
when the
is
score
good.
goes 4, they wouldn't put that up. They just have 0 and nothing.
That's right.
Then it'd go to 6 when the conversion was kicked.
Yeah.
All that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
Look, what I think you've got to do is not necessarily hurl in a couple of people from Shanghai into the deep end, but to maybe introduce them on running the line.
Yes, running the line,
And
definitely.
certainly in the bunker,
Yes.
where you've got time to reflect and get it right.
And the ball kids could be
Oh, the ball
Chinese.
kids, yeah. Well, I think there's plenty of roles.
Yeah.
Plenty of roles.
Yeah.
And don't tell me that a team based in Shanghai, as part of this push into China, wouldn't be exactly the sort of thing Peter Beattie should be prosecuting.
Yes, not bad. So you're talking 2 prongs here, HG,
Well,
of a 3-pronged fork. That the first prong is to reach out to Shanghai.
Yes, and say, do you want to get involved?
Second prong should
the first
they
bit say
go up.
yes.
Yeah. Second prong would be to have a state of origin game played there. Third prong would be to have, say, the Shanghai Tigers or whatever they're going to be called. Would it be a case of relocating the Titans
I
to
reckon you
Shanghai?
relocate a team for the time being. But then, of course, you'll get a team up in Beijing or somewhere like you might go as far as Ulaanbaatar with a team because they're very uncompromising people in these parts of the world and they love their rugby league.
Yeah.
And can I point out the mistake that Kosh and his whole wheeze made was they didn't ask.
No,
they just told them
they
that
turned
the Suns
up,
are going to
didn't
be.
they?
Turned up.
Yeah.
Have a look at us, boys. We're pretty good. Well, I think that's wrong. I think they don't like that. Very standoffish when it comes to those sort of things.
Yeah.
I think asking, reaching them out,
Asking is right. That's right.
involving them
And
from the
maybe
beginning.
look, is it? Well, I don't want to single out the Titans too much because they are a little bit, busted ass at the moment. So we are picking on them a little bit.
Well, let's say St George.
Well, let's say St George. Oh, well, St George are travelling rather well. That's Parramatta now. Parramatta's real trouble. Would the Chinese be interested in buying Parramatta?
Wow, there's an idea. What a fascinating idea. Look,
I know it'd probably not go over terribly well, say, at Parramatta Leagues Club at board level. But we've got to face reality.
I know,
here.
it's changing times.
It's a changing world.
Beattie's saying here, he's saying we're living in changing times
Changing
where people are
times.
using different devices. I mean...
Yes, different devices. So people at Parramatta are not going to be denied. I mean, they can watch their Chinese team.
Eels.
The Eels, the Chinese Eels, the whatever they're going to be called, the Shanghai Eels. They can watch them on their tablets.
Yes, this is the Probe V8 supercar team at the wheel, scraping the door handles off the tyre pressure maestro, rampaging Roy Slaven, and in pit lane on the gargle, looking for a place to put the feet up, HG Nelson. Now, obviously, terrific match last night, Serena and Angelique.
Yeah.
Wonderful tennis climax of the women's Wimbledon for 2018.
Yeah.
It was disturbed unsettlingly by information that I received concerning from British number 2, Heather Watson. She's accused Wimbledon tennis officials of discriminating against English-speaking players, saying they were more likely to be fined for swearing than those using foreign expletives.
Well, that's very true.
Now, she's got figures. The majority of fines levied against players from English-speaking countries. Watson's claim came after she criticised a line judge who reported her to umpire Katanuni for allegedly, I don't have to repeat it here because it's a family show, Sunday morning, in the quarter-finals. The total number of fines for audible obscenities was £8,300 or about $15,000 Australian, levied against players from English-speaking countries, compared with $6,750 or roughly less, well, certainly less than half from those from other nations. Roy, I know this has been a blight on the game as far as you're concerned for many, many years now.
Yeah.
What can be done? Could Google Translate help?
I suppose it could.
If we point the Google Translate at the player who looks as though they might be swearing in, say, Swahili or in Afrikaans and get them to translate, would that be something that the umpires should think about?
Well, I think there are ways of addressing it, actually. I think if you have a line judge, always have at least one line judge who speaks the language of
an excellent player.
A player who is from a non-English speaking background. Excellent. Now, let's say Angelique Kerber, who speaks German, obviously, and swears in German. I've heard her. you would have a German linesperson. I'm sure we'd be able to find a trustworthy German who could call it in or out without drawing too much attention to themselves, who would have a flag that he or she would raise when these
the dirty words, as Jarvan
dirty
meant,
German words,
Yes.
and they do have them, and they're not pleasant. They usually dwell on parts of the anatomy we don't talk about too often, and other bodily functions that you can imagine what it's like. The Germans have been particularly brutal with language over the years, HG, as you well know, and it's not the prettiest of language, even at the best of times. I mean, German poetry often makes me sick.
It's just all about poo, isn't it?
It is. It's an examination of granular stoolage, not so granular, not so floating, aerated stoolage. You know, I fell in love with a stool the other day because it reminded me of, etc., etc. I mean, I know these things aren't translated perfectly, but we certainly get the drift that they do dwell on. Yes, they do. Now, and same too with Dutch, HG. I mean, the Dutch gob off, and again, it's unpleasant. And you'd have a Dutch linesperson, should there be a Dutch player. I think there's a way of getting around this. And the flag goes up, and the central umpire calls the lineperson over, and there's a bit of whispering. He said
about poo.
Poo bottom, poo. Fine, penalty.
£4,000.
Yeah, whatever.
Excellent.
Yes.
Game goes on.
Goes on.
Yes, this is the Probe Philharmonic with the Maastricht variations of I Thank You. On the first violin, the melodic maestro rampaging Roy Slaven, and crushing the saucepan lids in 5/4 time, tone deaf and tuneless H.G. Nelson. And I mentioned that with the news that Andre Rieu is on his way back.
He should be back in Australia.
Yeah, he's coming.
Andre Rieu.
Yeah, he's back. You don't have to go to the post office anymore.
With the Vienna concert?
Vienna concert? I suppose, yes. What's it called? The Vienna Waltz or whatever it is.
Yeah, it was the whole Vienna. Oh, he recreates Vienna right before your eyes.
Bit by bit.
Yeah.
Block by
Not that
block.
I've ever been to Vienna, but I sort of know what it looks like now. Or back in the day, in the heyday, when Vienna meant something.
Yeah, that's right. Now, look, this week, there's been a bit of disturbing news from the world of racing. And the two great codes, the Dishlickers and the Gallops, have come in for a bit of a belting. But good news, and I've got this from the Murdoch Press, Cosmic Bonus.
Oh, how's the bonus going?
Well, the career was declared over when he fractured a shoulder 9 months ago. He's on target now for next month's National Sprint Championship, following his win in Wednesday's Grafton Cup.
What, after breaking his shoulder?
Yeah. It's an incredible story, isn't it?
Wow!
Now, Grafton, it's been a big week. I think it's the last day of their carnival today on the track there.
Right.
I didn't realise they had a parallel program of the Dishlickers.
You know, I didn't think we'd see Cosmic Bonus again.
No, the trained by his breeder, Evelyn Harris, Cosmic Bonus recovered from the shoulder injury sustained in Lismore Cup to win the Gosford Cup in January, and has now added the Grafton's biggest sprint to his tally. So he's got the Lismore. This is a triple crown. I don't know how often this is done. Yeah. Lismore, Gosford and Grafton. So they're going to set him for the heats of the National Sprint at Wentworth Park. Put this down in your black books, ladies and gentlemen, on August the 4th.
Right.
National Sprints. Wednesday's Cup win was amongst the best because Cosmic Bonus was giving the pacemaker Wheelie Wheels a 5-length start approaching the home turn. Now, just put all that in your kit.
Yeah.
And while you've got your book open, mark down these. Cosmic Blend. Desperately unlucky when third at Wentworth Park. Debut on Wednesday. Desperately unlucky.
Is Cosmic Blend related to Cosmic Bonus, HG?
I would say so.
Right.
Maybe from the same
a bit like the Adioses.
Oh, yeah, Paleface, Adios, etc. Was checked at the box rise before getting into second spot at the bend. On and went. Now, also, Ben Hur, this former brilliant beginner, has been missing the jump lately and was last to leave in the boxes on Wednesday at Wendy Park. Went fast to dispute second. This problem with its poor getaway.
It won't come out of the game. Yeah, it won't come out of the game.
What do you think, mental?
Yeah, it's got to be mental. Yeah, I don't know how you deal with it. Maybe a bunger up the date. I don't know.
Now,
look, I leave that
to the experts.
Yeah, they know what they're doing. You know,
Superfast
Off an
Love.
elastic band around the testicles.
Oh,
Give them
yeah,
a bit of
that's
hurry
right.
up, and they think, oh, good, I better get
better
home
get
soon.
home.
Then they can take this bloody thing off.
Superfast Love, the former Victorian who took his record to 4 wins and 3 placings from the past 7 starts when trainer Ruth Maddock won at Nowra on Monday.
Right.
Last to leave.
Yep.
Dazzling pace, sweep around the rivals, race clear of the homeland to win by 6 lengths.
6
in very fast
lengths.
time.
God
last to leave.
almighty. Yeah,
won by
last
6
to
lengths.
leave.
And the last 2 for this week, as you know, people, regular viewers are making an absolute killing on these. So the Probe top 5. Anyway, the last 2 are Flying Ella. This is a member of an outstanding litter. Has not yet raced at Wentworth Park, but she's won 4 from 12 at the Provincials. So not yet raced at Wentworth Park. So get on now.
Yeah.
And Willoughby, the final one. Wrist problems have restricted this brother to smart Wendy Park Sprinter finale to just 2 races and 2 wins.
How many were in that litter, HG? Do you know?
3.
3.
Now, with all that as good news, the bad news was, of course, over at that lefty lynch mob 4 Corners.
Oh, they're trying to kill racing, dog racing in this country, and I don't know why.
That's one prong. Their other prong is they're having a go at ordinary racing as well, as in horse style racing.
Yes, I heard about this. I couldn't believe it.
Now, obviously, the Aquanita scandal and all the people involved in that is one thing.
Yes.
And one of the revelations, oddly enough, was that included that Flemington trainer Matty Ellerton had alerted officials years ago about the suspicions regarding the Aquanita subplot in racing, i.e. tubing the horses with milkshakes to make them go faster.
Yeah.
The audacity of doing it on the racecourse itself and doing it on everyone's nose couldn't have, no one could have imagined it, Ellerton divulged. Anyway.
Oh, I thought they were more worried about the tongue-tying business.
Correct. Now, remember,
Well,
of course...
You've got to
and
tie
can
their
I-
tongue. You've got to tie the bloody
Otherwise,
tongue.
they
Otherwise,
swallow it.
they'll swallow the bloody
I know.
thing.
Now, can I point out...
And I don't know if people have ever seen a horse with its
Die.
tongue down its throat, choking on its own tongue. It's not a pretty sight, no matter how hard you hit it.
Yes, this is the Probe House of Mints, slicing and dicing, slicing and dicing, slicing and dicing is the butcher of the year, Roy Slaven, and satisfying the customers with the thumb on the scales, H.G. Nelson. Now, I have to declare something here.
Yes.
You know, Four Corners and this program have had a very checkered association over the years. In fact, so much so that I remember once at a Logies you had to accept an award.
I did.
Because no one bothered to turn up from
I
Four
did.
Corners.
I know.
You did it much better than they could have, obviously.
True. Yeah.
Thank the crews
I
for
did.
their hard work.
I did.
It was a horror shoot and all this sort of stuff.
Yeah.
It was excellent. Anyway, that doesn't prevent us from feeling as though it's important to correct the balance that is often disturbingly put by that left-wing lynch mob over there at Four Corners. Now, the show the other night was keen to pick up on the RSPCA's campaign against wastage of thoroughbreds with horrifying sights of scrawny nags, knackery bound, etc. The boss of racing, Peter Volandis, has instituted a better life strategy for has-been horses with even a retirement ranch on the horizon. Four Corners pointed out that two New South Wales bred horses were found in a Queensland knackery, but his plan to track the whereabouts of other horses following retirement has only been given operational since 2016, so there is a suggestion that they should give it a bit more time. Now, this is where the Rooting King Foundation comes in. I mean, people laugh at us with the Rooting King Foundation, but the public know that this is probably the only authoritative way of keeping track of the horses that are put in so you could take out and provide them with a little bit of companionship from same, obviously breeds later in their life. And not one mention of that in Four Corners.
No, I know.
How outraged are you?
Well, look, there are lots of prongs on this fork, HG. Now, in fact, the fork is looking like a comb. Now, one of the prongs and that people don't realise, if you're breeding dogs, you have a litter, and let's say you strike gold and you have a litter of, say, 35 pups, and I've seen that happen. Now, one or two of them are just rubbish.
Yeah. You know that from the start.
You can tell that from the moment they bloody
Pop out.
put their bloody silly old head up for the first time and give you a wink. You're just no loser. So what do you do with an animal like that? Well, a bucket of water is often your first port of call. And then, ideally, you'd like to be able to find some use for this animal, as a pet or something like that. But it's very hard to find. Not many people want to have dogs these days.
No.
So what do? Can you mince it for dog food? No. Well, that doesn't look right either. Can you mince it for horse food? Well, maybe. Now, ditto, second prong on your comb. You're breeding horses. Not everyone's a champion.
No.
You got to feed the bloody things.
Yeah.
You got to get your salt licks in, your training, and it goes on.
Your
and
live
on and
lure.
on. What are you going to do with the animal? Sure, there's glue. We always need glue. So there's the glue option, which is great. And there's the dog food option. Now, if we get the dog industry to marry more closely, this is the third prong of the comb, incidentally. If you could get the dog industry in more contact with the horse industry, because they often don't talk to one another.
No, they're often very jealous.
They are. So if we could have a lot of what I'd call wastage, fourth prong, become horse food from dogs.
Fifth prong.
And the fifth prong would be horse food for dogs. So you've got dog food for horses, horse food for dogs. Everybody's happy. Four corners go away.
Yes, this is the Book of Probe with the Reverend R.R. Slaven wearing the frock, and the puffer wind at the back door is yours truly, H.G. Nelson. The big one tonight, Roy, obviously is the climax in Russia of the World Cup for 2018.
Yeah.
Look, I've really enjoyed it. I've got to be honest though, the two things that I find a bit weird is why they tolerate players shouting at the ref all the time.
Yeah.
Rugby League and the AFL have done a great job stamping that sort of rubbish out. And it wouldn't take much.
No.
Just send them off.
Yeah.
For, say, 10 minutes in the bin, or send them off completely. Red card them.
Yeah.
I don't know why they tolerate it. And the other thing is, and I'm not sure that I love the theatre, as you know. The idea that somebody gets hit in the head and they go down clutching an ankle.
Yeah.
All that sort of stuff. I don't know why that isn't.
I thought they were going to weed that out.
They tried to,
yeah,
but
right.
obviously a lot of people have taken it upon themselves to, keep practicing the odd art of falling over, clutching the ankle when they got hit in the head. Now, I don't know why. Usually now, as I understand, the referee allows play on when he thinks that
there's showboating going on.
Showboating.
Yeah.
But I don't know why that isn't stamped out either. I understand people get knocked over in the rough and tumble of the game.
Yeah.
But there's often people just fall over because they lose their footing, because they're bumped, or because, obviously they're, infringed against. Now, when they're infringed against, tweet. But the rest of the time looks to me as though it's just trying to pull the ref's head, and it's unsightly.
Well, it is. Well, it's cheating.
Cheating,
yeah. It is cheating.
It's trying to get a free.
Draw a penalty, usually in the box.
For something that
always
didn't happen.
Someone's going to fall over in the box. They're just going to throw themselves to the ground and grab something. Either, grab the cruets or grab an ankle, as you say, or something like that. Now, I think there is a way of weeding that out, that you can look at it on video.
The VAR.
Look at it, examine it, and if there is no contact between players and someone does go down screaming, murder, bloody murder, etc., then they are taken off the field, escorted from the venue, taken out of the country back to wherever they've come from, and told never to play soccer, football again. You are banned for life. Now, you would only have to do that 3 or 4 times, HG, and I think the message would get through. And if the message doesn't get through, then I think we have to look at shooting people. I don't want to go that far.
No. Especially today on the fork, on the second prong of the fork.
Exactly.
Can I point out, I know you had a long conversation with Sepp Blatter there.
I did.
Wasn't it great to see Sepp back? God,
he's looking better than ever.
I know. There's none of that. Let's go, FIFA. Let's go.
Yeah.
He's packed all that gear away.
He has, yes.
And he's got a jaunty rake.
He does.
A jaunty approach to the game.
He does.
And I'm just wondering if any of these ideas found a chord with him. Because
yes.
he does have a lot of influence.
Oh, look, when I mentioned the shooting business, his eyes lit up.
Yes, The Sporting Probe, a better way to probe. University tests prove it is a better way to probe with Roy and HG. Now, is it time to start addressing what I consider the Van Marwijk legacy? Obviously, we got a couple of goals off penalty spots. We seem to struggle in the general play.
Isn't our penalty shooting, isn't it good? It's as good as anywhere in the world.
I think so. That's right. We had Mile Jedinak doing it.
He's great.
Great quality, great depth, great skill. Now, can I set this in a sort of historical context? Hugh Siddink towers above the landscape, the footballing landscape here. Yeah. There's Henk Doet, who helped Hughes for many, many years and brought a certain sort of international perspective, those two. I think most...
It gave us a swagger, didn't it? We had Doet.
As dry powder, should something happen to Hoos. And, of course, all the players learned how to play cards. Most are very good at canasta now and can hold up an end in bridge and so on, things like that. Now we have Van Marwijk.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not sure what the Marwijk legacy is. He had a lot of...
Well, pull a penalty in the box and nail it.
Hope for the best.
That seems to be it. Look, the legacy is that more needs to be done, isn't that it?
Yeah.
Look, I was talking, when you mentioned Sepp Blatter, I was talking to Sepp about it, and I asked Sepp if he'd be interested in taking over the A-League, if he'd like to, involve himself administratively, become, say, the Peter Beattie of A-League soccer in Australia. And I think he was interested. I think if the package is right, and we need a bit of government support here, I think, HG.
Well, I think the government
I think that the sports minister would have to step in. And I'm looking at about 40 million, maybe.
I think that's about the right number.
I think so.
I think the Labor Party is keen to give 25 million to Tasmanian football.
Yeah.
So imagining the World Game,
yeah,
obviously you have to double that probably, roughly.
Okay, well, let's say 50.
Yeah, I think, Sepp probably would do it as a discount.
Yeah.
Bring it down to 45.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, $5.
In which case, that's good. So we could pump that extra 5 into getting a couple of players now.
Well,
I noticed that Ronaldo has just signed for Juventus. Now, what would it take to get him to Sydney FC?
Yes, punters, this is the Probe with Roy and HG. Roy, 2 big ones tonight. We're in Russia, obviously, all eyes on Croatia.
Yeah.
On the off chance they can beat the surly, wily French outfit. France, of course, I would suggest it's theirs to lose.
It is theirs to lose,
if I can make an opinion. But let's not forget how many Croatian representatives have played for the Socceroos. I think when I last looked, it was something like 47 people of Croatian descent have played for the Socceroos. So it's a second Australian team,
it is,
if not the first Australian team.
Yeah,
I think there's quite
and what
a lot
a fairy tale it is for Croatia, actually.
4 million people.
4 million people, tiny nation taking on the might of France.
And the whole nation, people have gone to Croatia from Australia to be there watching it on big screens.
Yeah.
And then the other one, the Wimbledon final.
Final, yeah. Well, you've got the romance of Anderson, Anderson with his blistered feet, having survived the Isner onslaught for 6.5 hours. Very small turnaround of one day. Can he get the feet back in shape? Djokovic coming back from tennis elbow, tennis shoulder, tennis wrist.
Tennis brain.
Wow.
It's a hell of a story. That's all before us, and I'm sure that we'll be unpacking these big events on the Probe this time next week. Roy, obviously, tremendous to have you with us again and in fine form, and I hope the fork gets a workout during the week. Mao, of course, guiding us through the difficult waters. Felix on the buttons, as usual. And punters, thanks for being with us as we probed away on these world events today. See you all next week, same time, same place. Bye now.
For many of us, a love of video games began when we accepted a mission to save the princess. And it grew when we answered our call of duty. From the first time we pressed start to the next time, if it's in the world of gaming, it's covered by Press Start. Reviews of the games you haven't played yet, news from the big players, and the cheapest games at release. It's all at pressstart.com.au. Press Start, for every gamer.